洞里面躲了，就在洞里。
OK， 我手撕你们追。
救谁？
躲罗尔斯里面了，我估计。我想消费一下。
我也想消费。
我这儿有小的声音，我这儿小的，我这儿。
来了。
我这儿小的声音就在我周围，我推进，但是我不知道在哪儿。我真听见人打药了。再找一下，我下面。我在逼你，救他！炸死你！我炸死你！给我下吧！炸死你！给我下！滚！
可以。主播你
关键。
你的鼻子像狗一样。
关键。
吃药了，只找了3分钟。走。
我死了，你们继续操作。两个堵了。
拿来身份证。身份证，哦，我选那下狗。没事。
一滴血，5天。
有花。
有点搞笑。
哦呦，真的假的？哦，别滚吃了。钱滚。哦，踢吃花。啊！真的假的？太离谱了！哎呀！
哇！
Get the one shield pot off, but Tryhard can't stay committed to this fight now. He's only got 1 shield powder after this, and then he has nothing. His tank is completely empty. Complete entire reset from the F2 ultimate there, but the meter dump coming out from APF. There's nothing 39 can really do here. One more hit.
Pushing and keep that pressure on. Is going to catch him on this other side here. Is going to be able to push in.
Hi, my name is Jared, better known as Tryhard.
My name is Sean. My in-game name is VL Hypernova.
I'm APF. When I first play Naraka, I don't really have a clear objective to accomplish. But as far as I played more, and I aim at to be the top player, not only on the leaderboard, but also world competitive competition.
You know, words can't really describe how I feel, to be honest, but I'm just excited that I could finally prove what it takes to, you know, be a professional player.
I want to be in this tournament because it allows me to play against the best players, all of the regions.
Kind of, you know, make a name for myself. Get better at the movement, get better at the combat itself, and be known as a player that's, you know, be known for my own skill in the game.
And really try to go for just a quick little hit of damage, and then just ends up, you know, just moving out of the...
I'd like to say that my advantages is that I like to be more aggressive than other players, but with being aggressive also comes a double-edged sword, because, you know, if you're too aggressive, it can bite you back pretty badly. So I'll say that I'll prepare by practicing and refining my solo play a lot more, and also practicing with some other friends that also qualified.
I got patience and I got confidence. I think that's the advantage for me.
My personal objective is to be one of the best players and to also do well in the World Championship this year.
I want to say to myself, don't get tilted, and just be confident and be patient. You can do it. Be the top one.
Play is really smart here in these extra residuals. Meanwhile, the absolute destruction coming in from that insane.
See you at NBWC.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Creatives, and I usually cast all of the NA scrims and some of the tournaments, but today we're gonna do a quick breakdown of all of the teams that are heading to World. Starting off with Tryhard, he's doing it back to back. He is also your 2022 Season 1 Solos winner. He did it again for Season 2. Just with that alone, you should see how much of a consistent player Tryhard is, and his mentality during tournament is absurd. I have not seen somebody more composed, and for the age Tryhard is, it's just incredible how of an amazing player he is. Moving on over to Light Hyper Nova. He is an aggressive fighter, but he is smart with his engagements. He knows when to and when not to take on fights. During Morris Cup Season 2, he had a very consistent tournament to secure his second place finish, and I'm super excited to see how he's going to do at Worlds. Starting off with APF, he has one of the best neutrals in the game. He is definitely a strong opponent in solos, as well as very consistent. He's a really strong player off drop, and he does a really good job picking up kills mid to late game. APF plays super smart, and you will see him in the majority of the end circles like we saw in Morris, which is major for a tournament like Worlds. He is definitely a demon in the server, and he has a really high chance of taking Worlds. Good luck to all the teams and solo players competing at Worlds.
我是主持人陈瑜。那今天是我们单排复活赛最后一天的比赛了，也就是说，今天的比赛结束之后，就会知道有哪8名选手最后可以进决到我们的总决赛。那现在呢，我也是在选手的休息室这里。那我们按照国际惯例，也是赛前先采访一下几名选手。那么其实第一名选手呢，我们大家都知道，我们这个永劫无间 Nbpl 的职业联赛是有一个非常著名的门派，那就是火刀门。哎，相信大家心目当中应该有几名选手的这个名字了。但是我们今天的这个刀指的是太刀，所以我们第一站就先去 KZ 的休息室跟潘德曼聊一下。Hello， 潘德曼。你好，你好，休息呢？来，让我坐一下。哎，那也是赛前让我们给潘德曼采访一下啊，因为我们都知道潘德曼也是一个火男绝活哥，但是你是太刀绝活哥，那就想让你评价一下，就是现在联赛里面这些火男绝活哥的打法风格以及实力，锐评一下。
锐评一下。
来吧。
我觉得就现在火男比较多嘛，但是就是本命英雄的话，就是只有那个刀一杯和阿木，就他们俩的火男就是玩的比较久的，就是那个就是玩的时间比较长嘛，然后理解也比较深。刀一杯的话，他对于那个火局的理解是非常顶级的，同时他的远程也非常准，但是他的那个近战能力会偏弱一些，然后他的拉扯能力很强。阿木的话呢，他是一个火球跟两边镜的玩的很好的火男，同时他对火男开刀的理解，就是对拼的话理解非常高，远程的话也非常强。阿木的话，他是一个综合性比较强的火男。我的话，我是有点偏科的，我那个扩刀跟火球玩的不是很好，但是我的那个太刀跟两边镜玩的是精通一些，然后近战能力的话就是偏强一点，远程的话也还可以，就是差不多吧。
所以你觉得你们之间的实力？
我觉得我们就是如果打架的话，就是要看运气，看装备跟那个魂域的那个差距大不大。
可以看到星光也是毫不保留的赞美了选手以及肯定了自己。哎，那我有点想问一下，就是大家都是火男，你们有没有颠勺的 KPI 每一次？就比如说今天这把打算颠多少个人？
没有，就颠勺机会其实不是很多吧，就因为大家都会躲那个冲拳嘛，就是只能说有机会就颠嘛，没机会的话就 现在尽量以那个平刀击杀为主。
哦，所以还是看机遇的，是不是？
对。
哎，那其实还是想问到你啊，因为其实这个赛季 KZ 的话是迎来了我们老黄的加入，那就想问一下，潘德曼有没有就是获得我们来自永劫总教头黄生龙的太刀真传呢？
这个肯定是有的。黄哥的话加了我一些东西，加了我玩太刀的东西，加了一些。
都教你什么了？
这个我之前看的视频，就是有学了一下那个进篮的速度，还有就怎么样进篮更快，还有一些闪避的时机嘛。
平常黄教练有没有就是说，比如在你比赛之后会帮你复盘，就是太刀操作之类的？
没有。
那你们两个有没有私底下练刀？有
练过。
怎么说？展开说说。
现在我的太刀要强一点，现在的我要强一些。就是以前的话没那么强，但现在太刀就我的太刀还挺强的。
比黄教练还强吗？
应该吧。
哦，那是不是可以理解为这个一浪更比一浪强？后面是把黄教练拍在沙滩上。这话说完了之后，我估计要被黄教练拉黑了。好的，那其实今天复活赛里面也有很多的这个选手嘛，有没有你特别想战胜的选手？
我觉得我还是要战胜自己吧，就是怎么说呢？就我希望自己能打出一个不一样的高度嘛。就是平常常规赛的话，就是我一般就只能拿个20来分这样子。但是我希望自己今天可以突破那个记录，就可以拿个30到40分，就希望自己可以突破那个记录吧，就是战胜自己。
确实，那比赛当中也是不断的对自我一个突破嘛。好的，那就你自己好好准备吧。那我们就是先走啦。那祝你今天可以有非常不错的成绩，好吗 ？OK， 拜拜。OK， 那我们采访完了这个，火刀门太刀的熊猫人呢，下一位，被我们之前称为这个叫做纯纯的战斗机器，那我们就来敲响一下勾挺小心神的休息室的门。小心神 ，Hello， 那其实也知道小心神不是第一次参加复活赛了，复活赛有没有打出什么经验？
有经验，就是打复活赛你不能怕就行了。
不能怕，那其实我们以前都说你是纯纯的这个战斗机器，那么来到复活赛，你的 CPU 升级的怎么样了？
我的 CPU 现在就是超频了。
超频了？
对，
那
超频了。
进化到哪一步了？
进化70%-80%。
70%-80%就进化到复活赛来了。
这个是因为一开始超错了，一开始超频的时候水冷能压住，没有压住我的脑袋，对。然后这几天超回来了，这段时间就是从上周周决开始就超回来了。
超回来了，那可还行。那其实上一次的这个单排复活赛，你也是有非常不错的这个表现嘛，尤其是在最后一把可以说是重铸太刀荣光。然后采访里面也说了，现在整个大趋势就是太刀嘛，然后兵女相对较弱，但是有看到你仍然去坚持选择自己的这个喜欢的英雄。那你有没有什么想说的，就是对现在依旧坚持选择版本弱势的玩家们，以及坚持下来拿下天选的自己呢？
因为就是再怎么说去玩版本强势英雄，肯定是没有自己玩自己最喜欢的英雄、自己最喜欢的武器那种手感的。就是就跟我平常，可能我这时候玩鹰子兵匕首我就没有那么厉害，但是如果我现在我直接掏出了兵女太刀，那这把一定我全部杀完。对的。
那就是说到太刀嘛，因为刚刚我们也是采访到了 KZ 的潘达曼呢，他也是一名这个火男太刀玩家，同样是太刀。如果在今天的比赛当中有机会跟他交手的话，你有没有什么想对他说的话吗？
就是不要被我抓了血闪，好吧？你闪一次我抓一次。
闪一次抓一次，你好狂啊，兄弟！那我们屏幕前潘达曼有没有收到我们来自小心神的战书呢？那今天自己状态觉得怎么样？今天的比赛？
今天的状态也挺好的。非常好。
打算上几把采访？
打算上6把吧。
上6把？你倒是不给自己留后路啊！你上不了6把怎么办？
上不了6把就吃瘪嘛，上不了6把就自己打自己脸嘛。
到时候就看看你跟潘达曼要是相遇，万一被他抓了闪怎么办？
不会的，他抓不到我的闪，我很鸡贼，我很机智，就是我是属于那种我可以去抓你，但是你是抓不到我的。
好的，那也是希望我们今天非常非常机智的这个小新人可以有一个非常不错的表现。那你自己就好好准备吧，我们先走啦。OK， 拜拜。非常鸡贼可还行，这话我是不敢说啊。那好，那我们也是采访到了2名太刀 玩家。不过呢，最近在上一次这个单排复活赛，还有一名选手表现是非常的亮眼，然后他也是在这个闭关了1个双周之后呢，完成了主人的任务，最终来到复活赛拿下了非常不错的成绩。那我们赶紧去 XCG 问一问王良准备的怎么样了。Hello， 王良，来，吃完了，这么沉默寡言啊？你的，在我印象里，你不是一个沉默寡言的人啊，王良。好，得到了王良非常肯定的点头。哎，那就问一下吧，这个前几天呢，前天这个冰女啊，说自己不会再玩了，为什么？
因为每次玩都没有分。
都没有分。是说不玩就不玩了吗？今天也不会玩了。
是的，以后都不会玩了。
以后都不会玩了，直接拉黑了。
他不加强，我不会玩了。
你这是在跟我们这个让我们加强冰女吗？是这个意思吗？哎，那就问一下吧。其实每一次比赛结束之后，我们会有一个镜头给到你，然后呢，直播间的观众朋友们呢，也是会看到比赛结束时候你的表情啊，以及你的嘴型的。于是他们给你的评价就是嘴臭刀硬。你有没有什么想对他们说的？
因为文化素养不高啊，所以说大家打游戏还是要多念书啊，要多念书。
你说的是我们观众朋友们文化素养不高吗？
我说的是我的文化素养不高，我没有念书，所以他们要多念书。
好吧，哎，那其实今天呢也是来到我们的复活赛最后一天了。那前一天的表现非常亮眼，今天的预期怎么样呢？
今天就放开打嘛，随便玩玩嘛，然后备战总决赛就好了。
随便玩玩，有没有整活？
玩点不一样的英雄。
因为上一次就是你的整活在我们的印象当中还是非常深刻的，比如说像天海呀，或者说月山呀之类的整活英雄吗？
那2把都是0分啊。
但是节目效果很不错。
会玩的。
会玩的好，那也是非常期待王良的这个整活英雄啊。最后再问一下，今天主人的任务是什么？
今天主人说随便玩，要我玩宁红叶，随便玩随便玩。
主人说玩宁红叶，那现在已经占了3把了，月山、天海、宁红叶。好，那我们就非常期待这3把英雄以及主人的任务，看看能不能很好的完成呢？那也是王良让你好好准备吧。那我们就先走了，拜。可以看出我们3位选手准备的还是非常不错的啊，既有这个太刀之争，也有整活英雄。那今天的单排复活赛最后一天，到底哪8名选手继续出？没事，可以进阶到我们最终的总决赛呢？就让我们一起拭目以待吧。
复活赛像是最终的机会，不管曾经的比赛中有过多少极限的高光，或者是多少黯然的低谷，我都会更加积极的面对它。黄沙百战穿金甲，回归赛场只为扬名立万。
这边顶出来了之后，象人这个地方能跑吗？有点难跑吧，还要再继续拉扯。独白这个时候也不打状态，
反打了一个 B 级骑手，这一套升龙反杀了独白，象人。一点希望也没有，
所以要注意一下，现在的反魂花已经在逐渐消失了，反魂自主要逐渐没有了。这边阿叉如果服役失败的话，就要尽快了，
这3个
没有机会了。
香香这3个右键感觉跟颠勺一样啊！不过反身的话，还是被香香抓到了一个机会。这边阿叉也是。
我的目标是最终的冠军。
触底反弹、厚积薄发，往往都发生在那些坚信自己的人身上。当处于最低点的时候，只要能保持韧性，无论朝向如何，走的都是上坡路。
先躲一段，再 A 2下，哎呦没了，这个精力也差不多快见底了，直接对拔了。你别跑，好小子，这一刀中了，来看一下空中这一刀能不能接到，接到了，XCG王良拿下了 Alex 的巨星。
不惧傲雪，不灭星光，打破过去的枷锁，全力以赴。
复活赛阶段1山考试通过了，才能拿到实现梦想的名校。虽然在思想上很难有人能真正做到保持不败，但机会一向都是留给有准备的人的。你需要在适当的时机一触即发。
看看东京这边能不能跑吧。瑞奇大弓射箭，这边带着一个红皮直接过来想射，但是没有射到，再来一箭，
射到了这一箭。
乖乖站好，第一个步枪之刃来自瑞希。 看一下这边斩击效果还不错。下面的阿莎不行了，阿莎直接被带走，再来抢。
风雨无阻，生来为赢。复活赛我准备好了。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. We're in a Repechage, aka a losers bracket, and things are getting very, very heated. We are just now entering day 2 of solos, and this is going to be the very last day. 6 games stand between these 16 players and a chance to go compete in grand finals. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me is my main man, my right-hand man, Hip Rain. How you doing, baby?
I'm doing good. I'm very excited to get into this. I actually missed the Repechage last season. I can't remember why, so this is my first time actually getting to get my hands onto this in the losers bracket. I also haven't seen solos or been able to cast solos since the changes as well. So there's quite a few things, quite a few new and exciting things to me. I'm very excited to see, you know, this new mode where the heroes, you have to play 5 unique heroes a day. You only can play 1 hero twice. You talked to me a bit about what that actually means. Still pretty much just save those things for horror off, but other than that, we get a lot of variety, a lot of variability, and it's a very different game from what we're used to. And now, while this is still fairly fresh for a lot of these players, they now have to kind of embrace that and then go and then win out, because only the top 8 players can make it to the grand finals next week. And it's gonna be a tall ask, because, you know, there's 16 players here. It's you know, there's some players who I think really came alive, or teams as well, who really came alive in the final week. So I'm excited to see how today goes, to be honest. Actually, I think we got some. It's gonna be a pretty tight one. I'm curious to who you've got your eyes on, because we obviously had one day 2, so we've already had a pretty good start. Rune, who have you got your eyes on right now? Who are the key players for us to be watching going into today's action?
I mean, 2 players to keep your eyes on, who I think have almost solidified the fact that they're not going to drop out of top 8, is J-Team Zexion and XCG's Wang Liang. These 2 players, both of them out of 6 games, were able to put together 2 MVP dubs, some pretty big point games for themselves. And I think when we looked at it last, both of them are 10 points above anybody else in the league right now, sitting in 1st and 2nd place respectively. And I mean, that's a tall order. 10 points is like one really good game, right? Speaking of points, taking a look here, you guys know what this is already. If you're 1st and 2nd place, you're getting that coveted 1.6 times multiplier on your kills. Of course, you're getting some of those lovely ranking points, which seem to matter quite a bit more significantly here in solos. And of course, also when it comes to terms of maps, our first game is going to be, of course, Morsile. Then we go to Holoroth. Then it's 2 back-to-back Morsile, back to Holoroth, and then we round out the day on Morris Isle for a final game of the day. And taking a look here, these are the bottom 8 players everybody should definitely be keeping an eye on. These are the ones who have work to put in. Q9's LXY here, unfortunately, only put up half a point in 6 games in day 1. He's sitting at 2.5 points right now. He has so much work to do if he has any hope of making anything happen here. Ace's Jin, AOW Zhang, KZ's Pandaman are all with just in spitting distance, really, of these top 8. If you're in the bottom 4 of these top 8 right now, OUG's Lurin King, MPG's Dubai, NAT's Dao Yue, OnePlus Phoenix's Moo, you've got a lot on the line. You need to be very careful. You need to be here to compete today. And you asked who I have my eye on. I gotta mention NAD's Dao Yue. He was all the way down in 14th place at the start of Repechage in day 1, and off the back of pure consistency. He's not had any MVPs. He's literally just been consistently towards that top 5, top 6 range every single game. And off the back of that, he's climbed all the way from 14th to 7th place. He needs to keep that consistency going forward if he wants to make it into grand finals. Now, speaking of that, if you take a look, we're going to take a look at who's confirmed already to go to Worlds, because we're looking right now at those players. NAD is already there. We've got a couple of players who are coming through, and they need to qualify based on how they perform in the Season 2 Grand Finals, right? And we're looking at XCG's Wang Liang and J-Team's Action. No wonder these guys came out and performed. Everything kind of riding on the line for them here if they want to go compete in Worlds. And at the end of the day, the money here is great. You know, the prestige is great for winning a Grand Finals or even getting to compete in a Grand Finals. But it's all about that ticket to go to World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, that's ultimately what everyone is playing for here. Yes, you want the domestic bragging rights. Yes, you want to, you know, kind of carry that confidence through. But let's be real. It's all about Worlds. Obviously, that's around the corner as well. It's very, very close. So all of these teams are, you know, all of these players and all in trios as well, all the teams. The goal right now is get as many points as possible and get yourself at that world spot. But, you know, there's still a ways to go. We still got a bunch of teams to play. You know, 8 players are going to be making it into that top 8 and making it to the grand final today. And then the other 8, unfortunately, that is their season done here at the Nbpl. Cut short, unfortunately, but looks like we will be getting ready to go into that game in a little bit. Just having a quick look over all of our players. Does feel like those top 3 right now in the standings overall. Wang Liang being one of them. There you go. They are all but a bad day guaranteed from going into that top 8. I feel like as long as they just play okay today, with the fact that they had a 20-point lead over 8th, means that they should be pretty comfortable. But even with a pretty mediocre day, they should have enough points to carry themselves through into that top 8. But obviously they want to be a little bit higher. They want to be going in as a real competitor. They want to be going into the grand finals as, you know, a player who wasn't, you know, on the bottom end of the losers bracket. They want to be on the top end of that losers bracket at the least. That is their best case scenario right now. You know, because realistically what that does is that means you're like 9th overall if you're first here.
Well, so here's the thing. One of the great things about going into grand finals is that it is a blank slate all over again. There's no points that carry over from the previous season. And I want to preface this because in season 1, in our final game of Solos Repechage, Wolves Kai Bao was all the way down in 15th place, right? We looked at him and he said there's no way he even makes top 8 and qualifies. Not only does he in a single game go from 15th place and move himself all the way up to 6th place, which is all he needs to qualify, right? Because it doesn't matter where you are in that top 8 as long as you're in that top 8. Half of our competitors are going home, the other half are going to complete in grand finals. Kai Bao came in a low man on the totem pole, just like you're talking about. You don't really want to be in that bottom. He took 6th place in the overall grand finals. Kai Bao came in and showed that he was willing to be a competitor. It doesn't matter that he came from the bottom of losers bracket, right? He was there to compete. So at the end of the day today, I think the big thing is you just need to be in top 8. That's where you want to be. And it's a lot, right? We're going to take a look here. Is that a Tian Hai coming in from Wang Liang in solo?
Oh my word.
I told you today it's going to be different.
It's going to be real different. So we're looking for a couple of, I've forgotten his name. Takeda. Right?
No, Tarkaji.
I get the T's all muddled up. Yeah, Tarkaji's coming in.
Tamolk's coming in.
Surprise Tamolk as well. Yeah, it's all the T's.
Whoa, is that a UA?
Okay. Rune, we're being spoiled with this first game.
I said it last day of solos. Everybody in chat, you do not want to miss a single game of Repechage because things get drastically different here and get heated. And man, look at this. The spread on this. I think this is the most even spread we've seen in a solos game in a long time. Nobody is kind of like, there's clusters, but they're like still spread out. And it looks like everything is going to come together here just to the south of Eventide Temple. Man, this is going to be heated game 1. I love it. Yuashan, Tian Hai, Tarka, Tumult. What a lobby.
It's a bit of a bonkers lobby as we're getting ready to go on to Morosile for game 7 the first game of the day. Remember, the top 8 from today will be qualifying for grand finals. The bottom 8, unfortunately, their time here on season 2 will be done. And they will then basically be just waiting until next year for any more competitive Naraka. We're going to look over as Halloween themed. I like that. I could have put my seagull costume on, which I wore last night. Anyway, Jux winning himself a fight here versus Ego, or is he? As Ego gets the counter off, able to disarm them, switch out, but actually Xjin has come in from J-Team and he's able to sweep up and dust up this kill. Easy pickings for himself, as Jux is just going to be sent packing. Xjin's going to get turned around onto a little bit here as the clan comes in, but Reki actually charging forwards to try and steal away this kill, catching on with that grapple button, able to fully make the connection he needs, and Reki going to be thwarted on his chase for now.
Yeah, Jux moving in for the reset here, so is J-Team's Xjin. Xjin just sliding in, and like you said, quite literally sweeping that kill up out from underneath Alliance's Jux. And man, I love it. You know, again, Wang Liang and J-Team's Xjin, our 2 current top contenders, are the 2 players, or sorry, one of the 3 players each that need to come in here and be able to go to grand finals and compete if they want to go to World Cup, right? So it's no wonder that they're coming in here and they're playing much more aggressively and being so hungry to pick up these eliminations, because there's a lot on the line for these guys. And like you said, Wang Liang, J-Team's Xjin have pretty much secured themselves a position into that grand final as long as they only play okay today. If they have one big game, they can afford to have multiple bad games today and still be in top 8 no matter what they do. So if they come in off this first game, have a big game, they have pretty much solidified themselves into that top 8 situation. Ventus's Reki here trying to pick up yet another kill here, and it's Alliance's Jux coming in trying to steal it this time. Reki goes low now, and Jux is completely turned
No way.
on to Reki, and Reki gets picked up by Alliance's Jux.
That is so rough there for poor Reki. He just wanted to finish up that kill, but he kept getting denied, and it's like, okay, just go get the kill. No, he's getting the kill on you, and down he goes. That is so unfortunate for himself. There is constant action here. We expected a bit of chaos, a bit of carnage, and we are getting it right now as Wang Liang looking to try and find that counter versus LXY. As he's being hunted down, it's going to just use the movement and the old tech chase to get away. I always love around this bridge is all of the movement and all the options around it. It's so much fun to watch as DAY still keeping up the chase on to Wang Liang, who's able to get himself over the wall away to safety. We're going to cut over to Mu, one of those players who you noted right now at the bottom of that top 8. He is in 8th spot right now, so he needs a good game. He needs a good day to hold on to a spot in that top 8, because he could very easily be overtaken and finds himself in a 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1. Question is he going to be able to come out on top, or is he maybe just going to have to give this one up? As Lu Renking, he's the one who's currently being hunted. A little bit of damage has gone down to Panda Man, as Mu now actually getting turned onto by Lu Renking. But it looks like they are just going to be able to move away from one another for now, as Lu Renking on that run. But actually looks like Ding Lu and Reki have also joined in, and Dalhui's here. There's a whole lot of players all on top of one another, but it feels like they're a little bit too eager to fight, and this could actually be dangerous for everybody involved, because all it takes is one person to get them all low and then somebody else to come tidy the whole team up. Big fireball coming out though from Dalhui, and Chewy is going to be chewed up and spat out by Dalhui, as now he's found Mu, gets himself the immediate dump off onto Mu, shreds through that armor somewhat. Mu is going to be able to heal back up though, and he will keep the chase going here onto Dalhui. Catches on with these grapples consistently. There's also another player, or another couple of players, all in the pocket waiting for it, as Mu finds himself knocked back for just a moment as he tries to jump in, can't quite get the cling out, able to cancel himself away. As Dalhui now popped the ultimate, so has Mu, as they're chasing one another down. A repeating crossbow coming in from Reki as well, just to try and chip away at that health bar. Dalhui does get a little bit of an armor refresh off as the sandstorm gets used, and Ding Lu is keeping the pressure up onto Dalhui, who's going to be able to heal himself up and move away again to safety. He now wants to rejoin the fight. It feels like everybody else has been a little bit scared off on this previous action, as Ding Lu is now being chased around by Dalhui, and he's turned the tables somewhat. But can he actually win the fight is the real question right now, as Ding Lu is kind of just dancing around on the edge of the cliff. The fireball does come down. He gets a whole bunch of damage off, chunks him down, and Ding Lu falls to Daohui.
DAY3 playing that so smart there. Baits him back to those purple dual blades there. Realizes that he doesn't have another weapon to hot swap into, and just sits on it with the charge and uses the verticality of that cliff to pick up that elimination as well as the upgrade into the purple dual blades. DAY3, again, one of those players that we just got done talking about how consistently they played in day one, showing why that consistency is so here with how they're playing right now. That Bell, a little preemptive here from Wang Liang as Dubai gives chase, doesn't even get a single clank off of it. Might be regretting burning that cooldown right now as he is on the run here. Does not want to get picked up by Dubai. Is going to find a little bit of space to get a reset though. As we turn back to DAY3, trying to secure yet another elimination. Alliance Jux very low here is going to pop the Wisp though, so the long range isn't going to be able to pick it up, and Luren King is going to secure the kill onto Jux in the close range here with that set of dual blades, and now just trying to get away. Ventus' Reki waiting in the wings, has come back from his elimination, looking for a little bit of a run back here. Wang Liang just trying to hold out here. Dubai continuing the chase, but the movement coming out from Wang Liang here, using those scale rushes and just all the different surfaces here in the temple. Look at this, he's just kind of giving them the runaround. Doesn't want Dubai to have any indication of where he's at whatsoever. Q9LXY gonna come in and find JJHRD in the courtyard in the meanwhile, and is gonna put an absolute combo down onto Chu Li here with the nunchucks. Finds another one with those nunchucks. Chu Li, no shields. LXY in a very similar situation. Gonna use the F to go airborne, throws the Wisp, doesn't connect with it though. Immediately goes for the musket shots, knowing he had just a little bit of protection there. Mu fighting out in the circle with Luren King. Luren King pops the ultimate, but Mu gonna come in with an ult of his own. Does a ton of damage here off of the target, but Luren King with the advantages. He's got his ult up here, can walk in and out of it. The Wisps come in, cancel Mu's pot off. Mu looks to go so low. Oh no, Luren King's gonna pick up that elimination, and that's gonna be Mu sent back to the lobby, not just the soul altar. Unfortunate for Fun Plus Phoenix's Mu, who, like you said, currently holding on to that 8th position spot, is probably going to drop down into the bottom 8 after this.
Yeah, big fat donut for him as well, so no points to be earned for Mu. A catastrophic losses. Xjin's finding himself in a fight versus Jin here. Jin's able to catch the uppercut on who Xjin is. Xjin looking to try and land those shots with the bow, able to actually do so onto him. Bit of chunk onto that armor, not enough really to threaten him yet, as they are just trading out these long-range shots onto each other. Jin wants to jump in forwards. Wants to jump away as Jin. Xjin was the one who was trying to jump in forwards. As Jin's now on that run, just trading out with the pistol. The pistol shots from Xjin are so clean, so crisp, as they're getting into melee range of one another. Jin gonna get himself, Xjin, gets countered, loses so much health here to Jin. The grapple's coming in, and actually the third party from Ego has arrived. And Xjin's going to try and use this as an opportunity to get away from Ego, but not going to be able to do so, as Xjin losing so much HP. Ego may just have successfully pulled this one off, as he's able to get himself the elimination on Xjin. A absolutely beautiful third party from Ego, as Jin wants his comeuppance, wants something in return, but all he's gonna get is a meter dump from the nunchucks from Ego, and Jin is getting absolutely blasted against the back of the wall. His health bar's low, and Ego is just gonna keep the pressure up onto him. It looks like Jin's gonna have to pop that ultimate, get the bonus movement speed, and just get away. There is another third party coming in, as Jin's gonna grapple in onto Ego, looks to actually cancel it out, decides doesn't want to jump in quite yet. Once again, grapple lands onto Ego. He's gonna keep the pressure up as he's looking to catch onto him. He catches him with the knock up. Is he gonna get the infinite? It looks like he's done it. Ego's being juggled. He drops him. Not the full infinite, but Ego heavily chunked out, and this should just be enough for Jin to tidy this one up, but Ego isn't done yet as Jin's going low. This is so close, and Ego with a sliver of health wins the fight.
I got a question for you, Jake. Where has this Ego been all season? What is this? What? 17 Jail's Ego flipping the script just like that over onto what in the world? Ego does not play like this. He clearly he has come out today and he has decided there's 6 games left. I'm done playing around. I'm going to grand finals. I don't care. He's gonna come in. That's Ego's 3rd elimination this game, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I think so. Yeah, wait,
Ego?
3. Yeah, he's on 3.
Yeah. 3 eliminations already here in this game. By the way, this is a sad state. This is why we don't see Monk and Solos. Wait, he's actually able to get the grab at least there. Goes a little too close. Dubai goes up though. No re-grab though. He's getting shot as well. Look, you just make yourself a big target when you become Monk. It's really unfortunate. As somebody who loves Monk, this is the state of why Monk needs support players and trios, right? Because this is what happens when you Monk up without support.
Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, it feels like a bit of a mistake pick, unfortunately, as we have seen quite a few players actually go down. Reki and LXY find themselves in a fight there, and down goes Ventus's Reki. He is eliminated as well. Players are dropping like flies right now. We have already lost 6 players from this lobby. Starting to pick up the pace on the aggression. Everybody is just out for blood. Everyone doesn't care about the point. Well, they want the points, but they just want to get those kill points in. As they know, today isn't a day where you can sit by on your laurels, especially if you're at the bottom of the table. Ego very much recognizing that with that 3-kill start already. An absolutely monstrous opener for the day to him. And if he can keep this pace up, maybe there's a world where he can pull himself out of that 13th spot and into that top end. As the clan comes down, Dalhui taking this trade here versus LXY. Both players actually end up clanging on one another. On the edge there's Dalhui's lost a fair amount of HP. LXY just getting poked and prodded by the spear. He's trying to get himself up on top of that roof to try and continue the fight versus LXY. But LXY just avoiding him for now. Both of these players on relatively low HP. And here comes Ego, able to tidy up his 4th kill, eliminating yet another player. He's a madman. He's a maniac. He's absolutely crushing everybody in this lobby right now. Ego, what a hero.
Ego coming in with yet another huge 3rd party here. I mean, I love it. 17JL's Ego is clearly just, he's much more hungry today than he has been all season. Ego's been one of those players that we constantly see as like one of the first players completely eliminated from lobbies, right? Oh no, Wang Liang, not like this. No! Not to the Bane's Breath. Wang Liang goes down. Oh my goodness. You can see the disappointment on his face too. Oh my goodness. Oh, Chu-Li almost taking a hit there as well. Able to tap dodge at the last possible. Oh, I spoke too soon as he does take another hit there finally. Is going to be forced to burn some of those resources. Now over to Q9's LXY and GD's Dong Quing. Dong Quing, another one of those players that really needs to put something together today, but unfortunately he's not been able to find anything yet this game here. Playing Tarka into this particular lobby. It's interesting to see some of these players who have not been playing Tarka whatsoever starting to pick him up because of the hero rule change, and of course because we are in Repechage as well. And I hate to say it, but if you're not one of these top Tarka players, you probably shouldn't be playing Tarka G right now. It's not going to serve you too well comparatively, because these other players who have been playing Tarka are going to have a huge advantage into you because they have experience playing Tarka into the Pro League. A lot of these players probably have experience playing Tarka into Immortal War just during the regular season or whatnot, but many of them have never even touched Tarka here in the Pro League, and it's a much different beast. Panda Man right now, one of those players who knows all too well how much of a different beast it is, who plays him almost every single day that we have solos, is on the run. Unfortunately going to get picked up by Dubai here, one of the Temis. Q9's LXY trying to trade blows with Dubai as well, but both of them are going to back away from the Temi ult here. We're down to 8 players left alive as Zone 3 collapses on to Zone 4. If you think this game is aggressive, I promise you are not going to want to miss a single game here today in the Repechage, because these games are only going to get more desperate more crazy and more heated as the day goes on, because every single game that winds down throughout the day, these players are going to realize that is one less game they have to find a foothold to get into those grand finals. And for many of these players, getting into grand finals and placing in the top 10, oh my goodness. Not only does he parry him, he comes in and takes the gold armor as well. Ego gonna come in and armor swap back off of his purple armor though. Lu Ren gonna go airborne here with the F, throws for the F, but Ego not going to end up into the wisp. Lu Ren King picks up a legendary longsword and a set of armor though, setting himself up for success here. Both Lu Ren King and Ego, 4 eliminations each here. So our 2 top contenders in the lobby right now looking to go head to head as we continue forward. But like I was saying, many of these players are very, very desperate to make it into those grand finals because they have to compete not just here, but in the grand finals for a chance to go to Worlds, which means we are going to see these players playing on a much different scale and scope today than we're used to seeing. That aggression is only going to get more intense throughout the day, Jake.
Yeah, it really is. We actually can see DAY right now in 7th, only with that 1 kill. Remember, he's the defending champion of solos, so he's desperate to make sure he stays in this top 8, makes it into the grand finals, and then can potentially try and hold on to his title. But to see him here in that losers bracket, probably feeling a little bit rough considering his prestige after winning the solos of season 1. But right now, still in the game, still in that top 8. He's going to be happy with that one, like you said, down to 8 players already. It looks like everybody's settling on the edge or around inside the temple here. Lu Ren King able to steal away that Mora's Blessing, very geared up now. And quite scary for anybody to go up against right now. So keep our eyes on him to see how he is going to perform for the rest of this game. As eyes right now are on Jux, who's in 12th in the standings, so got a bit of a ways to climb. Has got 2 kills though. So, you know, an okay game here can climb him up. I mean, he's 19 points and top 8 is 22.4. So it's top 8 is very achievable and very close for pretty much everybody in this lobby. I actually don't think there's a player who, with like even Alex-Y, like if he has like a good pop-off couple of games, like he could make it into top 8. Like it's very much within the realms of possibility. So I think there's a few players who are a little bit more comfortable, but definitely not secure. But I think there's also a bunch of players at the bottom who, you know, they might as well play like they've got nothing to lose. Alex-Y, kind of one of those players, like, he can't go lower than this, so he might as well play as hard as possible and potentially get those big pop-off games where you get lots of points, and then suddenly he has something to lose because he's made this to top 8. So Alex-Y, my eyes are very much on him to see how he performs for the rest of this game. Only got those 2 kills at the moment, as DAY is looking to try and hunt him down, but unable to find him. And it feels like we kind of hit that lull now. We had a very explosive start to the game, but I feel like the tempo slowed down somewhat. The players are waiting for the circles to decide where they're going to go next.
You know, I think there's something worth talking about here while we have the tempo slowed down, and that is, I think that 8 players that are going to qualify from Repechage here, this is going to serve them very well going into grand finals. We got to talk about WBG Spider, who's obviously already qualified for grand finals this season, but as a player, what has made him so good is his aggression. He's forced these lobbies to play Naraka at his speed, and these players have not been used to that speed whatsoever, right? They're used to playing at that medium momento. They're not used to just W-keying entire lobbies. That's not what we see here in the Pro League. And WBG Spider has been able to capitalize on that time and time again, right? But here in Repechage, what we're seeing is everybody is running kind of at that momentum, right? They're running at that W key mentality where they're trying to hunt down as many kills as they can get their hands on because the desperation is set in. And I think the experience here in Repechage for the 8 players who do qualify for grand finals is going to help them adapt in those situations against the likes of WBG Spider moving forward into the grand finals, as they will have a better opportunity here to get used to it, to even play at that pace themselves, and then take that experience over into the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And interestingly enough, I think like it also serves the players positively in the sense where oh, Dongqing's just got a kill here onto Ding Lu, but he's actually being zoned out by Jux. Jux is actually able to find himself a kill in response as well. Lovely little pickup there by Jux. Gonna heal back up and head into the zone where he can heal himself a bit. There we go. He's fine. Now gonna get jumped onto and knocked up here by, is that LXY? Yes, it is.
It is LXY.
He's also got Ego as well off to the side, but he will be A-okay. Although LXY is refusing to let him get away. Does want to try and see if he can pick himself up the kill, but looks like they are just gonna heal his Ego actually just threatening the fight onto LXY as the cannon from Dubai atop is raining down onto both of these players, just trying to get it through the window and try and land a little bit of additional damage as Chuck's almost taking that cannon shot to the head. Back to my point, while we still got a brief moment with these 6 players, I think this serves the players well because they haven't had that much time on the new hero rule select. So getting an extra week of games of practice on it in a competitive setting is actually a pretty big advantage to the players, because if you think about it, if you've only played 2 games, on this rule set, and then the other people have played an extra 2 games, they've played 50% more games of you, practiced with it. So, and because it's such a low amount of games played on the new rule set, like, it's actually a significant amount of extra practice to these guys going into the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with you wholeheartedly there. And then, like we talked about earlier, the top 8 here, they go in with a blank slate, right? It's not like they're going in and they're going to be seeded and be at the bottom and be at a disadvantage. Everybody comes in 0 points across the board. So that extra practice serves them even better in that sense, as they do get to come in, have that extra practice, and there's no hill for them to climb as long as they qualify, right? Which is why these players, I mean, we're going to talk to we're blue in the face about why these players are so desperate today. There's so many different reasons that the desperation is setting in. And, you know, we compare it to Repechage Season 1, but at the end of the day, the new rule sets in, Hollow Roth is also here, and then on top of that, it's still much different from Repechage Season 1 as well, because now, for some of these players, they have to qualify for Grand Finals and then pop off in Grand Finals to go to Worlds as well. At the end of last Repechage, you still had a whole other season. Dubai going to be picked up by LXY. LXY with their 3rd elimination of the game. It's like a who's of everybody who's been in the bottom right now coming out on top. Chu-Li coming in here on the Yueshun, popping Jux into the zone here. Jux goes
got him.
Low, but it's Lurik who slides in and picks it up here off the back of the longsword. Chu-Li not able to pick up the elimination. We're down to top 4 already.
Ego's still in the game and he's hiding away. He's waiting for this transformation to wear out before he even thinks about joining into the action, as Chewy has lost a fair amount of HP here to LXY. LXY again, desperate for a good game, desperate for that hero comeback as they're looking to try and find the counter on one another. LXY is going to get bopped into the zone. Lu Renking's actually been able to get a full reset and a full heal off here. Got that legendary sword and legendary armor, able to do so much work as Ego waiting for the opportunity to pounce. Chewy goes down, LXY cashing in on his 4th kill. Here comes Ego. He's immediately caught by a wisp, and he is so low already. Lu Renking's looking for him as LXY's trying to find the knock-off as Ego goes down. It's the 1 versus 1. Ego has the, LXY is on the back foot here as Lu Renking has the advantage. The armor swap comes out as Lu Renking gets the damage down and takes the first game of the day.
Yo, Lu Renking with 7 eliminations in 1st place, clearly going to be our MVP. That said, we're going to talk about LXY and 17JL's Ego. Both of them, I do believe, with 4 eliminations going out in 2nd and 3rd place, respectfully. That multiplier and those placement points going to be huge for them. They are easily going to shift up multiple positions off the back of this game. If they keep playing like this today, they can definitely find themselves in top 8.
Oh, this is a really nice comeback from the bottom end of the table. I love myself a Dark Horse. I love all of that. It's amazing to see these guys start to kind of get that wind in their sails. They really needed today to work for them, and they've definitely had a pretty good start to the day. But you know, there's still 5 games left to go. We'll be going to Holoroth next map as well. Is that this map? Yeah, it is. It's map 2 and 5. 2 and 5, yeah. So we'll be going to Holoroth, so things will be a little bit different on that front. But amazing work from 2 players who were at the bottom of the table and needed today to go in their favor. And yeah, they still got a ways to go, but it's a good start. If they can keep this up, and especially if the top end of the table are slipping up like this, it means, you know, points aren't being denied. Because yeah, every time Xjin gets a kill, it doesn't really change too much. It might change towards the top end of the table, but like you said, you're not carrying any points forward. All you really want is top 8. But every time Xjin gets a kill, what he is doing is denying. He denies a kill, another point from some of these players who are desperately trying to claw up to that top 8. And yes, there's an element of guarding your spot at the top and making sure people can't come up, because it's not like you can cram up more people into top 8. There is just 8 people in that top spot. But it's a great start to the day. Very interesting hero select as well, if I'm going to be honest. Having a Monk in there, having a Yue Shen in there as well. A very bizarre game number 1, and I guess welcome to the new versions of solos where everybody plays lots of different stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, Repechage is really starting to validate an opinion I've had about solos and Nbpl for a while, which is I think a lot of these players aren't playing aggressively because of a couple of bad games. You take a look back at like J-Team's Xjin at one point earlier in the season, and he would play these games where he was really aggressive early, and he would pick up like 4 eliminations, and then he would go out in the middle of the game, right? And he would constantly stay somewhere in the middle of the pack, but he wasn't winning games, he wasn't climbing super high, and we've seen these players adjust their playstyle because of that. We're going to come back to that. I just want to take a look here at the scoreboard real quick. Luren King, 7 eliminations. First place, going to be walking away with a 15.2 game score. This is going to jump him significantly up. He's probably going to be in 3rd place off the back of this performance. LXY and Ego, though, 4 eliminations each, going out 2nd and 3rd place, respectively. LXY with a 9.4 and Ego with 8. That's a substantial jump in points for both of these players, considering LXY was at the bottom with a 2.5. This 9.4 going to move him up a couple more games like this, and he will easily be in top 8. And Ego also with an 8-point game score, going to be doing well for himself. Going to slide up just a couple positions here in this bottom 8 and start that climb to the top 8. But what I was
quick maths in my head is they're about 12 points off 8 right now. 12 to 13 points off 8 right now.
Yeah, something like that, which is much better than the 20 points they were previously. So this game very, very good for them. Luren King obviously securing himself a much better position among the top 8 off the back of this, but LXY and Ego really the 2 players to watch after this game. But no, back to the point I was trying to make was I think a lot of players have been scared to go aggressive, or maybe some of these coaches have been like, hey, just make it to that top 8, right? Just make it to that top 6. And they've been backing off of the aggression. And because of that, they've lost some of their confidence as players, I think. Taking a look at Luren King here, clearly hasn't lost any confidence. Going to be picking up 7 eliminations here. This is going to be his 5th MVP of the season. Got that nice Storm Stride Soul Jade coming in on Tumulk, no less, with 13k damage here in those 7 eliminations. Great game for him. But back to the confidence point I was making, I think a lot of these players, because of the way things have been and wanting to make it into those top spots, have backed off the aggression, because they'll have a bad game and then they'll go, okay, hey, I can't keep playing like that. And instead you look at players like WBG Spider, who's currently dominating the league right now, and he doesn't care if he has a bad game, right? You know, in the first week, he was kind of coin flippy in terms of having bad games where like a bad game would affect his mental. But he's been working on that, and since he's been able to get over his mental, you know, he talked in the season about how his coach has been able to help him reset after a bad game and just bring that mental back. He plays every game aggressively, and he comes in and he's so confident because of it. Look at players like Q9's LXY and 17JL Ego. These are 2 players who have consistently been the first player out every single game all season, walking away with 1 point to 0 points throughout the league. Now they come in and they play aggressively. All of a sudden that confidence comes back and they're playing on a different tier because they're playing with that confidence. I think more players need to take an example of this and realize, okay, maybe it's not a bad thing to come in and play aggressively. Even if I have a bad game and I go out in the middle of the game, at least I'm still putting some points on the board and I get to keep my confidence levels higher and play at that higher tier of play style because my confidence is there.
There's an element, though, that the reason that Ego and LXY are able to play like this is because they've got nothing to lose. Like, at the end of the day, if they're not top 8, they're not making it. It doesn't matter where in that bottom 8 they are. If they're in the bottom 8, they've got nothing to lose. So they might as well hard W key the lobby and make that Hail Mary big game happen. And that Hail Mary big game did just happen. They now need to repeat that. They still have 5 more chances to repeat that. They need to repeat that like 2 or 3 more times realistically. Maybe even that 4 times, but there is nothing to lose. Like, end of the day, you either are in grand finals or you're watching it at home. And the difference is
absolutely.
You can't go, I'll play safe, I'll get like a 4-pointer here and that should be all right. Like, no, they need like 5 to 8 to 9-pointer games pretty much consistently throughout the day to be relevant enough to make it into that top 8. So yeah, I expect them to W key more. If I see them lay off this pressure, this energy, I will call them out on it because I don't think they should. I think anybody in the top bottom 8 right now needs to play like nothing to lose because there's no, you don't get less money or whatever for being in it, for like being 14th over, 9th. You're still going to be in the bottom 8. You're still not getting anything. You might as well go as hard as possible and it's a win-win because you either make it to top 8 or you prove yourself as a capable player for next season. If you sit by on your laurels and just whimper out in 16th saying, oh, I had an average decent game at the end of the Repechage, like, it's not going to be enough. So, I think they played that right. I think Ego played that very smart as well. It was aggression, but it wasn't just like blind aggression. It was, I will jump into these fights and tidy them up. Like, I will take kills away. Like, if he was the winner of that game, you probably would have fairly low damage just because he was basically only last hitting. Like, he just jumped to the fight last minute, go bam, my kill, I'm off. Like, that was how he was playing that. So I actually think he'd have fairly low damage coming in from Ego, and it was a very smart way to play because it was still aggressive, it was still W key, but it was tempered aggression.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I want to talk back to the fight with LXY that we saw where he goes very, very low. And I think both you and me were like, oh, this is it. This is where LXY gets eliminated. And then he's able to inch that fight back in the end. That's a level of play we haven't seen that from LXY. Yeah. Typically in those situations, LXY goes out with a whimper there. He just gets walked over, right? So in seeing that level of play coming out from him is why I think maybe some of these players should start taking a page out of that book during the regular season even and bringing some more of that aggression back instead of just that survivor mentality, because clearly LXY is capable of playing at that level. I mean, he's here for that reason. He just hasn't shown it all season, but apparently playing more towards that aggression has given him the confidence to show some of that off here, and he was able to pick up quite a substantial game here, and I hope both of them continue to do the same thing all day. We're gonna find out though after we come back from a quick break and get ready to come back for game number 8.
you see is Worlds, just because I guess it means everything to me. I guess right now, as of this moment, it's just my #1 goal. It's the world for me.
They're getting pushed out. The damage is surreal here, Raph. And Master Demo doing the best that he can to use that nunchuck for the combos. Huchak, nunchuck, and that is going to be Master Demo taking this.
Tries to go for the mix, but a big punish on that crouch. Crouch uppercut. And Tanoshi, he might die from the shadow. Beautiful fallback here.
From making anything happen anymore. Mid-air follows up. Beautiful stuff from Foods here. Thankfully, it's the zip-in, so Sitkin can always just heal back up.
Hello, nice to meet you guys, and my name is Nbpl, and I'm from the Philippines, also known as Master Demo.
Hi everyone, my name is Boss. You can call me by my in-game name, which is Tanoshi from Glitch Gaming.
大家好，我是 Food， 我来自 ESK 战队的。近期的感受就还行吧，目标还是在 Nbpl。
So I want to participate in this tournament because like I get to meet a lot of people and I get to play in like one of the highest stage tournament of the game. It's just gonna give me more experience about the game and more things for me to learn.
I think I qualified because I think I'm one of the best players in Southeast Asia, and me practicing every day just showed its efforts, and yeah, I just came to it. Well, if I would describe myself, I'm really fearless. I really like to go crazy in my playstyle, although I do try to play smart from time to time, but I would say I'm really like just crazy, I guess. I just go crazy most of the time.
就是还是在 1v1 吧，就是可能没有人在骚扰的时刻 ，1v1 还是属于蛮稳的，还是属于有自信一点的，心情也比较稳的，没有那么多压力，就 1v1 就可以好好的操作，就比较有自信了。
I would most pay attention to would probably be China, because throughout the seasons they've always been just the strongest. Like everybody just looks up to them because they're just the best. They just have the best players in the best region currently in Naraka League play.
So I will be playing Scream to practice on my solos, and I will play some Immortal Wall solos in the end. I think I just sparring with my partner. So just tell myself that I just don't need to be panic. I try my best. I think I should be able to fight them, win them.
I would just tell myself that I'll try my best, like see what I can do, go win or go home.
You just have more players than us. Doesn't mean that you have better players than us. Please try your best.
One last thing I want to say, that China, I'm coming for you.
DD，他没事了，没事了，没事了。好 ，nice，nice。又杀一个吗？那我就杀一个，我就把他杀了。走了，我去舔，我被拿回来，回来这边躲一下，躲一波。不主要是这个。被抓起来，打死了 ，OK， 我被抓了。他要比结束了吧？我开了，右边，加右边，我不敢去啊！没事，你我砸不出来，帮我给个伤害。走了，回家洗个澡。别抓！哎，有人帮我拆了一个了，找人就一个了，给他送图，我看到他了，试了一下，人成一下，没有危险啊！看到了，后山，没事，我找我。OK， nice。这把不给我站住啊！无极地。
帝国为侯，有我在就有方法出去的阵地在。每次 LYD 都是能2个队友倒下之后自己强撑很久，并且能斩获一些基本分数。不得不说 LYD 在最近的比赛又进化了。
是的 ，LYD 的话这一把选择的英雄是用到了月山 F1跟 V3的一个。
是他们作为职业选手打了1个赛季、2个赛季，都会玩，不需要我教他怎么玩。但是我现在要考虑的就是怎样磨合他们的性格，给他们信心，就这样。
我的针可以拉。
我去龙骨，我去龙骨。
帮我打药，我穿个甲，换个甲。
我去炸他们，我去炸他们。
帮我打药。
就守住这，就守住这就可以。守住这就可以，上。不抢 AD， 不抢 AD。
我有燃烧。
挂。
修个炮。
不抢 AD 能干嘛？能干嘛？别抢我的死。不抢 AD。
我能给他炸死，我能给他炸死。
别急，我也要炸。
看我，蓝旗线。
炸死了。
我去吃花，
丢 F。丢。我要钻大风车了。
不是来站顶上，兄弟们。
站顶上。我杀2个，
我炸死1个。
不，来砍我。
可以看你。
然后现在的话，我要做的首先是给他们信心。
我吃一朵，你全吃。OK。
我直接开。我们是快艇。大声！
躲！
二打！别急。
有拍
A 到了，3！
我是很坚定的，我从来不觉得我会看错。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our eighth game of the series, or second game of the day, dropping on Holler Off. We just had a pretty interesting game, number 1 Rune. 2 of the players who have been down at the bottom kind of popped off that game, and yes, Lu Rain King did win, but that was a very, very good game for LXY and oh god, Ego. There we go. I had a complete brain fog for a moment there. But yeah, we had 2 players who really kind of came alive in the tail end of that game. And I'm very excited for that. But here we go. On to the treasures. Which hero was not picked in game number 1? Tammy, Tianhai, Yue Shen, or Yoto? Interesting. I know the answers to that one. I could give you a clue. I gave a clue. Like, I used to give clues. Well, I gave clues the first time we did this.
Like, yeah, I don't think we need a clue for this one. If you were first of all, if you weren't paying attention to that first game, what were you doing? What are you doing with your lives, right? Why are you here? This first game was insane, and the day is only gonna get more insane. But this one's easy. You know, typically a couple of these would feel like they were joke answers, but they were definitely not here for game 1. You guys make sure you're paying attention to your whisper, because whoever answers that question correctly first is going to get a lovely little whisper from Naraka Blade Point here on Twitch, and you're going to get a code for a legendary weapon skin, and you don't want to miss out on that. Dao Yue here doing pretty well for himself thus far in Repechage. Consistency really being the key for him so far, just holding on to one of those top 8 spaces off the back of playing consistently. And it's not a bad strategy for him, considering off the first 6 games he was able to climb all the way from 13th now into the top 8, and if he can just keep playing consistently, he can maintain that position. The issue being is he is in that 7th place slot, which kind of makes him vulnerable. He's in a situation where he could lose his position in the top 8, so he's got to make sure he doesn't have a bad game if he's just going to play strictly for consistency. He has to have every single game where he's putting something on the board so he can maintain that position, whereas players like Ego and LXY have to have a couple more big games to even hope to overtake somebody like Dao Yue from the top 8 right now. Time's gonna tell as we get ready to jump into game number 8.
Here we go. Let's see what they're going to be picking up in this 8th game of the day. Obviously, remember, the hero select rule is in place. They have to play 5 unique heroes per day. Horror Off is typically where we'll see repeats. And oh, hold the phone. That's a bunch of Takeda. I was expecting a lot of Zeepings.
That's that's 2 Vipers.
Have they just given up on Zeeping? I hope so.
I don't know, but I literally.
Oh my word!
So happy the camera's not on right now because the Viper just made me literally do a spit take. I was not expecting that whatsoever. Yeah, we're gonna see Ventus's Reki, the only Zeeping here, but it's literally all Takedas, a couple of Vipers, and 1 Zeeping. Yeah, literally all Takedas.
That is incredible. The amount of Takedas showing up, absolutely crazy. See the drop spots so far. Most people are. I don't think anyone's dropping Imperial actually. Interestingly, just looking at the overall map location for where everybody is dropping. A couple people will be dropping at the old treasure puzzle, so expect some action there. Liu King and Dubai will be in that area. Jin looks to have a pretty comfortable spot off to himself there. But expect some action. Expect it to all go down as we get ready to go straight in to game number 8.
Wang Liang, Dubai, Liu King, all over here by the puzzle. Look at this. Wang Liang playing the patient game. He's like, I'm gonna let y'all go figure out the answer to the puzzle, and I'm just gonna sit up here. Looking to drop down, get some loot now.
Below. Yeah, it does need to do that. Uh-oh.
And Dubai up top on the other side on the ballista. Now Wang Liang deciding he's going to go bot side. This is always interesting. I love these fights here over the puzzle. Just seeing how the players react to it. Liu King with some pretty decent loot under his belt as well. Also getting the answer to that puzzle, the coveted puzzle up top here. We still haven't seen red armor yet. Let this be it. Nope. Repechage, red armor. I need it. I need it in my life.
I haven't watched someone solve it yet. I just see them after they've solved it. I never see what they get from the blessing, but they spawn, unfortunately. But we're gonna cut over to Ekjin, who's found himself in a fight versus Zhang here. Zhang gonna take a fair amount of damage with the uppercut. Actually, these nunchucks doing some work here for Ekjin, able to really just obliterate the health bar of Zhang, and Zhang with his back against the wall, against the rocks. Quite literally on the rocks here, as he is in some serious danger. Being chased down by Ekjin. Ekjin is hunting for that blood. And Zhang's not even going to get the option to heal. Doesn't get the opportunity to do so. And he is just going to get sent packing. As it looks like a little bit of an issue because we're back on us. Hey, we're back. Yeah, you're right though. Crazy, because isn't it like a 7% chance to get that red armor? And so far, we've not seen it, which is crazy, because statistically, it feels like we should have seen the red armor. I've not seen it in my solo games either, actually. I've just not seen that armor. Is it in the game? I've not seen it at all.
It is. It is in the game. I have actually gotten my hands on it once before. It does exist. We just haven't seen it here in the Pro League yet. I want to see it. Don't get me wrong, it'd be great to see it here during solos, especially during Repechage. What I really want to see, I want to see it come through in trios, and I want to see a monk pick up that armor. Because of how his HP is based on the armor that he has, picking up red armor, I would, it would be chef's kiss. I would love to see it.
They would be monumentally tanky if they picked it up. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see a monk with it just because, you know, I've had enough of monk. I know you're a fan. I know you're an advocate. I have seen way too much monk in trios. But yeah, just as a quick update, there are a few technical issues going on right now, hence why we took a pause mid-game and have come back to us. Hopefully that'll be resolved fairly soon. And then we'll be getting ready to go into that one. But yeah, it was a it's been so far, you know, we've only had one game and we had a taster of our second game of the day. It already feels like, you know, the aggression is still there. Players are willing to W keep. We were only on Horror for like 2 minutes, so we didn't really get too much time. That was kind of the land, loot, and look for each other kind of stage, and we kind of just hit people as they got to the as they got into that action. As eyes on ego, definitely coming into this game.
Oh, absolutely. Ego still quite a significant amount of work to do for himself here. But that first game is super, super huge for him, being able to pick up almost 10 points here in game number 1. I mean, Ego is just, I'm happy. Even if that's the only game we get to see him pop off today, I'm happy to see him get his opportunity to shine and show people that, hey, I deserve to be here, right? Because I don't think we talk about 17JL Ego enough as a player, because he is typically this season has been that player who's been eliminated first almost every single lobby he's been in. And it's been very unfortunate because in season 1, Ego was a force to be reckoned with. He was a strong contender. He wasn't like, you know, a bottom of the tier, bottom of the pack player. He was always middle of the pack, top tier. He had a bunch of MVPs in season 1. So clearly season 2, just something hasn't jived with him right, even though he is a very talented, very skilled player.
Alrighty, so due to the technical issues, we are having to remake the lobby, hence why the game is starting again. Unfortunately, issues happen. But I believe people will just carry over the same heroes from the previous previous match. I assume that's how that goes, so I guess we'll find out here in a second. Yes, exactly the same. So people will be playing the same heroes. I'm not sure if they still get to drop at the same spot. I'm not sure how that works out. I guess we'll find out when we see the overall map, but apologies for the delayed start on this second game, but unfortunately issues do happen and we will be getting ready to go into this game. We were actually looking at Panda Man just before we got into the action. He's a player who's been interesting to me because it felt like he was a bit of the butt of the joke in season 1. You know, he'd pick up the Tarkaji, no one else would pick him up, and then he'd get beaten out early, and then like occasionally he'd have a good game. We'd be like, oh my god, this guy's so good at the game. But then it felt like sometimes that just didn't happen, and we didn't see much from him. And then it felt like this season he felt like he was starting to become quite a respectable player, but I feel as we've seasons gone on, he's kind of fallen a little bit to the wayside. I'd like to see him prove me wrong here, but I feel like he has kind of fallen off a little bit in the tail end of the season. So I want to see Panda Man step up today. I mean, it's his last opportunity to do so, so I really want to see that. And new map means new loot later, so everybody will be dropping in different locations from before. So we'll see what that means and how that affects this game. Maybe the bug was we didn't have red armor. Who knows?
I would say more than likely, maybe there was an issue with somebody's PC.
I would say that might be the option, yeah.
Yeah, so likely just a false start here, and then obviously you can't have players who have issues with PCs. So they just swap the PC out, go to another PC per league rules, and then we get the action kicking back off here, and it's JJHRD's Chu Lee versus J-Team's Action. Action not quite with the nunchucks he had last time here with the katana. Wishing he was back in the false start, though, because Chu Lee here just blitzes him out of existence with those nunchucks, and Action going to be sent back to the Soul Altar already. Now turning to Alliance of Jux and YZG's Ting Liu going head-to-head here. Jux trying to lock him down. You know, Jux trying so hard to pick up the elimination on Ting Liu last game, and unfortunately just getting canceled out time and time again. And then finally it was Reki who looked to pick up the kill on Ting Liu, but Jux comes in and actually takes the kill off of Reki there in the end. So Jux once again trying to relive his glory days here and pick off Ding Liu like he could not last match. But Jux is going to be the one, it looks like, to be picked off here very soon, as Ding Liu quickly turns that around as he swaps from the dagger to the katana there and picks up the elimination. Now to Panda Man, who's just getting wailed on by OW Zhang. Panda Man, no place to go, is also going to be sent back to the Soul Altar, and we're 4 kills deep already. Dubai shows up, though, with the immediate third party. Zhang on the back foot, the dagger coming through into the uppercut. The grab, though, gonna flip Dubai out into the ultimate immediately, and Zhang says, no, 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 not in my house, as he instantaneously turns this entire fight on its head. Dubai going so low. Zhang does miss the ultimate there, but catches the jump parry mid-air. Wait! Dubai, what just happened?
He just blinked out using that grapple. That looked like he disappeared, but it was just a bit of a funny lag there on the screen. But Dubai able to grapple away and get himself out to safety there. By playing that very close to the markers. Oh, where did LXY go? Dalhui takes him down as Dinglu now gets himself bought back by Ego. Ego keeping the pressure up from the previous game, looking to try and find this kill. He's looking for Dinglu, and Dinglu is going to actually look to turn it back around onto Ego. Ego's lost a fair amount of HP, but the charge click is enough. And Ego able to cash in on his first kill of this game. Purple armor, geared up and ready to throw some hands as Panda Man now being jumped onto by Dubai. Dubai is going to get himself fought back by Panda Man. I said I wanted to see Panda Man step up. Let's see if he can do so, as Dubai right now is the one with lower HP, but he's able to turn this fight around somewhat onto Panda Man, who tries to get the charge click off, unable to do so as Panda going a little bit too low and needs to think about the runaway. Is going to go for the armor swap, but immediately loses so much of that armor to these bow shots coming in from Zhang, as Panda Man now being jumped on by everybody. Finished up by who is the question. It's Zhang to take the kill, as Dubai is now looking to finish up what was started by him on to Panda Man, as Zhang has lost his entire armor and is now looking to get away from Dubai, as Dubai will not give up the pressure yet. Catching him out on the stairs is Zhang trying to climb his way up, looking for the counter, unable to fully connect it, is just looking to now make an escape away. He needs to get his armor back, and Dubai actually just going to have to settle with that and go for the reset for himself.
Yeah, man. Dubai able to get out there, get the little bit of a reset, keep things moving, though. 17JL's Ego, 2 eliminations under his belt already. Ego has no intentions of slowing down anytime, and I absolutely love it for 17JL's Ego here, because he needs to keep that exact aggression and momentum going. Dongqing trying to give chase here. Ego, though, kind of in a really good situation. He's got his ult, he's got his F available. So does Dongqing, though. So a little even trade between these players, turning our attention back to NAD's Dao Hue, who's currently fighting the only Zip and Yang in the lobby. A parry coming out on Dao Hue, though, is going to make things very, very hard for himself here. We're going to see the ultimate come out from Reki. Dao Hue with his ultimate popped as well, though, has the opportunity to take control of the neutral. There we go. The F2 is going to be shredded off already, but that healing just a little too much. Dao Hue falls into the zone. He needs to avoid the musket shots here if he wants to live. Reki, though, with the ultimate, the healing is just too much, as he's able to send Dao Hue back to the soul altar. Unfortunate there for Dao Hue, but he does still have a resurrection, so he's not out of the game just yet. AOW Zhang here with 3 eliminations under his belt now, as he picks up another elimination on to the likes of Chu Li. We got a couple of free Naraka Steam codes up on the right-hand side of the screen as well. If you don't have a copy of Naraka, now is your time to get your hands on one very quickly. And we get to take a look at the overall standings. Ego managing to move up into 12th place thus far. LXY no longer in the very bottom, has moved up here to 15th place. And, you know, another good game here for Ego and LXY could place them substantially higher. Look at this. LXY, or sorry, 17JL's Ego in the 20s now. He only needs 3 points to move all the way up into 8th place, right? That's not a substantial amount of points whatsoever. Oh. That said, AOW Zhang is also very hungry this game. Luren King gonna slide in. Looks like he's able to find a gold dagger, but no red armor, unfortunately, for us as casters. We want to see it. We hope to see it.
One day.
One day we'll get it.
Is that a Mora's Blessing spawning on top of where Luren King as well?
Yeah, there is very much a Mora's Blessing ready to come in there.
He's just got the puzzle into a Mora's Blessing. He is going to be very geared by the end of that one. Ego, finding himself in a fight here versus Dongqing, is going to just take a bit of damage there as the Shadowy Demon chases him down, as Dongqing loses a fair amount of HP actually to Ego. Ego keeping the pressure up onto Dongqing, who's just able to escape using the fart vent to get away. Up into the sky he goes. A couple of pistol shots are going to go wide, so he will be able to move away to safety, but Dongqing has been spotted on where he's landed, and maybe Ego has found him. Yes, he has. Into the building he goes, out the back door. Dongqing desperately trying to avoid away from Ego, but there are other players in the area, and I think Ego, being somewhat aware of that, doesn't want to get himself taken out too early in this game. He's already got himself an okay start. He's got 2 kills for himself already, as Mu trying to get his hands onto this Mora's Blessing. I believe just a ballista shot there from LXY, as in comes Luren King. Mu after a donut in the previous game and potentially has slipped out. Yeah, he slipped into 10th out of 8th at the beginning of the day. He really needs to mount some level of a comeback or he is in trouble at the end of today. Luren King just dodging away on a couple of bow shots here. But yeah, Moon really needs to kind of step up today because that donut at the beginning of the day has set him back significantly.
Yeah, absolutely. Moo has a lot of work to put in here. If he wants to go back into the top 8 and then to maintain it, he needs to keep performing as well. And unfortunately here, we turn our attention immediately to Moo, who's getting dogged down by both AOW Zhang and Ventus's Reki. Moo so very low right now, and not a whole lot of place to run away when you've got the likes of both these players just chasing you down. Gonna have the pot canceled off of them by Reki as well. Turns back outside to 17JL's Ego. No place to go. Moo just gonna fall here to 17JL's Ego. And speaking of that, Ego jumps 3 positions up to 10th place and surpasses Fun plus Phoenix's Moo off the back of that elimination. One more elimination and Ego will move into top 8.
He's reeling it in as Wang Liang looking to jump down, actually missing out on the ultimate there. Channeled that a little bit too early, no targets in line of sight. He knows what he's done, look at that face. He knows exactly the mistake he just made there. But it's got the end of the world, he's still got this high ground. He's got the flaming arrows as well, actually, with that Soul Jade, so it's going to be a bit annoying on this high ground, holding fast. But do you know what? We've only lost Pandaman and Moo. I am surprised, actually, Rune. I thought we'd have another very explosive game, but it has been pretty tempered, to be honest. Not too many players have gone down. By this point, at 12 minutes, I think we'd lost 10 players. No, we lost 8 players. We lost 8 players by 12 minutes last time. We're 14 minutes and we've only lost 2. So
to be fair, there has been 17 eliminations thus far. It's just the fact that it's all been players who haven't been double eliminated, right? So it's been pretty equally spread across the entire board in terms of like players. I think almost nobody has a resurrection left available right now. So now we're gonna start seeing players drop like flies because every single elimination is pretty much guaranteed to send somebody back to the lobby. Whereas in the previous game, we saw a lot of people like die, run back, and then immediately die again. So same, I think pretty close to the same number of eliminations, just the fact that it's been spread out across multiple different players. So, speaking of which, we're gonna see AOW Zhang go very, very low. There it is, Ventus Reki gonna pick up the elimination. Zhang, one of the only players, of course, left who does have a resurrection. So we're going to see them go back to the Soul Altar and not a full elimination from the lobby just yet. Reki really happy about this situation, though, picking up his 2nd elimination of the game here. Reki, one of those players in the bottom 4 of the top 8, trying to just fight to maintain a position so he doesn't fall into the bottom 8 and miss out on being able to go compete in the grand finals here. J-Team's action up top with 1 elimination as well here on Viper. No resurrection. Unfortunately, the very first scene we cut to when we jumped into this game was J-Team's action losing his resurrection. But happy to see that he's been able to pick up an elimination and get himself back into the game. JJHRD's Chu Li here, taking some musket shots downrange, not really able to connect on anybody. Gonna take a quick reset here. We got 2 more Moore's Blessings come up as Zone 2 collapses onto Zone 3 here. And we're gonna see a couple of fights break out as we turn to LXY. NAD's Dao Yue going head to head here. This is a very familiar sight that we've seen between these 2 players before. Dao Yue trying to lock down LXY here. Unfortunately, misses on to that grapple there. LXY does get a pot off, is forced into the zone. Dao Yue just gonna reset and wait for LXY to push back into the zone, but can't wait too long. J-Team's action shows up for the 3rd party here. Dao Yue actually misses that left click, turns it in the wrong direction there. Action gonna be able to avoid that hit and continue to pressure onto Dao Yue. Dao Yue comes in with a charge right click. J-Team's action gonna use the little bit of gold charge up there on the F coming out from the Viper to counter, come back from that, pick up some extra damage, and pick up the elimination onto Dao Yue. And unfortunately, that is Dao Yue sent back to the lobby. as it is his second time being eliminated. LXY swoops in, though, to clean up that extra loot from the body of DAY3, and LXY happy just to take the loot there and not be eliminated, as they were pushed into the zone pretty heavily there. J-Team's Action doing LXY quite a big favor there, coming in and taking the heat off of him so he can get the reset and slide in, and then it being kind enough to back off and leave him that extra loot.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be very happy with that and able to get away, but still a little bit undergeared. Just had himself some blue gear, did have the purple armor. Same for Ego, actually, here. He's rocking the blue nunchucks. Has found himself Reki. Question is he going to be able to take this fight versus the Zipping Ying, or is he just going to back off? It looks like he's going to back off. The sustain is just too much. It's very irritating playing into a Zipping just because of the amount of sustain they have. So decided, actually, you know what? I'd rather not just throw this game just to try and kill a Zipping. Like, they'll go down later. And with the fact that only 3 people have gone down, losing right now for Ego would definitely put a throw a wrench in the works for them. And, you know, they are looking to potentially make it into top 8 this game, depending on their performance. They need to beat out versus the likes of Zhang, who's 24 points, but he has got 3 kills. So Zhang has a good game. Top 8 might slip a little bit further away from them. So you're looking around probably 27 to 28 point mark at the moment is where you're looking at to be in that top 8 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, Ego continuing to keep the aggression, keep the game alive here. And like you were talking about Zipping, well, we've got a little bit of a lull here. Of course, as soon as I say that, J-Team's Action can find a grapple here on to, I do believe, AOW Zhang coming in with the katana, putting in quite a bit of damage. I love to see this. Viper, probably one of my favorite heroes in the game, has got a lot of options where she can silence heroes. She can extend combos using that F as well. And then immediately just going to take the bush. Apparently not wanting to push too hard here on Zhang, while Zhang has their ultimate activated, waiting for it to run out maybe a little bit, but now gonna give chase, knowing that the ult's gonna run out soon. Oh my goodness, AOW Zhang almost running into the thorny roller there. That could have been very, very bad for them, as J-Team's Action just continues the chase here with the grapples. We're gonna see the uppercut come in from Zhang now, starting to connect onto Action. Action following it up with a grapple left click of their own there to do a little bit of damage, but Zhang continuing to slip away. Wang Liang for the second time mistiming the ultimate here. Super unfortunate, but I guess this is what happens when you're not used to playing the hero. Like, you instinctively, he knows what he's doing. He's trying to come in and drop the tactical nuke, right? He knows how to play Viper, but when you're out of practice, it just is unfortunate. And things like what we just witnessed here as NPG's Dubai comes in and blitzes you out of existence. Super unfortunate for the likes of Wang Liang, as Lure and King slips past Wang Liang into our second place position. What in the world? 17
headshot from Ego.
Yeah, just comes in with the pistol and says, nope, my kill. Again, Ego with the third parties today has been massive. Kill leader for the second game in a row right now. 4 eliminations under his belt already. This is
absolutely amazing. Honestly, he's just been so on point today. He's having such an amazing turnaround. Is it enough? We'll have to find out. It's only game 2, but it's another good game under his belt. It's consistency, which is starting to pay off for him here, as Lu Renking finds himself in a 2 versus 1 as his health bar is low. And Dubai, the champion who is holding on to their spot, wants to defend their title in the grand finals, is going to cash in on his second kill and hold on to 6 for himself right now. As Xjin finds himself here in a fight versus Jin from the side of Ace. Xjin looking for the lockdown. Can he get it? It looks like he should just be able to pop it off in time as he gets the charge click down. Dongqing has joined in, and Reki is going to take down Xjin as Jin is going to get finished up here by Dongqing, or maybe Reki. LXY slides into the pocket and secures the kill. LXY and Ego have just been so on point with these third parties. Phenomenal stuff from them coming in. LXY needed to find that kill, and he was able to make it work for himself. Beautiful pickup there.
Love to see it happening here. You know, I think there's two kinds of players when it comes to pressure, right? You're either the type of player who just like fumbles and folds under pressure. And we've seen that before. Even some of our top players that will come in seeded first place going into a bi-weekly final will just fumble and drop to like 8th place off the back of a bad performance during the final. And then I think you have players like 17JL's Ego who, when the pressure is on, just go, you know, you can either let it get to you or like Ego, well, I've got nothing to lose. I'm going to go all out. And then all of a sudden, those worries, the thoughts that he's been letting cloud his mind the whole time of, oh man, I need to make sure I have a good position. I need to make sure I don't go out early. Da, da, da. As soon as you let those scales kind of fall away and you're able to just focus on playing the game, those types of players pop off, and that's what we're seeing from 17JL Ego right now, and I love it. I wish he played like this throughout the regular season because it's so nice. He's also extremely nasty with the third parties where he just rolls in, pops up, takes an elimination, and then disappears again, and it's like deuces. I love that coming out from Ego, and the fact that he's able to do it here on Takeda no less is phenomenal. I just hope Ego keeps this up all night because these games are going to be very, very entertaining. Dubai here with a legendary dagger looking to trade some blows. We're down to 7 players, by the way, here in Zone 5. So all of a sudden we went from like 14 players still alive and half the lobby just disappeared again.
Yeah, it's so weird how they just disappear in these last moments, actually. Though this game's definitely been slower paced. I thought it was a Z-ping to slow the game down, but with only one Z-ping, you can't actually blame it this time. Reki still holding on at the moment. 3 kills for themselves in this game as well on that Z-ping. So, you know, they are making it work for themselves. As Dubai able to get himself a reset off. Got the golden dagger, has been spotted out by Dongqing, but Dongqing just steps forward and then immediately steps out of that fight. Decides he doesn't want to be taking that. So we are waiting now for the timer to go down a little bit. We're going to be in that lull in the game where players will sit back, they will wait until the final circle starts to close in and then look to go for the fight. The question is who is where and who is looking to do what in these circles. LXY hasn't actually had too many kills, so he needs to have a pretty good end to this game if he wants to stay competitive in the points. Ego, 4 kills for himself. That's a pretty good start. We'll see where he goes from here as the circle is now closing tighter and tighter in. Question is who is going to be the first person to spark that fire that kicks off all of the action?
Hey, did you take a look at 17JL's Ego right now? What position he's in?
No. 10th,
he's in 8th. He's in 8th place now.
Oh,
17JL Ego has successfully moved in to top 8, ladies and gentlemen. This is exactly what Ego wanted, and now he's got to keep it, right? So he needs to continue to play aggressive, have a good game here. I want to see Ego walk away MVP this game. I'm not gonna lie. He's been putting in the work. He deserves to get an MVP, walk away with it. But we're going to see how that plays out here as Alliance's Jux trying to go on LXY, immediately turns on to LXY, though. The huge charge left click there, and LXY regretting his decision to push in as now Ego shows up as well and says, not today, baby! Picks up his 5th elimination of the game. 17JL just making it happen here in the Repechage. Says, look, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of being first eliminated from the lobby. I'm tired of going out middle in the pack. I am going to prove today why I deserve to be here in the Nbpl, and I'm going to grand finals, whether you like it or not. Off the back of LXY here, doesn't care. Ego says all of you guys can get it. We're now down to top 6 as Zone 6 begins to collapse down on to Zone 7. Ego once again with a gorgeous third party slides in and steals the elimination. Now into 5 eliminations here, holding on to that kill leader position in game 2 for a second time. Will Ego be able to walk away our MVP? Trying to find a spot to get a pot off. Looks like he's got advanced steal here, so that one shield pot is going to do him a ton of good. Alliance's Jux just looking to hold up top Chuli, thinking the same thing as Ego, dancing around the bot side here with Ventus, Rexy, and NPG's Dubai. More than happy to just wait for the circle start to collapse, as he's got that legendary longsword, and the smaller the circle gets, the more work that legendary longsword is going to put in here for Ego, able to get the health pot off as well. Evanciel continuing to keep that healing coming through for him. He's going to go airborne here, catches the likes of Ventus's Reki there, drops them back down to the bottom. Ego trying to evict Dongjing from the top up here, actually does get Dongjing to go down, but a lot of grapples coming out. Ego's got to find a good spot up here and keep people off. Going to use the verticals from this longsword to buy that space for himself, as in the next 1 second, there it is, zone 7 is going to collapse all the way down now. Ego waiting for his moment to pounce here in the final circle. Many of these players waiting on the same thing. All of these Takedas looking to lock everybody down with the ultimate here in the end, and Ego just trying to keep the game alive, looking for a place to get a pot off before the action starts off. He's going to come to the bottom here, but Dubai going to catch him out. Ego needs to make sure he holds on here. Dubai gets sent flying into the zone off the back of a massive grapple. Looks like Ego able to get at least one pot off here. There's the ultimate from Ego as well. Ego gets sent into the zone. Just sends Ego down below. Ego, so much zone tech. I don't think he's going to be able to make anything happen here because of it. Chu Li's going to pick him up. Judge picks up Don Quing. Don Quing picks up Chu Li. Don Quing picks up Dubai. Ventus's Reki just lives. Wait.
I don't know who won. Reki won.
I'm so confused. I don't think Reki picked up a single elimination there, but he had 3 already. I guess that was going to be enough to make the difference there with the first place multiplier. Ventus's Reki going to be your MVP here in game number 2.
What a bonkers final circle. That was so crazy. Ego just gets baseball batted out, home run. And by the time he gets back up to the top of the cliff towards the circle, he took way too much zone tick damage. He was way too low. And then Chewy just, the AoE cleave onto the entire circle, taking everybody low. And then he goes down. And I'm like, oh, Chewy's probably got this in the bag. Immediately goes down. And Reki is able to tidy it up. And we actually saw the players' reactions at the end. Reki just was so confused. You could see it in his eyes. He didn't understand how the hell he had just got himself into that position. But there he is from Ventus. Reki is the victor of game number 8. And that was just such a bizarre final circle. Very, very peculiar game. But again, I think we have to... LXY, maybe not as good, but still a good performance. And oh my word, why is his Ego, I'm gonna write it down because I keep forgetting his name. Ego, just really solid game. Like, again, another good game coming in from him. Yes, he didn't get as good of a multiplier or as points as previously, but he's consistently getting points on the board. And, you know, he's keeping himself relevant. He's playing aggressive. Remember, if you're at the bottom, you've got to play like you got nothing to lose. There's no point going incredibly aggressive, playing incredibly passive and hoping that you might get a couple of points here and there. You need to get good points if you're going to climb, and he was able to climb himself into that top 8 off the back of this game. The question is he going to be able to hold that spot now?
Look, here's the big thing, right? He has slipped into 8th position. He's in the top 8. He needs to keep the same aggression and play style going. He can't go, okay, I'm in top 8 now, I can go back to playing the way I've always played, because the way he always played is getting eliminated first in the lobby while he's trying to play passively. He needs to keep the aggression going. He needs to put more points up on the board and build a bigger pad between him and the player who's in 9th place, if not move further up in the standings so that he's not immediately the first person getting dropped out of 8th place there. And there are still 4 games to go. A lot can happen in 4 games. 17 jails Ego. He needs to pat himself on the back, take a deep breath and go, we got to go back in. We have to do it again, right? He needs to make it happen here. And we're going to take a look here. No surprises here. Ego going to be in 2nd place with 8 points. Yeah, I mean, 5 eliminations is huge in solos comparative to 3 eliminations, regardless of finishing position here. Reki gets 3 kills, goes out in 1st place. So the 4 ranking points really serving him well. making the difference, going to bring him to an 8.8. Chu Lee goes out there in that third place position with 3 eliminations, gets a 6.5. Dubai goes out in second place with 2 eliminations, gets a 6.2. Dong Qing down in 5th with a 4.5. And Alliance's Jux rounding out your top 6 with a 4.3 game score. Very, very interesting game. Very interesting final circle here. But it is, Ventus Reki who comes out on top, MVP. But I think 17JL's Ego is MVP in our hearts, Jake.
Very much. From today, he has been playing incredibly well. But yeah, Panda Man having a rough go. Moo getting another donut and has now very confidently slipped into that bottom end of the table, so he needs to mount some level of a comeback. Jin, who was at the top of the table, has kind of just been having a bad showing of it, and here you go, Reki, 8.9k damage, really low damage, but wow, so many legendary Soul Jades. Assault, Mortal Defiance, for Skyforce, Prideful, Cavalry Bloom, and Assassin's Lunge there in the Soul Jade loadout, and man, I hate when a Z-Ping won this. I am so disappointed, but a goddamn Z-Ping won this game.
I gotta say this is ridiculous. A Z-Ping Yang with a Mortal Defiance and a Skyforce is just the most. They have Mortal Defiance built into their ultimate, where when they drop low, if they have ultimate charge, it automatically heals them. So not only did you have to burn through their regular ultimate, you have to burn through their F2, you then have to burn through their Mortal Defiance, and then they have Skyforce. So if they are able to pick an elimination off of somebody, oop, I'm back at full armor again, automatically. Like, that is absolutely ridiculous on a Z-Ping. Z-Ping's already hard enough to kill. You basically have to kill them 3 times if you want to pick up the elimination. But then you throw Mortal Defiance and a Skyforce on top of it, you basically have to kill them 5 times. No wonder they survived to the end there. Sadly, they don't even pick up a single elimination in the final zone, and they get to walk away MVP just because of the 4 ranking points there. Man, you hate to see it, quite honestly. 17JL Ego, the MVP in my heart.
Yeah, it was definitely, it was a nice ending there for Reki to kind of really pop off and find that find the win. I mean, the big AoE they were able to get off that charge click was disgusting, but they also had a very good loadout, like you were saying, just like insane loadout. But Ego has been playing consistently good, so we're definitely gonna be keeping an eye on them going into this next game. I mean, they're due an MVP, right? They're due a win at some point. The way they're playing phenomenally well, and I feel like they were kind of denied just because of that. Like, they just got battered out. I think it was Lu Ren King actually, or who battered Ego out of the circle very early on. He just took so much zone damage because it took him ages to catch back up and climb back up into the circle, because this is the thing, the verticality in Holoroth really makes for these circles to be quite dangerous, because if it's like this on the edge of a cliff edge, battering someone off a cliff edge, it isn't just them quickly stepping back in, they have to climb back up, which means 2-3 more ticks of final zone tick damage. It's really, really rough to actually be able to survive that if you're inside it. And unfortunately, Ego lost way too much health and did go down to that one. But I think game 3 or game 9, if you want to be using the proper terms, this is going to be a very important game for the players. Obviously, this marks beyond the halfway point, but the halfway point for today. And for some of those players who are at the bottom of the top 8 or at the top of the bottom 8, this is where things are really going to start to move, and these are the people we're going to be watching. We need to keep our eyes on our moves, on our Egos. Is Ego going to be able to comfortably put himself in the top 8, or is Moo just going to continue to take L after L and just not be able to climb at all and just lose their spot at the top?
Yeah, no, it's going to be very, very important. And like you said, it's super important for so many players this next game. And I talked about this on day 1 of Repechage. The last 3 games today, games, it's going to be games 10 through 12, are going to be the craziest games of Naraka you guys have seen in solos all season, all year. I promise you that. The desperation is already starting to set in. You can feel it. Players like 17JL Ego are coming in and popping off. And as we go, there are less and less opportunities for these players to make an impact on this leaderboard and be able to crawl into that top 8. That desperation is only going to continue to grow. You are not going to want to miss the next 4 games because things are going to go insane. We saw Viper picks this game. We saw a Yueshon pick in game 1. We saw a Tianhai pick in game 1. And if you think the weird picks, the aggression is going to end anytime soon, you are absolutely wrong. These players are hungry. And like you said, if you're in the bottom 8 all the way to the last game, it does not matter. You have to play with everything you have. You have to play like you have absolutely nothing to lose, because there is nothing to lose at that point. You need to come in and just pop off, period. So these games are only going to get more intense. The action is only going to get more crazy, and I'm for it. I love it. I love Repechage. I love coming into losers bracket. It's like watching losers bracket at a fighting game tournament, or you see some of the most insane stuff. People are willing to do anything to climb out of that losers bracket for a chance to go back and compete with the best of the best and potentially walk away with some of that money. And you're going to see the same thing here, because it's not just money that's on the line, it's prestige and a chance to go compete on the biggest stage there is for Naraka, the World Cup.
I think that's the big thing, is, you know, it really is, you know, do or die for all of these players. But anyway, it's time for us to throw to a very quick break. When we're back with game number 3, so we'll see you in a moment.
But unfortunately, no one is alive to capitalize off of it, and the Viper, as a result, gets knocked outside of the zone. Baseball batted away, as it's XCG dictating all of the tempo at the moment. That purple longsword whip, the charged up verticals, hitting absolutely everybody. His action on the Temi just has to go vertical. Q9's Goo actually going to go straight for that transformation. Does manage to find the grab onto JJH, and he's Godly before the Temi ultimate can save him. The double grab is there. Godly is absolutely eviscerated with the damage from the double slam, and Goo is able to take out Legion too.
Oh man, able to come down with a nice little bit of a stack.
Of either that Viper, so you're a little bit more durable when you start to tick up and charge through off your ultimate, or the Yodo, so you're going to be able to hold your ultimate a lot longer. It's so hard to make sure that those blades can actually connect, and Biden I caught against the corner might go down to NAD, who's seen an opportunity. The stun comes through, the Viper catches so many, the follow-up is there. Every team that runs into them is going to have to just try and kite and live for as long as possible, hoping that the Draco Storm is going to run out after that allotted 120 seconds. As the more that lightning AoE damage is going to be able to hammer into those health bars, as NAD answering back with a Yoda ultimate, just trying to keep the players of KZ away from them. They've been able to find the pick onto Rain, but unfortunately there are still members of KZ alive, and it forces NAD into eating up the resources of 2 ultimates.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to Season 2 Repechage. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is HipRain, and man, what a first 2 games of the day has it been. It's been games 7 and 8. We're getting ready to go into game 9, the halfway point for the day, but we're going to be 3/4 of the way through Repechage after this game. And man, I got to give it to 17 JLZU today. The performance coming out of him has just been so different, and he's hungry for it. He's clawed his way into that top 8. He's got a lot to prove, and he's got a lot to do if he wants to stay in that top 8. We got a lot of players. I mean, FunPlus Phoenix's Moo was in top 8 today, and he's had 2 bombs back to back. So, you know, he's got to come in and make it happen. Speaking of making it happen, we're going to jump to a short video, and then we're going to come back and jump straight into game number 9.
这几天还是正常训练嘛，然后打复活赛理论上是没有压力的，就是理论上嘛。但是你真正去打，你肯定还是心态上会受影响，想着进不了怎么进不了怎么办嘛？这辈子完了，回家了。然后今天打一天下来，压力也没那么大，但是有一点压力。然后打一天下来，发现确实是理论上的，反正直接进了嘛。 香香最近这个状态最主要的原因应该还是他的打法问题，就过于激进了。打比赛跟平常打天人不一样嘛。然后其实过于激进，就算你再怎么激进，这个游戏终究是一个石头剪刀布嘛。你出蓄力啊、倍增啊，石头剪刀布，你再激进也不会对你这个，就可能对面的压力大一点。但是总是有胜负的，就是你过于激进，可能杀人确实快，拿分确实多，但是你万一当天就石头剪刀布你就猜错了嘛。 你猜错了，那你残血越激进，肯定是容易死的。你死了就分就没了嘛。所以它就是一个要么就分很高，要么就分很低，就两边差距很大的，就这种人。
Nice to hear there from Wang Liang. Obviously a player who we have got eyes on, a player who we've hyped up a fair amount over the last little while. As Dubai right now, obviously the reigning champion from solos from season 1, wanting to defend his titles, is currently in 6th spot. So has in his current position qualified to the grand finals, but that can still change. He is only, 3 spots away from being out of top 8 and then not in the grand finals. So for him, the expectations are this guy is going to make it there. We want him to make it there. We want to see him defend his title, or at least attempt to defend his title. LXY as well. 15th right now, but man, what a phenomenal comeback this guy started to have today. Still got, 4 games left where he could potentially climb his way back out. If he carries on playing it the way he is, I could see a world where he could bounce back. He obviously had a very, very bad day 1, but he really is playing like he's got nothing to lose. He is just going full... pedal to the metal, just complete aggression, complete just violence out of LXY.
Yeah, you love to see it too coming out from some of these players. And like you said, a very, very bad day for them, unfortunately. Speaking of bad days, Moo, the player, having a bad day now. two, I do believe, goose eggs back to back here, and Moo needed not to have those. He was in 8th position. He slid all the way down to 13th position right now, and you have to be in that top 8. After this game, there's only 3 games left to play. It's not a lot of opportunity to move up and down in those standings. The longer these games go on as well, the bigger those scores in top 8 get, the further away they get, and the less people are going to be able to slide up. You need to be putting in momentum now if you want to make it up there, and players like 17JL's Ego know that and have been performing. I just hope they continue to do so as we get ready to step into game 9 here. You can see the looks of anxiety on some of these players' faces here. We're going to see a couple of Z-Pings come out. Double Tarkas coming out from Alliance of Jux and AOW Zhang as well. Taking a look up, we're going to see a Justina come through, another Z-Ping. Tarka coming out from Panda Man, no surprise there. Luren King going to be playing Tarka G as well. This looks to be a very Tarka heavy lobby. Dongting, Ego, Reki, Dingliu, all bringing out the Tarka G. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my word.
Tarkas, we get it again. We got it day 1. We got the Tarka surprise, or well, you know, it was about 50-50 Tarkas and Justinas in that one lobby. We called it the fire versus ice game, but now it is all fire as Tarka G coming through for many of these players. I do believe only 3 players not picking Tarka, correct?
3 or 4, I believe. Yeah, I think there's 1 Justina, 3 Z-Pings, I think. You're gonna be sweating if you're playing Justina right now. That's all I'm gonna say is, you know, you're gonna freeze yourself and you're just gonna see a wall of fire fly at you. And looking at where everybody is dropping, all in that kind of like middle to northern part of the map. Game number 9. Here we go. Dalhui, eyes on them as we come out. Currently just trying to grab themselves some gear. They got a weapon repair kit, but no weapon to use it on. There we go. Dual swords finally. And somewhat geared up as Moo. We were just saying, if you're playing Justina, you're probably sweating quite hard here. Moo, unfortunately, is that player, the person who really needs to make a comeback because they have lost their spot at the top 8 as already the freeze is going to come out. The ult's going to connect as Jin almost got enough damage to finish Moo up there, but Moo having to burn that ultimate very, very early on in this game. Being run down as well by Jin. Jin wants this kill, wants to cash in on this. It doesn't look like anybody else is in the area, so it should just be a kill for the side of Jin unless Moo can make some level of a miracle recovery. Does try and predict with the fireball, but Moo going down instead of forward. And actually now they're running towards Chewy here from JJ. Jin wants to finish this kill up before somebody else can come along and take it away from him as Moo is still just continuing to try and escape, trying to get himself through, but he gets stuck on the ledge as Jin tries to cut him off. Up the tree he goes. Moo just desperately trying to scurry and scramble away, but Jin will be able to finish up his kill, and that'll be him on the board with the first kill of the game.
Moo tried so hard there, though. I don't agree with the play here by Moo either, though. Moo had their ultimate for a hot minute there. They had an additional dash available to them, and they never expended it. They kept holding on to it, thinking they were going to need it in a critical moment. But the thing is they were already in a critical moment. They needed to just go ahead and expend that ult charge and create as much distance as possible if they wanted to get away there. And man, look at this, a 4-way 1v1v1v1 as Panda Man forced to pop the ultimate. Everyone going to back off. 17JL's Ego able to find an armor swap there as J-Team's Action continues to press on him, and Panda Man just says, I want to get out of dodge. Action turning now onto Ding Liu as these two go head to head. 17JL's Ego comes in with a horizontal longsword slash.
No way!
Picks up the parry!
No way!
And picks up 2! 17JL's Ego cannot be stopped today!
He is so good at these third parties. Unbelievable, able to cash in 2 kills early. He is making a absolutely monumental comeback as actually looking at someone else who we've been following from the first game, LXY, currently being chased down by Wang Liang on the Z-Ping, but Wang Liang actually gonna cool off the charge as Dubai now being caught out for the grapples here by Dalhui. Looking to try and turn this fight around onto Dalhui. Dalhui's already lost the shields, caught in the uppercut, fireball to the face. He is toasted as he's running towards, I saw Ego in the area, but Lu Renking actually was able to take that kill away with the pistol, with the musket shot. And a great little kill steal and denial there for Lureng. It cost him nothing. No armor, no health. Very, very happy with that one. Dongjing and Reki right now are going off for a bit of a fight. Dongjing going to get himself caught out by the grapple, looking for that charge click, but Reki not looking to give it up yet, as Reki is going to lose a fair amount of HP here to Dongjing. Dongjing goes for the uppercut, unable to fully connect it, as Dongjing has popped the ultimate, throws the fireball down, gets caught out immediately. I actually think the fireball was blocked by the hay, and it looks like Reki just going to get a bit of a reset off. Same for Dongjing. Both of these players don't want to fully commit, but in they go, back into the fight once again. The big great sword coming in from Dongjing, trying to catch the damage onto Reki, but again, they back off, they reset, and it looks like this is going to be the end of the fight, although Reki wants to chase forward into Dongjing here. Dongjing out of resources and maybe not feeling like this is his fight to go for. Reki feeling a little bit more comfortable. Ego finds himself caught out, actually, as in comes Lureng King, looking to try and take this kill away. Ego might be the one getting third-partied for once and taken down. There is no room for him to run around. Able to just about tap dodge away on that fireball, but his health bar is so low. In comes another player. Somehow Ego's been bought himself a bit of space, gets a moment of a heal away. No, he doesn't. Dahui takes down Ego, and Ego will have to go for the reset.
Yeah, Ego gonna go back to the solo altar here, but 2 eliminations under his belt already. He's feeling pretty good moving forward. Taking a look here, Wang Liang. Wang Liang, pretty bad day for him going forward thus far, right? He was in 2nd place, slid all the way down into 3rd place. Him and J-Team's Action, both of them, either 0 or 1 point games, and unfortunately, you know, they had bought themselves a little bit of space. J-Team's Action still holding on to that 1st place, just barely off the back of a couple of 1 point games here. Lureng King looking to come up, but both of them, there's no way realistically that they're going to drop into that bottom 8. That said, they do need to kind of pick it up here if they don't want to continue to fall positions and maintain a significant lead so that they don't feel that pressure coming into the last games. A couple of free Naraka codes on the right-hand side of the screen for you, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't have a copy, head on over to Steam and pop that in. Dao Yue coming in onto Panaman here, and a Wang Liang. Panaman going very low. Dao Yue going to go ahead and pop the ultimate. Jump cancels into a parry onto Panaman. Finds another parry onto Wang Liang. Wang Liang goes so low. Dao Yue just puts him in the wall. Says, you're going to timeout. Catches the fireball. And now Wang Liang, the F2, bought him a little bit of space, but the fireball tick just going through here. Dao Yue continuing the assault off the back of a double parry, almost double elimination. Mu shows up trying to come in, and Dao Yue just instantly turns around with the dual blades. Mu gonna find the charge, right click on the dagger though, doing a ton of damage. Dao Yue sends him airborne into the fireball.
Oh,
no place to go. Mu's gonna ice up here, but they're on fire. The fire tick. Oh my goodness, it stops with literally 1 HP in a dream.
Oh!
Comes through.
No way!
Down to a 3rd party here from Wang Liang. Wang Liang comes back to try to keep the ball rolling. Dao Yue does not seem to care though. Is gonna go into an uppercut combo, gonna pop the ultimate though, just to buy themselves a little bit of space to get away here from Wang Liang. Wang Liang gonna turn with a musket shot though. Dao Yue very, very low. Needs to decide whether he's going to take the fight. He's going to go for the armor swap and take the fight. He says, I've got ultimate charge. I do not care. Come back here, Z-Ping.
It looks like they are going to be able to get away. Dahui was able to secure that kill for themselves as Wang Liang does drop down. Panaman's in the area as well. Dahui with the ult on. Just going to look to jump away in towards Amora's blessing, and everybody immediately collapses on Dahui as they are in so much trouble right now. Everybody is opening up onto them low HP as it's the fight for the Amora's blessing, and that might be enough to distract away from Dahui if he's able to escape away. But Wang Liang, well aware he's there. He has had a partial reset off as Wang Liang actually now getting turned onto by Dahui, seeing if he can catch out onto him. The Flamer doing a little bit of damage to Wang Liang, but not enough to really stick, and it looks like NAD's Dahui is going to be able to make an escape here. Throws out the cheeky fireball, doesn't quite connect it onto Wang Liang. Pops himself the F ability just for a bit more healing. Zhang continue the chase up, actually. Wants to try and find this kill. Won't let him escape through the window as in comes Pandaman as well. Poor Dahui, he's just being chased down by everybody. he has been picked as the sacrifice to these three. And they're going to run him down until he falls or until he somehow slips away from their grasp. But it's so hard when there's three people all grappling in, all countering, and looking to take you down. That's going to be the kill there for Zhang from AOW.
Yeah, Zhang able to pick up the parry and instantly turn it there onto Dao Wei, but now Zhang, the target of Wang Liang. Wang Liang with the F2 going forward. Zhang going to be forced to use blues if they want to make anything happen here onto Wang Liang. Pulls the flame breath out to start pumping some damage out here on to Wang Liang. That fire tick putting in work already. Grappling in there with the nunchucks as well. The F2 off of cooldown already here on Zping. You know, that cooldown so very, very short for the likes of these Zping players. But Wang Liang on the receiving end of both Panda Man and AOW Zhang, very, very low, goes skyward, gonna have that cooldown back already in 3 seconds. Again, this F2 cooldown is just so short for these Zping players. There it is, immediately the get out of jail free card going forward. Panda Man trying to lock down Zhang, says you don't get a get out of jail free card. They both F up in each other's face, but it's 17 jail Ego with a pistol out of nowhere, slides in and picks up the elimination. The king of third party shows up and makes it happen again. Gonna go to 3 eliminations for 17 jails Ego.
I really want him to be MVP just so we can see how little damage he does. Because he really just comes in and gets that last hit. Like, his damage is gonna be unbelievably low. Wang Liang and Panda Man having a fight here as XGen also in their pocket looking to potentially chase them down. But Ego's also here as well, so there's 4 people all clustered together. And it looks like the agreement is maybe this is a little bit too risky. Let's all back off. And they are just going to make the grand escape. Ego currently 3 kills and is in 8th place. So does need to keep up his performance today. Otherwise, he will slip back to where he started in that bottom end of the table at the beginning of today. LXY, it's been a little bit quieter from him. 0-point game for him. Panda Man just above him also on that 0-point game. But Moo has slipped from 8th to 13th today. He is having a unbelievably rough game right now. And Ego just skirting around the edge of this fight, looking to see if he can kill Wang Liang. But Wang Liang, way too much sustain on the Zping. Just very hard to actually pick out. And this is just going to be able to scurry away to safety from all of these pursuing players, although XGen not giving up this chase on the Zping themselves. So they've got loads of sustain to work with, could go for the chase, but it looks like they are going to kind of lay off the pressure for now and step away. We're 12 minutes in, and well, 12 minutes left to go, sorry. And we've already lost 3 players, so again, not quite as high tempo as before, as LXY needs to be a little bit careful. Looks like he should be a-okay. As look where the circle's going to go and where it's going to take us. That's going to be the real question, is where is this going to shift? Who's going to get forced to move? See, there's obviously 2 more as blessings spawning up. And this could, if it shifts off hard to the east, actually force those players contesting the Morris blessings to take less favorable rotations into the circle. So we'll see where that goes for now, though. Dubai just trying to hold it down here. It looks like the circle hasn't shifted yet. Almost. We'll find out in a second, but there it is. So it's actually a fairly tame shift of the circle.
Yeah, Ventus Reki coming in here looking to secure this. Oh, look at this. The F to just block off the fireball there. You know, it does eat the flame tick damage, but he doesn't eat the initial 500 chunk of damage up front, which is huge for Reki, as he's also able to secure the Morris Blessing as well. Slides back in to get some more goodies here, some much needed resources, some grapples and some shield pots there for himself. And, you know, he desperately needed those. He was down to a single shield pot, gonna be moving to 3 shield pots now. Dao Wei back in the game over here. Turning now to 17 jails Ego, trying to chase down J-Team's action, but it's Ego going low. He's just gonna pop the ultimate here and opt to move around the edge of this Bane's Breath, kind of run through the side just a little bit, just to buy that space as players continue to give chase. Wang Liang, the one giving chase, is going to catch a little bit of an uppercut there, but has to keep it moving as these players do not want to give Ego the opportunity to make anything happen here. You know, very much the chase just continues here. He finds the backside of a building, but finds another player. He needs to get a pot off here. He needs to turn attention away from himself onto another player. It's going to be hard for him to turn that attention onto Wang Liang with how many resets he's just able to throw out here with that F2 ability. But Ego gets the full heal off here, so he does basically have the full reset. He's got a little bit of armor missing. But still, much better situation than he was in before as he moves away and is able to escape the 3 pursuing players giving chase to him. Ego, once again, our kill leader here in game number 3 with 3 eliminations tied with NAD's Dao Eve Wei. Pandaman moving across, looking to get involved in this fight as Wang Liang continues the chase here on to 17 Jail's Ego. Wang Liang just does not want to let Ego go, does not care about how low he is or is not. He's just going to keep that aggression coming in. There's LXY sliding in, who's been very quiet this game, unfortunately. Ego trying to turn around onto the Z-Ping with the dual blades. There we go, is going to catch Wang Liang out, and Wang Liang instantly just going to be able to pop the F2. Nobody wants to turn their attention to the Z-Ping because of the amount of sustain they have. Chu-Li going to go very low off the charge left click there from the dual blades as well. LXY coming in here on Z-Ping, looking to trade some shots onto Ego. Ego going to tap dodge away from the fireball and actually not even take the tick or the damage. Playing very well. Going to find yet another opportunity to take a reset as Ego keeps his game 3 alive.
Yeah, is able to hold on after almost getting himself bullied out of this game. It is not going to be going down as Wang Liang has found Dongqing. Still going to try and finish him up. Has got the shield on as well. For the moment, eats a fireball straight to the face. Is going to absorb that thanks to the shield, but took a shot from an arrow there as Reki now just chipping away slowly at Wang Liang's armor. Slowly but surely doing a whole little bit of damage, but Wang Liang has the sustain. It's a Z-Ping. Pain. LXY, though, getting toasted, actually. This could be a donut game for him. Release placement points, but he is able to get some room bought. Dodging away, gets a bit of a recovery onto that golden armor. He's a desirable kill here because he's low HP, but he also has really good armor. Now, Sustain's going to get popped to Z. Did pop that F ability just to try and survive for now. Is getting himself again jumped onto. He has that F coming back up. There it is. He can use it, but he needs to just get the opportunity to throw it down. He needs to stand still for just a brief second. But LXY finally gets the F off, so a bit of healing is coming in. It's a fireball chasing onto him. Reki refuses to give up onto LXY. But LXY is just trying to dodge and sustain this out as much as possible, but Reki refuses to let him escape. LXY once again back up onto the buildings, trying to avoid out grapples chasing. There's so many people hunting him down, and it's Reki's kill for the taking. Easy pick up for Reki there. So he's able to secure that one. The 5th place player getting himself this kill. Now we cut over to Wang Liang and Zhang, who find themselves in a fight versus one another. Zhang not actually in that top 8 right now, just in the 11th spot. Needs to find a kill, and Wang Liang could be a good one for him to pick up if he can get it. But unable to make the damage stick yet. The flame is coming in, the Z-Ping healing. Just obnoxious and very effective at buying time, especially in a 1v1 situation, as a large amount of armor did get recovered there. Into the flamer he goes, though. Takes a fair amount of dot damage coming in. As in comes Wang Liang. Actually going to finish it up Zhang here. Zhang very low HP. As Wang Liang still keeping the pressure onto him. The grapples forwards as he's still desperately trying to find that good nunchuck hit off so he can get the full damage burst out basically on to Wang Liang. Quick again, switch to the flamer just for a bit of dot damage. Takes another shot there though from the bow from Wang Liang, who's got the sustain to keep this fight going. And in comes J-Team's ex-Jin, who's looking for the kill. He's got a legendary soldier, so the big old boomerang blade effect is there. Into the zone, both of them go. Fireball comes down. Jin trying to steal away this kill and secure it for himself, as Wang Liang is also looking like a bit of a juicy morsel for Reki here. Reki just taking out LXY, looking now for the kill onto Wang Liang, but this time he gets countered, coming in straight to the face, but Reki not letting it go yet. As Wang Liang very low, same for Reki to buy, able to pick up this one, gets battered back as he's looking for the fireball, misses it onto Reki. Not going to be able to find this kill, unfortunately, and Reki will be going down there, taken out by Dongqing. Fireball is going to land onto Dongqing on the tail end from Dubai.
Yeah, moving forward now, we're zone 5, 9 players left alive. Dubai able to come in and pick up that beautiful elimination on to Wang Liang, but you see just how many players have to dog down a Zping to burn through all of that reset capability, all of that healing to make it happen. Wang Liang's been running most of this game and then finally able to be eliminated here. Chu Li coming in with the fireball, going to send most of these players packing and find the space to take a reset. As we continue to look here, we've got 3 players tied for first place in this lobby currently. 17JL's Ego, NAD's Dao Yihui, and J-Team's Action, each with 3 eliminations under their belt. J-Team's Action very, very happy about this. This is going to help him maintain that first place position that he's been holding on to for so long. Ego just playing the edge of the zone here, looking for those opportunities to slide in for the third party. He sees that legendary armor and he's tempted, right? That's that same armor that got LXY killed. And Ego knows that if he goes in to pick this up, he's going to be at a huge disadvantage. He's going to have no shields off the rip, and he's just waiting for somebody to stop paying attention. So there it is. He's going to go for it. He waits, though. Waits to see what Panda Man's going to do. Ego playing this very smart. Panda Man looking for an easy elimination. Sees Ego go for it. Is going to come in. Ego might regret this decision very quickly. He needs to find it. No, he's going to go back for the purple armor. Yep. He's just like, look, nope. I went for it. I had to go for it. I regretted it instantly. There's no way he goes back for it, right? He's thinking. He's thinking about it.
He really wants it.
He's really thinking about going back for that legendary armor. He does not want to let it just sit there in the zone. Yeah, J-Team's Action here, gonna pop the F2. Try to get a little bit of reset, does find it as we see fireballs are just raining from up above. Somebody committing the full ultimate here as he throws that universe slash out to just buy himself a little bit more space. And, you know, it does look like, oh, the fireball does connect. He's going to take zone take fire damage here from Dubai. Dubai with the scale rush waiting off the longsword as well. Looking for an opportunity to just come in here onto J-Team's Action. Pop the F2. The ultimate comes out. He's healing through quite a significant amount of damage here, trying to just keep it moving forward here. Action going to be on the receiving end of yet another fireball, gets sent almost into the zone. There's lots of cannon shots coming out, trying to just threaten anybody away with the universe slash. Is going to find the space to get a shield pot off though, and goes for a reset and instantly has most of that shredded off by a cannon, and now going to be forced to use that F2 there. The reset coming through. They are going to find the shield pot. The F2 going to go all the way through, and most of their heal going to come through as J-Team's Action is still holding on for dear life here in our third game of the day, your 9th game of Solo's Repechage.
Still got 9 players left. Circle closing in slowly but surely. 3 minutes left on the game. Right now, Exin, Daohui, and Ego are leading the charge in the kill department with 3 kills. Ego did actually go back in and get that armor, so it ended up working out for him because he's been able to fully heal it back up. He is set up purple, dual swords, blue pistol. He is set up for this circle as it is slowly but surely closing in. The big thing about this circle is there will be trees to work with. There will be terrain to work with for these players. So we'll see how this is going to go down as the circle again closing tighter and tighter in. We're forcing these players closer and closer together. Daohui holding fast. There's a lot of players left in this lobby. A lot of kills, a lot of points on the line for everybody left in this circle as they are waiting it out for the moment. As Chewy immediately gets himself heavily chunked out. We'll be looking for the armor refresh, able to get at least half his armor back, throws down a fireball. There's going to be an unbelievable amount of fire, and there it is already. People just trading out these fireballs left, right, and center. Ego actually just waiting out on the wings of the fight. Doesn't really want to get involved in any of this action quite yet as Jux heavily chunked out. Jux desperately trying to hold on, throwing down fireballs, does clip Chewy with it, but he's taken down by the Flamer as he goes down to Panda Man, who finds his first kill of the game already. Panda Man now jumps up onto the roof, trying to assert some dominance and control of this area, has the ultimate pop as well. It looks like he did a pretty good job of getting everyone off that roof, but will be able to go back up if he wants to, just because his ultimate is on. That makes him infinitely more scary to deal with. Panda Man, though, wants to get himself to heal up before he jumps back onto the roof to try and contest. 50 seconds until this game fully closes out, and We'll see who's going to find this win in this game number 3 or game number 10 of the Repechage. As Dongqing heavily chunked out. The circle's getting tighter. The action's starting to break out. Daohui already chunked out. Dongqing takes a whole bunch of damage as he is taken down by Chewy. Chewy actually having a bit of a recovery after that previous game. Daohui goes down. Ego is able to take away the kill. He is cashing in on kills left, right, and center. 4 kills for himself already as he's up high in the air for the moment. Chewy as well. Gonna get himself bot back taken down. Panda Man's taken down Ego. Able to pick him up as Dubai gets himself yet another kill. Xjin is able to find himself another kill onto Lu Ren King, and that is his game to take. Just a lot of fire to close that game out.
Yeah, J-Team's Xjin able to clutch it together here, picking up another MVP, his 3rd MVP of the Repechage, able to hold on to that first place position. It's going to be very hard for anybody to dethrone J-Team's Xjin from first place right now, much less send him into the bottom 8. J-Team's Xjin clearly already established his position going into the grand finals. He got to be feeling very good off the back of this game. He had 2 very poor games to start the day out with here, but now off the back of a big MVP for himself, I don't think J-Team has any worries going forward.
No, I don't think they do at all. I think panic is starting to set into some of these players. You can see a very solemn face on Panda Man there. Yes, that wasn't a bad ending to the game, but he is still low down in the standings. He still has 3 games left to play. And the question is he going to be able to make it into that top 8? And it is going to be a tall ask for him, for LXY, for these players who were getting eliminated early in this game. And, you know, LXY, great game 1, okay game 2, okay game 3. It needs to be more than okay. You need to have a very, very good showing if you want to make that kind of hero comeback happen for you. And right now, for a bunch of players, Panda Man, for LXY, it feels like top 8 is slowly just getting further and further away from them, and they are starting to struggle more and more. It's going to be a tall ask for these players to see if they can make it into that top spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, things are just going to get crazier. And like you said, looking at Panda Man there, very solemn face. Not only are there only 3 games left for Panda Man to try to climb here, but there's no Tarka G left for him. He's played Tarka twice today already. So Panda Man's out of his comfort zone now, forced into a situation where he can't play his favorite hero, the hero he typically does pop off on, and only has 3 games to climb back up this bracket. And it's not been a good day for him. He's not been able to perform even on Tarka. Something clearly clouding Panda Man right now. He's not able to come out and perform like he usually does. 17JL Ego, once again, another very, very solid game for him here in the end. Unfortunately, it's Zping who comes out on top and wins again in the final zone there. If you notice, Zping just popped J-Team's Xjin, just pops the ult, pops the F2, and stands there while other players are wailing on them and just flamers everybody who's standing there in the zone. It almost feels like a little bit of an unfair advantage for Zping's there in those final zones, as he's just able to pump damage out over and over again with the flamer while he's taking hits. But he is able to secure his 3rd MVP of the season, or sorry, not of the season, but of the Repechage bracket here. And, you know, he's got to be feeling really, really good about it, because it's going to be a substantial number of points. It's going to be a 12-point game for Xjin. Once again, 17JL's Ego in 2nd place, 6.6 game score here for Ego. And, man, Ego so close, but once again has the MVP stolen out from underneath of them by a Zping. Ego, I just want to see them get their MVP. They've certainly earned it at this point. Jake, they've been playing their minds out today, but OUG's Lu Ren King, another substantially good game, a 6.2 in 3rd place. Now, you know, overall, still holding on to that 2nd place just behind J-Team's Xjin. And unfortunately, Wang Liang with another 0-point game.
I think MVP or not, Ego is going to be happy with everything that's gone on today. Like, the fact, as long as they stay in top 8, I think they'll be happy that they don't get an MVP. They'll just be happy that they made it into the grand finals. And they can look at what they've done right here today and then how they're going to replicate that in the grand finals. Because you hit the nail on the head. Grand finals, there is no pre-proposed points. There is no points that kind of carry over or transfer forward. It is everyone starts on 0 and they play those games from that position, and it's based on how well you did. As you can see, our MVP X-Jin here for this game, Universe Slash and Storm Stride with the legendary soldier, then had Spear Storm, Erudition, Nunchuck Sap, and Alchemy. 11.8k damage coming out from him, 5 kills, a lot of healing, Zeeping as you expected, 16,500 healing coming out from X-Jin. Dirty amounts of healing from that hero.
Yeah, just a ton of free healing off the back of that. The Universe Slash serving X-Jin very, very well, though, in this final match. They were able to use it to threaten space every time they got pushed on before the final circle. And because of that space buying them opportunities to actually take hard resets where they were able to burn pots. So they were able to hold on to that ability and that ultimate there for the final circle and abuse that to be able to walk away there with a ton of eliminations and that first place finish. And because of that is why they were able to make Zeeping come through there in the end and make that happen. So, you know, I give a lot of credit to the hero Zeeping, but I have to give a lot of credit to J-Team's X-Jin as well, because everything leading up to the final circle and how they were able to buy that space, choosing to take the hard resets, even though you are playing Zeeping, just throw your F2 down or whatever, made it so that he could dominate the final circle, and we love to see it. But we're going to take a short break and we're going to throw to an interview with Jaeger before we come back and lock in for game number 10.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And here I'm standing with Luren King and let him say hello to our audience.
Hello， 大家好，我是 OUG 路人王。
好的，欢迎来到我们这个英文采访。那首先我们要说的是万圣节快乐，也可以跟大家一起说一句。
万圣节快乐。
So first, we would like to say Happy Halloween and trick or treat. So the first question is, because we know at Halloween we have a lot of party and you can call someone. If we have the party tonight, so which character you would like to call? And after that, just please pick a sugar from my pumpkin and then just tell me how it tastes, okay? 那首先，因为今天马上就要迎来我们这个万圣节啊，今天也是一个万圣节的小主题活动。那首先呢，就是我们要请路人王来谈一谈啊，就是如果说今晚就有一个万圣夜活动的话，你最想 cos 的英雄是哪个英雄？然后能不能给我们表演一下他的 pose？
最想的话就是无尘嘛，无尘，因为我觉得就是我特别喜欢这个英雄，就是我玩这个游戏也是玩这个英雄。
哦，是因为这个英雄入的坑吗？
也不是吧，反正之前是郭靖海，现在是无尘。
变心了这个男人。好，那接下来就从我们这边抽取一个糖果。哎，是什么样的味道？让我们期待一下。So he just tell me if we have the party tonight, so he would like to cause Wu Chen because he loved the Wu Chen the best. And before that, it's more like he loved Justina, and now he loves Wu Chen. And so how your sugar taste? 那这个糖果尝起来怎么样？
酸的。
很酸吗？
酸的。
So it's really sour. 但是我看你好像整个反应还行啊，自己不是很怕酸。
我怕吃到难吃的味道，酸到不怕。
好的。He just afraid of that taste bad, but he is not afraid that sugar is not so sweet. Okay, let's back to the game. So far, you know, 你这个表情是怎么回事？被酸到了是吗？一下子，这个看得出还是不是很能接受酸的味道。So it's like he can't control his emoji right now. Okay, so let's back to the game. So today we saw it's like in the solo game we have so long time didn't see Ziping in the solo game, but today. From Game 2 and Game 3, Ziping had the higher score in the 2 games. So I would like to know, Luren King, how you comment on this hero in the match patch. 那特别想让路人王评价一下子平这个英雄，因为其实很长时间没有在单排看到这个英雄了，但是今天一看到子平有2把都拿下了最高分，你怎么评价呢？
英子平的话，这个英雄如果说你本身就是你技术很好，刀很硬的话，这个英雄就非常适合刀很硬的玩家。然后他因为他是能打也能跑，你想杀他也不简单，就是他的 F 跟他的 F 是免疫僵直，然后大招是持续回复，然后还有30%的额外效果。如果说你一旦拉开，你拉个假药的话，他状态基本上就满了。对，然后你再跑的话，你不想跟他打，你可以等第二个 F 就直接走了。
对，是的，所以是一个容错非常高的一个英雄啊。So actually, Luren King think it's a very strong hero right now in the solo game because especially in the race, it's because it can contain a lot of mistakes. It's more like it well depends on the one-on-one fighting, and if you can't won the one-on-one fighting and you can just like escape, and because its skill can healing like 30% of your health, so after that you can just wait for your skills and then you will survive. Okay, so after that, so the question I would like to know is you said that Ziping is really strong now in the solo game, so why you didn't choose her? 那接下来也有个很重要的问题啊，就是路人王其实刚才讲到，觉得子平这么厉害的话，自己为什么不选子平呢？
因为现在的比赛就是，基本上说，如果说你进圈的话，如果你是一个英雄啊，就是很容易被对面就稍微一个人如果远程射你一下的话，其他人就会看见你，然后他就会就很多人会用远程消耗你，消耗你完之后，如果你状态确实不好的话，就会有人勾手上来打你了。
所以其实是等于是用不同的英雄的时候，很容易被别人发现和针对，对不对？
是的。
好的。So actually, I think in the race, because we are the solo game player, and it's more like if I use a hero is really different from others. It's more like everyone will aim on me and use the ranged weapon to do some damage on me. So it will be really dangerous. That's why I didn't choose Ziping in the game. 好的，谢谢路人王，也再次恭喜你到目前为止很好的一个发挥，也祝你万圣节快乐。好的 ，So thank you for today's interview and happy Halloween again. And we will take a break and be right back later.
场均伤害14000，第4双周常规赛积分第1。面对来势汹汹的挑战者们，他还能夺冠吗？2022 Nbpl S2 第4双周单排周决赛中，小蜘蛛最后一局扛住压力，稳中求胜，并拿下天选，再次斩获周冠，最强新人的称号当之无愧。我是主持人陈瑜，本期 Nbpl 名场面，让我们一起来复盘一下 WBG 小蜘蛛决定胜负的一局吧。周决赛最后一局中，小蜘蛛选择的英雄是殷子平。天赋上选择携带6个本源体能、6个极阴灵巧、6个极阳神锁以及6个万物顽石。技能上选择携带 F2 一起安魂滋养以及 V1 悬壶济世。小蜘蛛开局选择苍翠居为跳点，遇到了同样在搜寻装备的黄福来，与对方拉扯消耗几轮后，小蜘蛛收下了第6局第1个击败分。随后小蜘蛛在落日寺毁罪殿遇到王良，被王良震刀后血量落入下风，使用 F2 进入金霸体规避伤害。此时奥义还未准备就绪，便往殿内开始拉扯。这里大家要注意哦，在殷子平释放 F 技能或者开启奥义时，会获得短暂的金霸体效果。除了不会被敌人打进僵直状态以外，受到的伤害也会大幅降低。利用这个特性，在博弈失败时，也可以很好的规避掉一些伤害，例如长枪的龙王破等等。拉扯过程中，小蜘蛛在只有1个飞索的情况下，利用毁罪殿的墙壁多次使用逼击，快速逃离战场。最终，小蜘蛛连续使用2次风炎逼击，瞬间拉开了与王良的距离，成功躲避了王良的追击。这里我们来向小蜘蛛学习一下身法的小技巧。小蜘蛛在逼击之后空中蓄力，目的是为了躲避飞索命中后产生僵直状态，而利用防炎连续逼击，则是为了与对手迅速拉开距离。空中蓄力是一个非常实用的技巧，可以运用在逃跑或者突袭当中。那么如何使用空中蓄力呢？空中蓄力有3种方式。首先，逼击后按 AD 加 Shift， 使用侧身闪避后可以进行空中蓄力攻击。其次，在使用飞索往空中飞起后，按 AD 加 Shift， 使用侧身闪避后可以进行蓄力攻击。另外，在冲顶攻击结束时，按 AD 加 Shift， 使用侧身闪避后也可以使用蓄力攻击。简单来说，在臂击、飞索飞袭、冲顶攻击的动作结束后，使用侧身闪避就可以用出空中蓄力。让我们回到小蜘蛛的第一视角，看看小蜘蛛2连震刀手刃劲敌的名场面。此时小蜘蛛与凯豹分数差距极小， 决赛圈仅剩小蜘蛛、凯豹、独白3人。如果小蜘蛛被凯豹击杀，凯豹的积分将会超过他，并拿下周冠。但小蜘蛛主动出击，选择直接追击凯豹。凯豹使用蓄力 1.0， 小蜘蛛也释放蓄力，顶掉了凯豹的蓄力。第2次，凯豹同样蓄了 1.0， 小蜘蛛成功震刀。而凯豹第3次蓄力时，已经抓住对方心理的小蜘蛛使用 AC 阵再次震刀成功，震刀反击带走了夺冠路上最大的竞争者。那么什么是 AC 阵呢？顾名思义 ，AC 阵就是使用普通攻击后按 C 键取消当前动作，立即震刀。在我们与敌人蓄力博弈时，对方看到你使用了普通攻击后，则有较大概率释放蓄力攻击。这时，如果你使用 AC 阵，则有较大概率能成功震刀。而在对方残血时，我们可以使用白刀攻击持续消耗对手，给予对方压力。敌人血量越低，就越容易释放蓄力。在这种情况下，我们再使用 AC 阵，震刀成功的概率则可大幅度提高。回到现场，小蜘蛛解决掉最大的竞争对手后，气势如虹。在与独白的战斗中，小蜘蛛左键蓄力盘龙棍，独白绕背准备震刀，但小蜘蛛的盘龙棍第2段攻击快打到对方时，使用飞索取消了蓄力攻击，避免了被震刀。在部分武器的蓝霸体打出时，按 Q 并射出飞索就可以取消。在实战中，这也是一个非常好用的博弈技巧。最后，小蜘蛛击败独白，拿下天选，成功拿下第2次周冠。小蜘蛛作为联赛的新人，但其极其冷静的头脑、过硬的基本功，奠定了他再次夺下周冠的基础，无愧于最强新人的称号。接杯中国大陆赛区预选赛即将到来，让我们一起期待他接下来的表现吧。好了，本期 Nbpl 名场面到这里就结束了。如果大家觉得还不错的话，还请1键3连哟！欢迎大家留言告诉我们你想要剖析的选手或者技巧。下期 Nbpl 名场面，我们不见不散哟！
Everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our 4th game of the day, or 10th. No, we're 10th game of this Repechage, as we obviously got our solos games. And this rune is where you promised us it was going to get crazy. A bunch of players will have their backs to the wall and their last shot at continuing their run in this tournament, because it's not like, oh, you're done with the bi-weekly. It's you are done. You are watching from home at this point if you don't make it through here. So the question is who is going to be making it into that top 8 and who will be going home? That is going to be what it's all about, as we are in the tail end now of our solos losers bracket. Rune, you promised craziness. If craziness doesn't get delivered, I'm going to be very disappointed.
I mean, look, we've already gotten crazy today. So, I mean, if anything, we've already gotten some of it delivered, but I expect it to continue to ramp up. I've got my eyes on 3 particular players. This game going forward, this is really kind of these 3 players, especially LXY, their last opportunity to make anything happen. They have to pop off this game if they want to have a chance to crawl back in the top 8. And I'm looking at Q9's LXY, KZ's Panda Man, and Fun plus Phoenix's Moo, right? Moo was in top 8 starting today. They're all the way down in 14th place now, right? Panda Man just had a pretty decent game. They were down in like 13th place, 14th place, something like that. They're now in 11th. And then, of course, LXY started to get some momentum going today. Finally got some points on the board in game 1 and have slowed down. If they don't pick it up this game, I don't think there's any way statistically they can get into top 8. It has to be this game or nothing.
Look at 8th place. Look at Ego. Look at he started with 3 points, had 4 points, and then 3 points, and that was all he did in the that was all he did at the beginning. 22.6 points in the last 3 games. This guy has been popping off. He needs to keep this going though, because he's still in a position where he can be overtaken, he can lose his spot at the top. He needs to continue to play well today. So eyes very much on him for me going into these last 3 games. Ego, if he doesn't make it into the grand finals, it'll be so disappointing because he has really earned it off the way he's played in the last 3 games, but he still has to, you know, play well for the next 3 games, or it's gonna be rough for him because he'll forever be like, I was so close, I could have made it, and he just didn't.
I agree with you. I think Ego needs to keep the momentum going forward. He can't stop now just because he's in that top 8 position. I don't know if you took a look at the scoreline there, by the way. Ego hasn't walked away with an MVP today, but he has the 2nd most amount of points put together in those first 3 games. Luren King, the only person who's been able to put more points on the board in the first 3 games than him, and only, I believe, like 1.2 points more than 17JL's Ego, and Lurang walked away with a huge dub in game 1. 7 kills, first place finish, right? Massive MVP for him. So the fact that Ego he's literally been like 2nd place every single game. I think he was 2nd place in first, 2nd place in 3rd game, and now in 2nd place in all 3 games. Huge for him. I want to see Ego get an MVP. Regardless of anything else that happens today, I need to see that energy has been so huge. We talk about consistency in a league, and the thing that he has been consistent all season with is consistently one of the first players out of the lobby. To go from that and immediately flip the script to consistently being 2nd place, literally just inches away from MVP every single game, has been incredible to watch, regardless of what happens in the next 3 games. I'm already happy with this Repechage just to see 17JL Ego turn things around and be able to climb up from kind of he was a punching bag. Let's be completely honest. If you're the player who's going out first every single lobby, you're a punching bag for the lobby. But now he's turned that around and said, I'm no longer the punching bag. You guys are my punching bag. This is my arc. He's gone back to the gym. It's like a Rocky Balboa movie where he's running up the stairs, he's practicing, he's beating up the beef in the meat locker, and the beef right now are all the players here in Repechage as he slowly climbs his way back up and it gets ready to go to grand finals. He still has it to do, but it's been so impressive to watch him today, and I'm proud of how far he's been able to come today, and I hope he keeps that momentum going.
It's gonna be a little disappointing if he doesn't make it, but here we go on Surface and Treasures. Who is leading the scoreboard now? We just showed you this. Is it J-Team's XJin, XCG's Wang Liang, 17JL's Ego, or NAD's Dao Hui? I'll give you a clue here. It's not Ego because we just talked about him being an 8th. But any one of those other 3, first person to answer does get themselves some goodies. So make sure you do type that in the chat now.
Absolutely. Yeah, and guys, make sure you are getting your answers in very quickly because it is the first person who locks it in is going to be walking away with a legendary weapon skin. And if you get your answer in, make sure you're paying attention to your whispers here on Twitch because that is where you're going to receive your code that you can go pump in. We're going to get ready to lock in for game 10 very shortly here. But first, we've got a short video for you guys.
OK， 就是这种网上这种视频，针对说小猫人一直在杀我这种，其实也没有多少，因为我们俩都是那种，其实说实话，这个赛季的烧鸡变得其实厉害的挺多的。从以前我打他就是会有优势，到现在打他会有5-5开，就是直接变成了5-5开了。基本上一晚上天人就是我杀他2次，他杀我2次，每天基本上都是这样的，所以。看到他现在变强了，其实我也挺开心的，因为他之前第1个赛季的时候表现不是特别好嘛，现在他就说刀法也是能跟我打，就是可能他别的武器没有我那么精通嘛，就是我每个武器我是都会练的，但是熊猫人的太刀很强，这是绝对没问题的。
very wholesome there from Xian actually talking about Panda Man. And funnily enough, a little bit contradictory to what I was saying about Panda Man in the previous game. I felt that Panda Man had improved coming into the season, but I felt like he was starting to fall off towards the tail end of the season. Xian still seems to think that he's actually a very good player and he has improved a lot. So it's nice to get the players' insight on their thoughts on him. Unfortunately for Panda Man, he is pretty low down in the standings right now, and his hopes of making it to the grand finals are slipping away. But we did see Ego Jake. We did see Ego actually climb his way in 3 games from the bottom of the tables to that top 8 spot, so it is achievable. And for the first time today, we're seeing some Yotos getting locked in here, along with a couple of Z-Pings. This should probably be towards the end of the amount of Z-Pings we could see getting picked up, but oh my word, that's a lot of Yoto here, mates, getting picked in. Are we going to go for the full quadra? Yep, there it is. 4 on that page. Let's see what this one's going to be. Oh, Yotos again across the board, and I'm going to hazard a guess, but this might be all Yotos again. Let's have a look. See what's going to get picked in. Oh no, there's a Valda in there, but 3 Yotos as well. A Yoto heavy lobby for game number 10, as we'll see where all of our players are dropping.
This is something very interesting that I've seen coming through, is this particular game, since the hero rule has changed, has almost always been full Yoto Hime. I'm not sure what the player decision making is behind that. You know, we've seen a couple of players pick up Takeda in the earlier games, because at the beginning of the season, if you guys didn't know, we drew what daytime, like the weather conditions were going to be on every map throughout the day. And the first match of Morris Isle every day is a daytime or a nighttime or dusk map, which means there's more fireflies around the map, and it serves for somebody like Takeda, who is very ultimate dependent, to be able to take fights, move to that next set of fireflies, get their ultimate back up, and then come back in. I wonder if there's a similar situation going on here with the weather condition on game 4, where it's so consistent, and that's why we're always seeing this game being so Yoto heavy. I can't think of a reason off top of my head personally why Yotos would be better in one weather condition versus the other. But we do consistently see that here, and we're going to see that fog condition being the one that's coming through here right now. And we're going to see FunPlus Phoenix move going head-to-head with Lure and King as he picks up a massive parry, goes into the riposte, reparry!
No way!
Moo coming alive here, finally in game number 4. We got to talk about what just happened there, because that was a parry into a riposte, into a jump cancel left click, into a parry, riposte, jump cancel left click, followed up by a right click aerial to stab on the way down to finish the kill up from start to finish, back to back to back. What a play, what a read coming out from FunPlus Phoenix's Moo.
Oh, Wang Liang's getting a bit of trouble here. It actually looks like LXY wants to try and cash in on these kills, looking for the grapple onto Wang Liang, unable to get the tether off onto him there. But he is desperate to get those points, desperate to climb his way further up as Jux hunting Wang Liang down. Wang Liang actually able to make the great escape, but it does look like he's almost going to get jumped onto by Reki. He's very close towards him as Panda Man finds himself in a fight here versus Dao Hui. The counter comes onto Panda. Panda throws down the F ability just to buy himself a bit of space, and now comes in with a grapple. Dao Hui gets himself a little bit of a repot off and a bit of shields, but his armor is removed immediately with a downward stab coming in from Panda Man on that dagger, putting some work forward there. Another F ability used by Dao Hui here to buy himself some space, and Panda Man then jumps straight back into the pocket as soon as it wears off. The new nerfed Yoto with the F ability on a way shorter kind of duration really changes up the way you play this matchup, and Panda Man is going to be able to win himself that fight and take himself a kill. As Reki and Wang Liang now going for a fight here. Is that an F1 from Wang Liang? I've seen a few Yotos start to run these F1s over the F3. I think that was what he was running there, because he blinked forwards. That's interesting.
I do believe that might have been the F1 there coming out from Wang Ling. And it makes sense for multiple reasons. One, of course, the nerf to the F3 being a 3.5 second duration instead of the 5 second duration, as well as the fact that, you know, into this Yoto Hime lobby, if you're throwing those F3 out, you're almost getting no mileage out of it because the other Yodohime is just going to throw their F3, right? And then you're back to where you were and you've just burnt your ability. Whereas if you take the F1 version of the ability here, right, and you throw that out, you're just using it aggressively. You're not trying to use it to buy space and pot up, and then it's not going to get countered out by another Yodo's F ability. Speaking of getting countered out, Wang Liang here getting it parried, and then AOW Zhang able to follow it up and pick up the elimination as Reki banging Kasov looking for the reset here. AOW Zhang going to try to follow it up, going for the second elimination. Going to see the F2 come out there from Zhang, followed by the F3 of Reki, and Reki trying to just go ahead and buy some space there, but Zhang not really giving them the time to. Both of them going to opt for the reset in each other's face here. Zhang tries to grapple in and cancel the pot off, but not quite able to make it happen. Is able to blitz the shields off of Reki with that charged left click coming into the right click there from the dual blades, following it up. Reki now able to catch the charged right click here off of the dagger, able to do a little bit, but those dual blades putting in absolute work here on to Reki. Reki gets the F3 back up, gets knocked out of it though, as Zhang, look at this, just able to ignore the F3 because of their own F2. Walks through, starts blitzing down Reki immediately. Reki forced to pop the ultimate here. Look at this, Zhang just sidestep and doing a little bit of moonwalk in here, just avoiding all these blows here from Reki's ultimate. Zhang now needs to follow this up and keep the chase going before Reki has an opportunity to get a reset, but they're gonna catch the grapple at the perfect time to cancel the forward momentum of Reki. Reki gets the F3 back out again, but again, Zhang's got the F2 up. They can just kind of ignore this and find an opportunity to come in. We're gonna see a little bit of a shield pot come off there for Reki, but Reki is still very, very low into this fight. Zhang gets the F2 again. There it is. The dagger the dagger left click gonna come out there. The charged one putting in work, but Reki just continues to bleed HP, bleed shield as Zhang is able to reset time and time again. There's no place to go. AOW Zhang picks up the elimination.
Uh-oh, Ego's in trouble, actually. He's gonna go down. Not able to find himself a kill there, and actually 0 kills for Ego as he has been taken out. Panda Man now looking to take out LXY. LXY, another player we had our eyes on to potentially make that miracle run, takes out our previous miracle runner. Now Panda Man looking for a bit of a kill here to try and reassert himself in this lobby towards those grand finals, as LXY's lost a lot of HP here, but has popped that F ability. Panda Man throws down his as well. LXY going a little bit low, Panda Man as well. Both of these players very, very low. Staying on LXY, giving him his armor back means he's feeling a little bit more comfortable now. Panda Man throws down one slash, able to quite just about miss it. LXY dodging on the second and on the third, gonna hit all 3 of the last charge though. LXY still able to pop himself that shield to get a bit more health, as here comes Dalhui looking for LXY with the bow shots, able to slide in and secure those kills. Beautiful pickup from Dalhui, as now he might actually turn his attention towards Panda Man here, who's actually been able to get himself a reset, and this might be a little bit too scary for Dalhui to continue.
Yeah, Dalhui gonna back off here as he sees Ventus' Reki in the distance, and Reki here only with the gray armor, not in the best of position as they just respawn, heading back to the Soul Altar here. Dalhui would much rather take the opponent that has the easier time of eliminating, and Reki gonna be forced back into the zone off of the chase, turning our attention now to Alliance's Jux, waiting for this first set of Morris Blessing to appear here. Jux looking to pick up some upgrades. Not quite going to go uncontested. JJHRG's Chu Lee kind of waiting in the wings, but Jux looks to be able to get down to the box before anybody else and is going to be able to grab that purple set of armor. They dropped the musket there as well, so it looks like they're trying to go back in and grab some weapons out of the box. Maybe they weren't happy with quite what they found as they go back and take the musket back up. They do pick up that purple greatsword though, and a couple of other little resources out of the box. I do believe a shield pot and a couple of grapples. Jux gonna use that Soul Jade there to go ahead and get a reset and pick up the buff as well. Luren King here finds an armor swap, goes topside looking to just create some space, throws the F3 into the teleporter. Sorry, yeah, I do believe that is the, no, that's the F2 if I'm not mistaken. It throws it out wide, goes for the teleport here. Crawling topside here. is able to find that full reset as Dongjing and many others come through and are going to go face to face, trying to keep each other from continuing the chase on the Luren King, who's now been able to get a full reset sitting outside here in the courtyard. The no ult zone is going to be popped, and it is going to be a violence breaking out here in the top side of this hut as Dongjing has his armor stripped off. Ace's Jin has their armor stripped off as well, and now we're going to see, I do believe, is that FunPlus Phoenix's move sliding in, trying to pick up an elimination here. Luren King goes very, very low. Move, this is exactly the momentum that they need to make things happen here, but it's going to be Ding Liu who picks it up, follows it up though onto Ding Liu. The F3 comes out, and Mu going to back off here instead of continuing to pressure this as Ding Liu finds an armor swap into a mostly healed set of blue armor, now turning to NAD's Dao Yifei, trading shots here with Q9's LXY. LXY, this is the last game they have to make any sort of noise if they have any hope of climbing up into that 8th position. They need to have 3 very good games back to back if they want to make anything happen. I'm gonna head over here to the Morse Blessing looking for a couple of scraps, and it looks like they're able to find a fresh set of blue armor.
Yeah, nice pick up for themselves there on that front. Still, I was expecting craziness, to be honest, Written. I feel like we had our craziness at the beginning of the day, and actually these players are playing maybe a little bit more respectfully to one another. They are maybe playing, you know, with a little bit of, okay, I am where I want to be and I need to be careful, and that is in effect affecting the guys who are lower, because the people above them are playing chill, are playing relaxed, and don't want to be getting themselves caught out. Like Ego, who right now just about in 8th. Last thing he needs is a bad game. He needs to get some points on the board this game and then just play it safe for the next few games. Although all it really takes is Chewy to have a pop-off game, or Jux to have a pop-off game, or even Panda Man, and suddenly he's been surpassed. There's a bunch of players right on his tail, so it's going to be interesting to see how he plays it. As Dongjing right now is actually just chipping away at his armor with this cannon, constantly getting through that. Ego just able to get himself the pot off and the reset. Dongjing continues to just barrage in through the window, and Ego, he needs to move away because that cannon is just consistently eating at his resources and his ability to stay healthy, as Jux and Ding Lu are going for a fight right now. Ding Lu's lost a fair amount of HP. Good bow shot from Jux, actually. Oh, Moo's coming in. He's going to be able to take it away. No, Jux secures it with the bow, and the elimination comes through.
Yeah, unfortunately there for FunPlus Phoenix's move, but Alliance's Jux desperately needing to put some points up on the board, as he's very close to climbing into that top 8 as well, and does not want to find himself not heading to grand finals here. All of these players, again, like you said, the top 8 kind of playing a little bit slower here, happy with the position they're in, just trying not to have a bad game, not looking to necessarily have a pop-off game, whereas these other bottom 8 players are going to keep that aggression going. It makes for an interesting mixed lobby here, especially into a lobby that's basically all Yodohimes, right? Where everybody can just kind of counter your F3 with their own F3 off the back of it, unless you're playing one of these Yodos that has decided to take the F1 or F2, which we have seen at least 2 of here in the lobby. But for the most part, your F not really buying you too much space unless you're using it pretty intelligently, like you're blocking a doorway with it or something like that, so you can have just a space to heal yourself without being able to be walked in on, right? Unless of course there's a Z ping there, and then they can just pop their F2 and walk right through it. But you know, Yodo's trying to make it happen in this lobby. Dubai throwing some shots up here on the Wang Liang. Wang Liang's in a really bad situation here. That F3 comes down. Unfortunately, Dubai misses the opportunity to go topside. Wang Liang will find a bush here. They cannot afford to pop healing here either, because if they do, they instantaneously give their position away. Now that Dubai's moved away, Wang Liang can start to look for that reset. Ego very low here, unfortunately popped into their ultimate. FunPlus Phoenix's Mu, one of those players looking to steal that position away from Ego, comes in here. Ego gonna find an armor swap into a white set of armor as Mu gives chase here. AW Zhang shows up as well. Ego just trying to hold on here in their 4th game of the day. They've been so consistently well, but currently not able to find even a single elimination this game, and multiple players looking to dog them down. They do find an armor swap, at least into a blue set of armor. Moo continuing to give chase here. He's gonna catch them with a huge vertical slash off of the longsword here. The F3 comes out by Ego, just a little bit of space. Zhang tries to come in. Ego is able to get a pot off before the other F3 comes in and interrupts him, but now Zhang on top of Ego as well. The Abyssal Aura comes out, putting in work here for 17JL's. Ego needs to be careful. Zhang looking to catch that parry in case they throw that Abyssal Aura out a second time. Ego gonna go in and find yet another armor swap here. The charge right click, there we go. Abyssal Aura coming out. Moo goes for the parry. Ego playing the mind game so well here, is able to catch again. Moo finds an armor swap into a blue armor swing there. The Abyssal Aura comes back out. The F3 comes back out, followed by Ego's F3, and it looks like it's gonna be another armor swap there for Moo. No, Moo doesn't find the armor swap. Ego turning this fight on its head, comes through. There's the kick. One hit is all it's gonna take to send Moo back to the lobby here. Ego,
no way,
so desperately misses the grapple. Moo's going topside. Ego not gonna let it go. The musket shot comes out. Ego just needs one hit. There it is. Ego back on the board, and Moo back to the lobby.
That was personal. That was so personal. Moo was trying to take Ego out of this lobby. He was trying his damnedest, and Ego did not relent. He stayed on. He played that so well. As we actually see LXY getting themselves taken down and eliminated from the lobby. Chances of climbing out are slipping away from LXY. They need to have 2 bloody killer games in our last 2 games of the day if they want to have any hope of making it out. I am somewhat doubtful on that front, but Ego, going back to him, an absolutely phenomenal play. We're actually starting to see quite a few people getting taken out here. We just saw Wang Liang from XCG go down to Dubai. Dubai still in that 6th spot, so still in that top 8 where he wants to be towards the grand finals, but will be happy with the fact he was able to find that pickup for himself. So we are going to see the Mora's Blessing spawn up, and everybody is going to swarm towards this bad boy. I believe it was Jux who got it and just ran off. I'm not sure. I think he just ran in and grabbed what he needed and took off. So I'm pretty sure Jux won that one. Everyone else is just going to grab the remnants and the scraps or whatever they can from the inside of this Mora's Blessing. But an absolutely chaotic couple of moments in this game as Jin going to be re-armoring and re-healing up after all of the action that has been going down, as Shui on the high ground with the ballista. All it takes is one good shot. He goes down and he's eliminated. Oh no.
Goodness. Yeah, 17JL's Ego unfortunately going down there, at least putting a point on the board for themselves this game. You know, to be fair, Ego absolutely hunted in this lobby. So many players looking to pick up the elimination off of Ego, trying to make them have a bad game so they have a chance to climb out. AOW Zhang, one of those players. That said, Ego...
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ego still with a good 4 to 5 point lead over every other player here. So it's not guaranteed that they're gonna drop back down.
I think he is. I think he's going 9th or 10th this game. After this game, I think Zhang with the 4 kills, once a multiplier gets applied to that, I actually think, and placement point as well, I actually think as long as Zhang doesn't get taken out now, Ego drops into 4th, into 9th or 10th, and Chewy could also, because he's only, what, 3 points behind, he could easily overtake Ego as well if he has a decent end to this game. So Ego is going to have his work cut out for him, I think, at the end of this game. There's still 2 more games to go, and we've been singing his praises, but he just was hunted. He was just hunted, and Moo was the one that hunted him as well, which is kind of tragic. I mean, Ego did take Moo's spot in the top 8, so maybe Moo had a reason to go for Ego there. But 6 minutes left in this game, and the question is who is going to be taking it? Who is going to be catching themselves into this top 8 spot? Because I think we will see some shuffling after this game.
Oh, we absolutely are going to see a lot of shuffling here. You know what? Ego does get eliminated here, but it's a lamentable spot to be in that 8th place position, right? Because everybody below you is looking to target you out because they know if they eliminate you earlier, their odds of being able to climb into that top 8 space is so much higher. They're not trying to let you have an okay game and slide up into 7th, because that means now they have to climb up over the person who was 7th before them, right? Like Dao Yue, where he's sitting right now. That's the last thing they want to do. They just want to be able to be as close to that position as possible. So anyone who recognizes Ego's playstyle, sees that they're fighting him, are instantaneously going to be like, okay, hey, look, I need to dog this person down regardless of what happens. And Ego had reset multiple times there. They were at full health and everybody just kept chasing them down because they know we need to get Ego out of this lobby so that we have a chance to make it happen. Zhang, the one who finally able in the end to actually chase him down, and Zhang is the closest to taking that spot away from Ego right now off the back of a very, very good performance this game with 4 eliminations under the belt, like you were saying. Ego has to come back in the next 2 games and make it happen. It's sad to say that this is Ego's first poor performance of the day. He's consistently been 2nd place every single game, but he had a lot of work to put in coming into today, so he doesn't get to rest for a single moment if he wants to qualify to go to those grand finals. That said, the fight he had with Mu earlier, insane. The way he was using Abyssal Aura, the way he was able to bait out parries, hold off, control that neutral, flip the script as it was, because Mu was in control of that fight for a very long time. And then Ego was just able to find his footing and then just play the mind games and win. Ego has got to be so proud of his performance today. It's just such a different player here, and I love to see it coming out of him. But now we turn back to the action here as Alliance's Jux on the receiving end of some of these cannon shots. Things have significantly slowed down, and this is more of a typical game of Naraka now, right? You know, we saw some of that dogging going down, but now that Ego's out of the lobby, these players are just like, all right, I just need to play for placement now, especially AOW Zhang. Zhang has 4 eliminations right now. He just needs to not go out early if he wants to climb into that top 8 with this game, and he's sitting fairly well. You know, he's one of the few Z-Pings in the lobby, right? He also has that gold armor. He's got the purple dual blades. His survivability is the name of the game for Zhang right now.
Yeah, he's very set up for a pretty decent end to this game. He's actually the only person with golden armor left in the circle as well. 3.5 minutes until the game fully comes to an end, or the circle starts to fully close up. But as you can see, the circle is now slowly starting to draw closer and closer, and there's still 10 players left in this lobby, so it will explode into action fairly soon. Zhang actually has, is that a golden flamer on him as well? He is terrifying, actually, because we were talking about this. Z-Ping can do this. They can just pop the shield, and Zhao Hui goes down to Zhang. Zhang with that kill, able to pick that up. Beautiful pickup for himself, and that might just be enough for him to climb up now off the back of that 1 kill and overtake that overtake Ego, as he's actually looking for Jux as well with the counter. It's stolen. No, it's not. It's secured. His 6th kill. Zhang mounting a monumental comeback. He had some big shoes to fill coming into this season, taking over for Mike on AOW in solos. One of the most celebrated players we had in Season 1, a player who was playing phenomenally well. And then the shuffle around mid-season, Zhang had to take his spot, fill those shoes, and he didn't really hit the mark that Mike was hitting for a very, very long time. But it feels like now he's starting to get that energy. He's starting to get that play style down and stepping up for the team. The Flamer, the Golden Armor, the Z-Ping, just phenomenally set up for the ending of this game. He did decide to repair in the middle of the zone, but that should be okay. As Dongqing going low here, the Flamer's on, and that is going to be a kill for XJin onto Dongqing as he is taken down. Zhang still has the heals on himself. He's going to recover some armor, but a bit of a toast onto Chewy just to get through that health bar for the moment. But Zhang's quite happy with his position on this low ground. Everybody else is going to throw all of their abilities at one another. Chewy dashes forwards into Zhang's pocket. Zhang comes in with a counter, absolutely obliterates the health bars. The bubbles go down to try and catch out to Zhang, but Zhang's not going to fall victim for that, as Chewy is now going to eat himself and knock back for the moment. Can Chewy survive survive? He's so low. He should just be going down. He throws out the tidal wave. He's got the spear. Chewy holding fast for the moment. Mareki is looking to finish him up with the ultimate. And somehow with the dodges, with the survivability, Chewy is still in this lobby. He's still holding fast, but he finally goes down. As Xjin, he's next to throw out his ultimate on the Yoto, trying to find every target he can, but everybody is dodging away. Xjin's low HP, and he needs to find an opportunity to recover, but Zhang is going to toast him down and make sure he can't survive this as Panda Man is low, and Zhang is looking for another kill. Unable to get it as Panda Man has thrown down the ultimate himself, trying to tidy up a couple of kills here, but every slice, every shot goes wide. It can't quite find its mark as Reki has been taken out by Jin in the middle of the heat. The last 5 players are all brawling, are all scrapping for the end of this game as Jin is taking names. Jin is taking everybody out. 1, 2, 3, 4 players fall to him as Dubai is going to throw his own ultimate down in response and try and finish up Jin as Jin has just got a tap dodge away. The health bars are bleeding out and Dubai is able to finish him up and close this game out.
Dubai able to come in there in the end, holds off on his Yodohime ultimate for as long as humanly possible, but no surprises here. It's going to come up AOW, Zhang strung together a massive number of kills for themselves this game, securing themselves an 8th place position here into the top 8 in our Repechage. Now the question is will he be able to hold on to it, as we do still have 2 more games left here today, but for the moment he can breathe a sigh of relief as he's at least been able to climb back into the top 8. He just has to hold on to that position going forward. What a game here. I told you things get absolutely heated here in the Repechage, and Zhang making it happen here as we will have our 3rd MVP of the day back to back come down on Zipin Yang.
Everybody is very in the zone. Every time we look at them on the cameras, they are solemn, serious. You can kind of pick whatever word you want really to describe it. They are very straight-faced, and they know that for some of these players, these next 2 games will just be their last games of the season, of the year in competitive as well. So they were desperately trying to find those final wins, and Zhang surpassing Ego in the final moments here has probably upset Ego quite a bit. He's still got 2 games left to reclaim his spot, but man, that was a monster game coming in from Zhang. Also, what an end. Like, what an end. Just like all the Yotos throwing their ults down, and just the kill feed just shot up. It was like you're watching movie credits on fast forward. They were just bombing up, and so many people just went down to all those Yoto ults at the end. Complete carnage at the tail end of that game.
Oh, absolutely. The leaderboard's going to be pretty tight as well, right? Because, you know, we saw the likes of Zhang go out pretty early in terms of the last final people that were there. Ace Jin picked up a ton of eliminations. Dubai gets the 1st place multiplier plus the ranking points. It's going to come down pretty tight in terms of the total points when we see the leaderboard for this particular game, I do believe. I think Zhang maybe in a lead in 1st place by 1 point or something like that, because he had the 6 eliminations. But man, what a game here for game number 4. We had the Hollow Roth after this as well. We're probably going to see our last Zipin Yangs here on Hollow Roth, I would assume. You know, we had mostly Takedas in that 1st game. If the pattern continues, the people who haven't played Ziping yet, who played Takeda that game, going to be playing Ziping into that next game. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how it rolls out. 17JL Ego not having a great game this particular game. Unfortunately, they get dogged down. They hunted. They had a great showing, quite honestly. The fight between him and Mu there definitely won for his highlight reel, if anything. The fact he was able to take control of that fight, bring that back, great. You know, even consistent players have to have at least 1 bad game during the day. If this is the only bad game Ego has, it's gonna come down to be pretty good if he can just bring the consistency back in the next couple of games. As we take a look here, AW Zhang, okay, a little more. No, it's still 1.6 points. So, you know, Zhang with an 11-point game here. Ace's Jin picks up 4 eliminations, goes to a 9.4. MPG's Dubai an 8.8. So the top 3 pretty tight in terms of scoring across the board there.
Yeah, it's what I find so interesting about the player, about the well, not player, sorry, the losers bracket. Well, I guess it is players. About the losers bracket is we see, you know, normally we're watching the top end of the table like, oh, it's so close for first or second. Like that doesn't matter. Those guys are happy. They're comfortable. They're not getting anything more for being in first or second. They're just happy to be there. We are completely locked on like 6th through to 12th. Like that is the most exciting part of the bracket for me right now. I think if I remember right, it was Chewy below in 10th, I think. If I remember right. Zhang was 9th. He's now definitely 8th or 7th off the back of this game. That was a huge 11-pointer for him. I think it was Chewy, but I could be very wrong there, actually.
Yeah, so
I can't remember who was in 10th.
I do believe it's going to be, just doing some quick maths in my head, it's going to be Zhang in 7th place. It's going to be Dao Yihui in 8th place. 17JL's Ego in 9th place. And Chewy still holding on to that 10th place slot as he only put together a 2.3 game score here. Ego was significant. I think he had 5 points above him here. Ego scores a 1.1, so he really only climbs that gap by 1 point. So I do believe Ego still has a 4-point lead on to Chewy here. If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Zhang definitely in 7th place off the back of this game.
Well, here you go. The MVP for that game was AOW Zhang. Like I said, filling the boots of Mike, and he did it in style here. 18.7k damage coming out of him. 14.9k healing. Soul Release, Switch Dazzle, Dual Blade Sap, Nunchuck Sap, Cavalry Bloom, and Flame Breath for himself. Just a really, really big game from Zhang. And I mean, the Flamebringer did 6.2k. That was basically all his damage at the end of that game. Like, he was just cooking the entire circle.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, just coming in. What a great game from Zhang here. Really locking things down in the final circle here. And he, honestly, most of his kills put together before the final circle. He just played very aggressively, does very well. And look, he was able to find his target, lock them down, eliminate them early, and then pop off following that momentum. He needed to make it happen this game, and that's exactly what happened. He figures out who Ego is just based off the playstyle, based off the fact that everybody's trying to dog down that one particular player. He's able to slide in there, pick up the elimination off of Ego, sees that name come up in the kill feed. If I'm AOW Zhang and I see our boy Ego's name come up in the kill feed when I kill that person, I go, this is my opportunity. I was just below them. I'm hanging on to 9th place. I need to put my pedal to the metal right now, and that's exactly what he does. He's able to lock it down, and I do believe off the back of a very big performance, he's going to be in 7th place overall. Now he just has to hold on to it.
Yeah, it's very much about holding on and gripping on now at this point with these last 2 games. The bottom end of the table and the the bottom end of the top end of the table and the top end of the bottom end of the table right now are all sweating a lot. They're all very, very nervous for these next 2 games. These next 2 games mean so much for all of these players. And, you know, like I said, I know we keep saying it, but we need to reiterate the point. If you lose today, if you're in the bottom 8, you are done for the year. That is it. No more Naraka competitive. If you are in the top end of the table, you make it through to the grand finals, and that's where you have your shot at Worlds. That's where you increase and get those more Worlds points under your belt. So it's really do or die in these last 2 games. We've only got one more Morrisai, we've only got one more Holoroth, and then we are donezo. And I'm curious about the hero select, because you were talking about the Z-Pings. I feel like most people have probably used their Z-Pings. We've seen Z-Pings in the last 3 games now. So I actually expect to see very few in this next game.
We've seen some scattered Z-Pings, but then the thing is potentially they can use her twice, right? It could be their one hero that they do pick twice. We are going into the second game of Holoroth. I do want to make one tiny correction, and that is I do believe NAD's Dao Yihui, if he goes into bottom 8, it's not over for him yet, because off the back of his performance throughout the rest of this season and season 1, he has already put together enough points to guarantee to go to Worlds. So he definitely wants to go play. Yeah, he definitely wants to go play grand finals. I think he's the only exception for the players here in Repechage, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So Okay, Dubai. Yeah, Dubai. I think Dubai might also be guaranteed a slot already as well. But besides those two, everybody else, if they go out, that's it. They're done. There's no more Naraka for them for the year, unfortunately, in a competitive aspect anyway. But those two definitely want to go play grand finals for sure. Dubai really would be so sad for him if he doesn't get to go play grand finals in season 2, seeing as he's the defending champion from season 1. DAY3, a similar situation. Even if he's guaranteed to go to Worlds already, I'm sure the last thing he wants to do is go out on a whimper in Repechage and not have a chance to go compete in grand finals, right? Because we're talking about how important it is to get the points to go to Worlds. The money at Worlds is on next level, but we can't understate how much money is on the line in grand finals either. There's still a lot of money to be had there, and the last thing you want to do as DAY3 is not end up going and having a chance to at least compete for that money.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, it's a big bonus. I can't remember exactly how much it is. Was that right? I think it's like 400k, or am I crazy there? I think it's a lot.
I can't remember how much it was last season, but it's a significant amount of money.
Not in dollars or anything, or pounds. It is a phenomenal amount of money up for grabs in the grand finals. So yeah, of course they want to get their hands onto that. But you know, it's going to be these next few games. I am very excited to see how they go down. Obviously, 2 different maps as well. It means these last 2 games might have 2 different styles. I think, especially if you're Ego, you need the tempo of these games to be quick. It seems like Ego thrives in these fast tempo games. So I think he needs to, he needs to pick up the pace and just go really hard in these next 2 games. Because it's, again, like I said earlier on in the day, it's very much like you either make this work or you don't make it work. Like it's very much like, you know, you're not going any further. You need to basically just play like you have nothing to lose, because you really do have nothing to lose at this point. Anyway, it is time for us to throw to a quick break before we get going into game 11. So we'll see you in a moment.
去草路可以吗？能来吗？
可以。
加点别流。
没事。
不行，我得走了，我
他不敢。走。哎，我躲不，还是逃不过这个。
这把钱花2千。
他也被炸一下。他被炸2下。
我把钱花了，我搞不了。我现在
炸死他！差一点，炸不死。好杀！
吃花自己吃花走。
我吃了。
吃花走，
自己玩，
自己玩，不用管我。我
没事。我杀一个。
好炸！你自己玩，别管我。自己该吃花吃花。
好吃。我吃了。
哎，好哎。稳住，不用和他博弈，自己狗命就行。自己绕。哎呦。
傻。不要，你谁呀？大妈！
好强！
直接就摁一下勾就知道我们炸没炸。
裁判，还有水没的，给我拿一瓶没？好，谢谢。
苍天笑，切了跑了。鸭子给我唱首歌，放松一下。
我唱歌很会的。
哦，不然。
门前大小巷，流过一群鸭。
1、2、3、4、5、6、7。
死了，刚说完死了。
刚说完，
具体刚说完。
啊，老八对了，哎，老八啊？哦，吓我一跳。他们玩常规双变了。
他们一把杀佛，一把常规佛。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen and Naraka fans, to day 2 of Solo's Repechage for the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is my co-host and caster, Hiprain, and it has been a very, very exciting day thus far. We are 10 games deep of our 12 games for Solo's Repechage, and it is still a very, very tight game for that coveted 8th place. As we take a look here, you guys have a chance to win yourself a legendary treasure here. You got to answer the question, how many kills did Zhang claim in our game number 10, aka the 4th game of the day? Is it A5, B6, C7, or D8? Lock those answers in over in Twitch chat very quickly for an opportunity to win that legendary weapon skin here. But of course, welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Jake, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm excited for these last 2 games. I think I'm hoping we get a bit more carnage and chaos, because I feel like these guys ran out of steam after the first 2 games. I think things got a little bit too scary for some of the guys, especially at the top, like Xjin, who was, you know, he won game 3, but like those first 2 games, he kind of got slammed. So I think for some of the players, they might have got a little spooked from everything that went on. Yeah, I'm excited to see what these next 2 games are going to be like. I hope that they're going to pick up the pace a little bit, because it does feel like we have been sitting behind our laurels and had fairly dead mid games, at least in the last kind of like, I'd say last 2-3 games. So yeah, I want to see what these next 2 games have in stock. Obviously, we're going to holler off. It was Reki who won the last one on a Z-ping. Have we had 3 Z-pings in a row win now? I'm pretty sure it's only been Z-ping.
Yep. It has been Z-ping MVP for the last 3 games. Great. Yeah, it's very interesting. You know, we talk about it. You know, hashtag zap the zip, as it were.
Yeah.
I know we are ready for it. I'm sure the players are ready for it. But you know, it is what it is currently as we move forward here. Many heroes getting played today. Heck, we got to see Yueshan, Tian Hai, Viper. So at least some of that change coming through, and seeing players try to play something else at the very least. Not very successfully, unfortunately, as it seems to have been cursed for every player who picked up something a little different this time around. Bolda did pretty okay in our last game here. Not phenomenal, but
right,
they did
yeah.
Okay.
They did a good job at the end of avoiding getting like everyone on them by just ulting and saying, "Stay away! I'm in a little water world. Leave me alone." Yeah, it was a very interesting game. But before we get going with our next interesting game, which is game number 11, we actually have a video from one of our players, and we'll get ready for that game. So let's roll that video.
就第4双周，因为版本才改版嘛，然后我们就比赛上直接就用了训练赛的一些东西，然后效果不是很好嘛，导致那种成绩也不好。 然后也不是说稳进总决赛就不渴望进周决了嘛，其实就是没发挥好，然后关于阵容的问题和打法的问题，然后需要还有改变，然后现在应该已经调整回来了，预期就保持好今天的状态吧，就其实按照如果第二天延续第一天的状态，其实进总决是没什么太大难度的，只是希望第二天状态继续火热下去。
I'll take this one, Jake. Don Queen here, talking about how they're doing in the repechage and a little bit of some things they tried in practice they thought were going to work here, not quite working in their favor. But he feels pretty confident that if they play like they did on the first day of Trios Repechage, that GDs will be going to the grand finals here for season 2. But we still have solos to get through before we find out whether that's going to happen tomorrow or not. And many of these players fighting for some heavy positions here, just trying to make something happen. Unfortunate for Moo here. Moo coming into the day was in that top 8, that 8th place position, and just has not been able to hold on to it off the back of a very poor performing day for FunPlus Phoenix's Moo. And that's not something we expect coming through from the likes of FunPlus Phoenix. 2 games left to go, though, as the desperation sets in for many of these players. Every single game brings us closer to the end and closer to some of these players' competitive year coming to an end.
Alrighty, well, let's see what's going to go down here. As we'll see what in this Holo-Off, what the players are going to be picking up. What the hero select is going to look like. I swear to God, Rune, if I start to see more Z-Pings, I don't mind 1 or 2. I will. Alright, well, there's 3. Keep in mind, there was 1 Z-Ping in the first Holo-Off and they won it. Oh my God. Yeah, we need to zap the zip. We really need to zap the zip. Oh.
And across the board here, 2 more Z-Pings followed up by a Justina. And then, wouldn't you know, a Z-Ping coming in here.
There's good news. Ow, my soul. The good news is, Rune, is we won't see Z-Ping in the final game probably off the back of this. I think everyone has now used it. That well is well and truly dry. But we have a Z-Ping lobby, which, for anyone who hasn't watched it, first of all, you obviously haven't been watching the tail end of this split. There's a lot of fights, but nothing happens. That's Z-Ping. That is it down to a T. Everybody scraps, but nobody can kill each other because Z-Ping has way too much sustain. As we are getting ready to go on to Holo-Off for our 10th game, our penultimate game here of the losers bracket. Remember, only the top 8 can make it into the grand final. For the last 8, those at the bottom, they are done. End of the competitive year, excluding, I think, 1 person, maybe 2, you could potentially, who have already qualified. But other than that, well, for Worlds, sorry. Other than that, their season at the Nbpl will be done.
Yeah, we take a look here, and oh no, Zhang actually only made it into 8th place. I really thought, oh, look at that, they're only 0.5 points behind Dao Yiwei here as we take a look at the overall standings. The Ego is going to be in 9th place, though, only by a single point, however. So Ego needs to come up this game and make something happen over AOW. Zhang YZG's Jing Liu, though, absolutely blitzing down Dao Yiwei here in the beginning. No surprise here, 17JL's Ego comes in looking for the third-party opportunity, catches the parry off of Dao Yiwei, but Dao Yiwei going to pop the F2 here. And it is a Z-Ping full lobby as Ego looks for those third-party opportunities. And honestly, I love this strategy from 17JL's Ego, coming in with the strong third parties, especially into a lobby full of Z-Pings. This is pretty much the only way to guarantee an elimination onto a Z-Ping, is coming in to a third party when that Z-Ping pretty low, no abilities left. They're on cooldown. The ult's already been burnt. You can just come in, slide in, pick up the elimination, and then just slide right on out. Not having to worry about burning a ton of resources or chase for an eternity. Wow, coming in catching many players here. Now it's 17JL's Ego who goes low. Forced to pop the ultimate already. There's the F2 as well. Tries to turn.
It's not going good.
Yeah, Ding Liu catches him with the charge left click there. The blue focus just eating through that F2 ability there for 17JL's Ego. Ego gonna catch them for some damage as well. Now Daohui Hui coming in. Daohui Hui definitely wants to eliminate Ego here. Ego is one of the only players in contention to be able to take this positioning away from him. Daohui Hui catches the parry all to Ding Liu. And we're going to see 17JL's Ego pop the F2 as well. This fight taking an absolute eternity as we see reset after reset go through. Ding Liu gets caught with the vertical here. Ding Liu goes so low. Who's going to get it? Daohui Hui's the one who picks it up. Now 17JL's Ego on the back foot.
Oh, no!
Daohui Hui picks up a double and is going to secure himself 2 eliminations here in round 5.
Double counters coming in as well. Absolutely huge. Zhang versus DAY3 just going to juggle him up, get themselves the uppercut off for now. Buying a bit of space, and actually that double kill for Daohui, setting him up lovely in 7th right now. Getting himself in a more comfortable position. Remember, it's so tight. 7th through to 9th, there is 3 points. So those 3 players are all very close within each other. As Ding Liu already eliminated. Daohui able to pick up his 3rd kill and get himself an easy kill as DAY3 being juggled around here, pinned against the wall. Zhang actually now the next one being focused out as Exjin is looking to deal with him. He's not a threat to Exjin at the top of the table. There is no way Exjin can be surpassed. But he still wants to deal with the new kid in the top 8 block. As he gets the counter, he gets the damage, he gets the follow-up as DAY3 slides in. And DAY3's actually distracting. He's able to get away. I don't understand. Zhang just got away with that because DAY3 comes in and looks for Jin. He wants to finish him up. He can actually contest first if he wants. And he's going to look to try and go for it. But Jin able to get away from DAY3 here. Jin gets himself up the stairs and away. DAY3 saved the life of Zhang there.
Yeah, DAY3 coming in there, literally, all he had to do was turn his attention. That was a free elimination for DAY3 if he just turned and literally left-clicked onto Zhang. I'm not sure why he decided to come in and focus Exjin from J-Team. My only guess is that he came in with that charge right-click, right? And it caught the foot of Exjin, the hitbox, and because of that, did a ton of damage to them. It allowed for AOW Zhang to slip out, and at that point he was kind of already committed, seeing as he had put so much damage onto J-Team's action and just followed through with it. There is my only guess. If I was DAY3, I feel like I definitely was aiming for the other party there. A parry coming out from Jin here onto Alliance's Jux. Oh my goodness! And Jux uses the F2 to cross the trap and bait Jin into it. I love to see it, but it's not going to be enough as Jin clearly is not happy with what just happened here and is going to follow through. Look at this, the no ult zone. Trying to cancel. Ooh, Jux just barely avoiding that. Is going to get to keep the healing going there from the ultimate. No, maybe not. Maybe the ult did get canceled out there as Jux doesn't seem to be healing at all, and Ace's Jin picks up the elimination.
Easy pickup there for Jin. Lovely done by him. His 1st kill of this game. And again, he's another player who is in the realms of catching up towards that top end of the table. Looking around himself a loot as Exjin from J-Team is coming forward. Jin unleashes onto Exjin to start it out. F abilities are going to get used between the pair of them as Wang Liang about to run around the corner. He heard the clangs and the tings of the fight and wants to get involved. Exjin actually armor swaps out, and that is just giving Jin a massive advantage in this fight. The counter comes down and Exjin falls to Jin. Jin is popping off in this tail end of the series of the day as Wang Liang heavily chunked out, looking to try and escape away for the moment. Catching him with the uppercut as Jin just buying himself a little bit of space. And actually now Panda Man has joined into the foray, wanting to get involved in the fight. Actually just grapples off and away, catches him in the old airflow. Wang Liang will be able to get a reset off. It looks like he's been able to get away with that scot-free. very, very close fight around this no ult zone, and these are so powerful about well, with dealing with the what do you call them? Z-pings. My brain is just all over the place right now, Rune. That and the snowstorm. The snowstorm's amazing into Z-ping because it just stops her getting ult charge. It's really good at shutting them down. So we're actually not at the time of the day where you see snowstorms. That is the first holler off of the day. So no snowstorms to worry about today.
Yeah, you know, very, very nice to see some of these Z-pings actually getting shut down by that. You know, I'm a fan, honestly, of Viper into Z-ping personally. I think it would be very interesting to see some of these pro players run a V3 of Viper into Z-ping, because not only can you hit her with the silence from the F2, but the duration of the V3, Viper can actually fight during her V3. And anyone she's tethered to is completely silenced, which means Z-ping can't use her F2 or activate her ultimate either. Now, the passive from the ultimate will activate when she gets low, regardless of the silence whatsoever, but she can't physically activate the ultimate and, you know, knock you off of her and get all of that extra healing. She only gets that one passive coming through, and it's a nice way to deal with some of the Z-pings, at least in my casual or ranked lobbies anyway.
Well, I don't see anyone running around with red armor, so I'm going to make a hesitated guess that it was probably just a golden weapon. Oh yeah, there it is, Lorraine King running around with a golden weapon. Golden dagger. It was a golden dagger last time.
Yes, it was.
Same skin. Wait, was it Lorraine King who got it last time as well? 2 daggers in a row.
I can't remember if it was Lure and King who got it last time. It might have been, actually.
Wicked.
Luren coming in here. LXY trying to get some leftovers from the box here, but Luren King coming in and absolutely going to punish them. That legendary dagger putting in so much work here onto LXY. LXY able to find another blue armor to swap into, though. Trying to turn this fight onto Lureng. Doesn't want to let that pot get off, but is just going to come in. The F2 gets popped here by Lureng. We're going to see the pistol shots that come through onto Lureng. Lureng, though, still with the F2 going. The shield's going to come back very soon. LXY now in a very interesting situation. The only Justina in the lobby goes very, very low here. Fun Plus Phoenix's move coming in very low, and Dao Yue shows up as well as this fight continues between them. The ballista shot comes out. LXY's got no hope. Wang Liang picking up an elimination. Lure and King going very low as well, trying to dip out of here. And now Wang Liang going to turn their attention to Lure and King and continue to give chase.
The Wang Liang not actually able to chase onto Lurraine King here. Just zoning him away for the moment. Still 13 players left in this lobby right now, Rune, and so far it's all the bottom people who've been knocked out, unfortunately. Taken out somewhat. It's just, I mean, it's Z-ping lobbies, man. It's just Z-ping lobbies cook my brain. They are just painfully slow, unfortunately. You know, we have had at least a few eliminations, not too many, but we've had at least a couple come through. As XJin and Lurraine King just trading up versus each other. The uppercut does connect in. As oh no! XJin run over by the Forney roller. The rolling pin has hit him. He's not gonna get hit again! Look forward, man! You gotta see where it's coming. He's able to just about get away, but everybody is chasing him down. Watch him get hit again. It's coming. I feel it in my bones right now. He's gonna dash out that door and get immediately run over because he is not paying attention to where it is. He's trying to survive for the moment. Where is he gonna go? Is he gonna try and escape out of this room for now? It looks like he is. Ooh, that was so close. That was way too close, man. Should see where it's coming, and XJin is able to just about slide out of this building and out of the tunnels below to safety away from all of his pursuers. That was way too close.
Yeah, J-Team's action there, just getting blitzed down. And, you know, I think he was trying to get away from the roller there, but he gets grappled down and locked in position both times that the roller comes through. Unfortunately, there's so much sustain here in this lobby. Even off the back of getting hit with that trap twice, he's able to just keep it together and slip away as that fight breaks out of the treasure room and everybody starts to push back the zone collapsing now. Zone 2 just about fully collapsed down onto Zone 3. 13 players still left alive. Very, very few eliminations thus far, and most of them stacked onto the same players. As you know, there's for Jux, LXY, and Ding Liu to be on, there has to have been 6 eliminations total, and there's only been 9 eliminations in the lobby, which means 6 of the 9 eliminations were just on those 3 players.
It was all on those guys for now. Oh, look at the circlers actually. That's it. Is that a sandstorm?
It is a sandstorm getting ready to brew through right now.
Yeah, because it's not snow, and we're not in the right area for snow, and it's also not the right time, so that was silly. But there's a Bane's Breath and a sandstorm in one spot here, so all of the players are going to be forced on top of one another into what could be a pretty hairy situation, as desperation for the Mora's blessing is breaking out, forcing them all away. Again, only 3 players have gone down this entire game. Obviously, the revives have now worn off, so if someone does go down, they are going down permanently. Zhang gets himself counted. He's in the zone. He's taking so much damage already. Pops the F ability as Lu Renking is just trying to deal with him through the shield. Up they go, trying to finish him. Up Zhang, caught out by the grapple. This could be really rough for Zhang if he finds himself taken out here. As the Wang Liang also making his way forward. They're trying to chase him and force him into that zone. The healing is so much weaker when you get in that zone. And they're dealing with him. The charge click comes down from the Katana, able to absolutely make short work of that shield. As it looks like they've actually given up on the chase. They've given up on the potential for the kill. As Zhang able to get himself pretty much a full reset off. Only got the blue armor, but he's still able to recover pretty much all of his health, so they are feeling comfortable in keeping this going. As Zhang and Lu Renking now find themselves in a bit of a scrap. F abilities are being used though to make sure that they are going to be able to keep themselves alive with the healing, and it looks like Zhang able to get away as Lu Renking has distracted Wang Liang. Again, keeping the chase up. We do actually see Panda Man getting knocked out of this lobby. It's been quiet from Ego, though. He hasn't been able to find himself a single kill this game, which is probably going to be a bit of a problem, considering he needs to have 2 good games if he really wants to hold on and get himself into that top spot.
Absolutely. Wang Liang still giving chase to Lu Renking here as the inevitable infinite chase of Z-Pings continues here in game number 5. Lu Renking going to be able to get out here, find that F2 hopefully soon, and get himself yet another reset here. He's got 8 seconds left on that cooldown. Ego showing up, trying to do what Ego does best, looking to get himself onto the scoreboard here, so that he can potentially climb past Zhang. We're going to see the F2 come out, F2 come out, F2 come out from multiple players. You can just hear it popping left and right here. Ego trying not to step into the no hold zone too harsh here, as we see NAD's Dowie Hui giving a chase to Ego. Ego's F2 gonna completely go through, giving them a full reset as they now look to OUG's Lu Renking, trying to give chase here with the dagger and lock down onto somebody, anybody. Dowie Hui shows up as well. Ego looking to make the most of a third party here as they possibly can. Lu Renking also coming through with their own F2, gets most of a reset and is going to find a shield pot here, and they're going to be sitting in fairly pretty. Moo and Ace's Jin as well as Wang Liang coming in to fight over this Mora's Blessing. Moo able to slide in, get the legendary armor, is going to back out off the back of an F2 here. Zhang going in looking for some of those scraps as Moo is able to find a full reset on the backside of the building, goes topside, and it is Z-Ping Heaven here. 12 players left alive as we are now fully collapsed onto Zone 4. Zone 4 will be collapsing onto Zone 5 in the next 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Well, 8 minutes left. 12 players left. Probably going to go all the way down in this game. This is what Z-Ping lobbies do. They do, you know, take a bit of a backseat, especially at this point. There's probably fairly high damage stats this game because people are constantly whacking each other. Problem is, there's just not that many kills going down. It's actually, when you look at the scoreboard, it is very low scoring this game. Like, Lu Renking has 1 kill, Wang Liang has 2 kills, Dowie Hui has 4, Jin has 2, Chewy has 1, and Miu has 1. That's it. Not many points have been earned yet. There's a lot of donuts on the board. There's a lot of players left in the game. And yes, we are going to see the kills start to get picked up soon, as Jin just showing off his Soul Jade. There's Dubai being jumped onto by Moo. Moo actually starting to get some life back into them, but I feel like it could be a little bit too little too late. They've got to make these next 2 games really work for them if they want to reclaim their spot, because they were in 8th, remember, at the beginning of the day, and right now they're in 14th. Wang Liang actually taken away, this kill taken from Mu. So Wang Liang takes down DAY there. Easy pickup onto the third place player there. Nice little pickup for himself. And remember, DAY, the defending champion, currently in 3rd, realistically gonna stay in that top 8 on the table. I don't really see a way for them to get surpassed and overtaken, as we're doing the old ring around the roses here. Mu circling around Zhang. Zhang able to avoid him for now, but multiple people are looking to maybe join into this chase. If Zhang goes down, this is actually a good player for Mu to take out if he wants any hope of contesting the top end of the table. Well, sorry, the bottom end of the top end of the table, that top 8 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Zhang is the person that needs to be eliminated for any of these players in the bottom 8 to stand a chance to climb up and dethrone Zhang out of the 8 here. You know, Ego literally just needs 1 elimination to climb back into that 8th place spot. So Zhang is there right now, but he hasn't bought himself any goodwill, and he has not bought himself any sort of space to be able to relax whatsoever in any of these last 3 games. We are 11 players left alive as Zone 4 collapses on to Zone 5. And like you said, it is a ring around the Zping F2 right now, as many Zpings just trading damage off on each other and then popping F2 and the heals coming through. And, you know, I'd be interesting to see just how much healing has been done in this game, because it is going to be absolutely wild as we turn to Ventus's Reki. Trading blows with Don Quing here. Reki going to go a little low from some musket shots here, but is able to find the reset as Mu looks to pressure in and try to make something happen on Reki. Everybody really hungry to pick up an elimination here, but it just being nigh impossible onto the back of all of these Z-Pings as we move forward. The no ult zone popped in the middle here. Reki trying to avoid that, as they are very low here, and that's the last place they want to end up without the ability to use their ultimate while low. Reki gonna go ahead and use that frost core here, the only Justina here in the lobby, and still just holding on for dear life as we see them move through the no ult zone and are going to slip out of it, because again, they don't want to be in that position. Reki very low though. There it is. Fun plus Phoenix's move finally going to catch the elimination there off the back of a long range musket shot.
Yeah, he's able to land that shot. 10 players left in the lobby. 4.5 minutes left until it fully closes out. It feels like it feels like we're still in kind of that mid game, but we are very much in that end game phase of the game here, as Zhang actually was chased out into the circle, took a fair amount of damage here. Dongqing looking to try and take him out, but it does look like Zhang is able to buy himself a bit of space and get away. Has to head back into the circle and take another tick of zone damage. Ego is there. Maybe there's a world where Ego can get some revenge on Zhang for the previous game, but looks like not going to be the case. He's just going to run away. Ego's playing it fairly safe here, which is a little bit unexpected from me.
Yeah, Zhang able to get a little bit of the reset here. I mean, it's just, there's 10 Z-Pings, or sorry, 9 Z-Pings left in the, no, the Justina went down. So it is 10 Z-Pings as Zone 5 collapses on to Zone 6. I don't really think we're going to see too many more eliminations until Zone 7 completely collapses down, and these Z-Pings are absolutely forced to fight or die as the zoned tick comes through. And even then, a lot of them going to be popping those F2s and those ultimates just to buy some space here. Jin here with that legendary Dagger Soul Jade, though, just locking down space is no. I don't want anybody coming anywhere near me. You can just all stay away here as I just throw this legendary Soul Jade out on repeat and threaten the space with some big damage. And many of these players looking to do the same thing, just looking to threaten some space and hold on to it. Ego gonna take a nice long range shot there, gonna take quite a bit of damage. He actually gets knocked into some fire and at the zone, so Ego gonna go quite low here, which is very unfortunate. Oh my goodness, and they walk back into Jin, walk back into the fire again. Ego gonna be forced to pop the ultimate here, and
he's down.
My goodness, Fun plus Phoenix's move gonna pick up their 3rd elimination of the game here on it to the back of 17 Jail's ego, and Zhang breathes a sigh of relief. And ASE's Jin actually moves up into 9th place. Ego, 1 game left to make that move into top 8.
Can they make it work? This is the real question. Ego out. Zhang can solidify their spot at the top as Jin has actually surpassed Ego into 9th place off the back of the end of this game. As the circle draws tighter and tighter, closer and closer. The players are desperately trying to find some area to work with. Dao Hui hiding off just behind a rock, but he's going to finally be forced out into the middle of everything. And it's just going to be one big Z-ping fight off. And who has the most sustain? Who's going to be able to hold out? Who's going to be able to keep themselves going? Moo desperately trying to make this game work for them as they get caught in an uppercut. They've got that golden armor. They need to stay alive. They're going to try and use this opportunity to get a heal off, and it looks like they're going to get something, a bit of an armor refresh for themselves. Moo with 3 kills. If they have a good end to this game, they actually could climb up a fair few spots and potentially reclaim their spot at the top, or in that top 8, which they started today in. It's been a rough day for them, but the question is can they make that recovery happen? It will be a miracle run from Moo as they knock Lu Renking into the zone, just trying to chip away at that health a little bit, little by little. They are working away at these health bars and trying to get an opportunity, but the circle has stopped and the fighting has somewhat tempered. Everybody non-committal on the fight. They know they don't need to hold out too much longer. Zhang gets a kill onto Wang Liang, taking them down. Zhang quite comfortably starting to set themselves in to this 8th place, but Jin close on their tail. If Jin can keep this going as well, maybe they can overtake Zhang here, as Zhang very low HP. Jin actually could be the one to take them out, but no, Zhang is able to get away with the bubble and survive for just a little bit longer, as multiple people have found themselves caught here. Moo got themselves back to full armor, holding on fast here as Zhang goes down to Jin. Jin takes out the person above them, and that is a big opening for them to maybe take themselves into the top 8. It's getting very hairy. Moo's holding fast though. Their armor's going low. Everybody else is being bought back. Jin with a massive knockback onto the whole lobby. Jin is taking names, is taking everybody down. Lu Renking is the last man standing, but I don't know who won that.
I'm pretty sure that's going to be J-Team's Action. It's either J-Team's Action or it's Jin from Ace. It's got to be one of those two. Wait, is it going to be Dao Hui from NAD? Wait, who's our MVP? I'm so lost. I don't know. So many people came up with the kill feed there. Yeah, there's going to be some number crunching going on here as we wait to see who our actual MVP is moving forward. There it is, Ace's Jin.
That's a big win for him. Some poor intern was in the corner of a calculator. Just trying to do the maths there, but they were able to get that sorted. Jin wins our penultimate game, and that has put them back into the top 8. They surpassed their predecessor. I am very confident in saying that. Whether or not that's 7th or 8th, I don't know, but they have managed to get themselves on the board, and this final game means it is so tight for all of the players. Unbelievable.
Oh, absolutely coming through. Jin definitely moving into that top 8 now. He's got 1 game. This is a great position to be in. Coming in to the, not the last game, but just before the last game and locking down 8th position means all you have to do is hold it for 1 game, right? Instead of like if you're 17 Jail's the ego, you've got to hold it for 3 games. Unfortunately, clearly wasn't able to do that. Now, if you're Ace's Jin, you just have to hold it for a single game to lock it down and be able to go to grand finals, because that's it. It's top 8 or nothing. I don't think people realize just quite how big of a cut this is. There's only 24 competitors here in the Pro League, right? We're about to lose a third of them going to grand finals, and most all of them, if they don't qualify today, that's it. They're not going to World Cup. Like you have said today, that's their end of the year for Naraka competitive. They get to go home, they get to lament the fact that they're not going to grand finals, and then after that they also have to watch worlds that they're not going to. So these players need to make it into these top 8, and the 8 that don't are it's gonna be a bad day. I know. Like, again, half the players today go home, and unfortunately that's kind of the situation that it always is. For there to be winners, there has to be losers, and if you're in the bottom 8 today, it doesn't matter if you're in the bottom 8 by -20 points or -0.01 points, you're still not gonna get to compete into the grand finals, and it's unfortunate. And it's unfortunate that you most likely won't be going to Worlds either. A couple of exceptions to that rule. I think DAY3 is the only person who's even close to being in bottom 8 right now, who would be qualified and would get to go in. But never mind. Take that away. DAY3 goes into second place here with a 7.5. Not even close anymore to being in bottom 8. So we're going to see Aces Jin here with a 9.4 moving up into 8th place, dethroning AOW's Zhang here, as Zhang only able to put together a 1.8 game score here. Our boy 17JL's Ego has 1 game to climb back to 8th place, and it's going to be difficult as Jin was just able to put together quite a big game for themselves. DAY3 cementing his place for the most part. I mean, he can still be knocked down, don't get me wrong, but DAY3 definitely off the back of this game, making that gap much wider, buying himself a little bit of breathing room here, and things are going to be so interesting going into our 6th and final game of the day, our 12th and final game of the Repechage for our solos here in season 2, because it is very close between 8th, 7th, and 9th place. Anybody could potentially take that 8th place slot from anybody else, and these players are going to come in hungry. And here we go, our 4th Z-Pin Yang MVP of the day, as if there was any surprise really here, given how many Z-Pings were in the lobby. Aces Jin is going to be your MVP, 20,000 damage. A surprising lack of healing, quite honestly. Only 8k healing here.
Wow, that is very low damage and very high damage and low healing. I expected to see the high damage because that's how Z-Ping is. Like when it's a Z-Ping lobby, like they spend half the time just smacking each other and then backing off while they wait for their recovery and their heals to come through, and then they just go back to smacking each other. So I expected the high damage, but the low healing is definitely very surprising. But Jin, a monumental victory for them there, as they were, able to really pull off a phenomenal win for themselves and have pulled themselves into that top 8. They surpassed Zhang, they surpassed Ego, they're climbing up. Ego's had 2 bad games, and suddenly all of that hard work they had at the beginning of the day now starting to slip away from them a little bit. So Ego really starting to struggle, and needs to make the rest of this day work for themselves. Otherwise, this final game, or otherwise they're done so, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's big, right? Aces Jin here, able to take that slot away. And then Ego, again, we knew coming into the day that Ego needed to have not one good game, he needed to have good games all day. He could afford, let's be honest, realistically, after his first 3 performances, he could afford to have one kind of game and then have 2 good games again and be all right. Now Ego has to come in, and he can't just have a good game, he has to have a dominating game. He has to, that MVP we wanted to see Ego take all day, he has to take it in this 6th and final game if he wants to walk away with a chance to go compete in grand finals, which buys him the potential to compete in World Cup. And I know he wants that, especially because his first 3 games, it's one thing if you come in and you have to perform very well every single game of the day to make it happen, and then your 2 bad games or your first 2 games, at that point you almost kind of lock into your brain, okay, hey, crap, I've had 2 bad games. There's not really an opportunity for me to climb to that top 8. But if you have 3 really good games off the rip, then you're like, oh man, I'm here. He touched it. He touched that 8th place position. He had it in his hand and he's let it slip. So now the pressure is on because there's still a hope. There's still that little bit of room where he goes, okay, look, I've almost been MVP 3 games running today. If I can just grab MVP in the next game, I'm there. I will take that 8th place, and there's so much on the line for him.
Yeah, there is definitely going to be a lot on the line. I mean, like, if Ego does get the MVP and climb into top 8 off the back of this, it would be straight up it would be the most like hype fairy tale ending to the day we could have hoped for. Like, we couldn't have hoped for something better than that. So, you know, I've got my fingers crossed that this final game is going to go like that. I'm also hoping that it's not going to be any Z-pings. I'm bored of it now. It's taken the fun out of that last game for me a little bit. But yeah, this final game is going to be super exciting. A lot of stakes on the line. Top end of the table doesn't matter. Bottom end of the table doesn't matter.
It's all that mid range.
It's really about that mid lane. Yeah, it's all about that middle. I'm so excited to see what this final game is going to mean and who's going to make it to the grand finals. And unfortunately, we will be losing some players who I think deserve it, but just haven't quite had it go in their favor. So I'm very excited for this final game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you flash back to Repechage season 1, right? There's a lot of players we're kind of counting out today, and I have to remind myself that I can't really count any single player out, because Wolves Kai Bao was all the way down in 15th place coming into the final game of Repechage last season, and climbed himself all the way up to 6th position off the back of just an insanely stellar game. I think 8 or 9 eliminations and taking 1st place. So it is still possible, not very plausible for anyone. Well, except for, I would say except Ding Liu. I think Ding Liu doesn't even have a 10-point scoreline yet. So I don't think Ding Liu, even off the back of just the most insane game, could even climb to top 8 from the position he's in right now. He would need something like 15 eliminations. He would literally have to kill the entire lobby, to be quite honest, and take 1st place. I just don't see it being possible. But anybody else could have just the most insane game of their season and make it there, climb in and take that top 8 spot. And that's what makes things so interesting going into these final games, because I think it's going to come down to the very final kill of the game to determine who ends up in our top 8 and who's going to be going to grand finals and then potentially on to World Cup.
It really does come down to this last game. We've been blessed, honestly, because I mean, I'm lucky. I've done a lot of different games over my years as a caster. And I've done a couple of different battle royales, and sometimes in battle royales especially, the last couple of games always seem to kind of be pre-decided and it doesn't really change much. But I've never had that with Naraka. Every bi-weekly final, every grand final, every playoffs, like it always seems to come down to this final game, this final moment, because someone does something that upsets the apple cart, and then someone comes in and upsets that apple cart, and it just like snowballs into chaos. And we always seem to get like really tight endings to our like important games, important matches, and it just makes it so exciting. Like, we've not had a bad ending to the to a major game so far. Like, they've all been hype. We've been so lucky on that front. Yeah, unbelievable. I'm like, we've been so lucky. Been a little unlucky with the amount of Z-pings we had in the last game, but you know, I will one day stop complaining about that. Anyway, it's time for us to take a break. When we're back with our final game of the day to find out who is gonna make it into the top 8.
还得再买一张吗？买，来了，丢钱，哎，丢，买了。
我没有服啊，他进改进动，他们都下来收了。等一下，
我死了，
后来被晕了。
完了，2张。
变，连变。
我变了，别死，不能死。
你要活着。我包里符还在的，你没事儿。
先打样，死不了的。
你得先把我包里的符拿了。
他们直接
先把我包里符拿了，他们要进来舔包。
放。
我这个符没用啊。
直接聪明反被聪明误了，兄弟。2张符。
给狼队送大分。
2张符没了，钱也丢了。白买兄弟，还不如开个包呢，还不如。好冷啊！真可冷，但我找不到人进别怪我。不是你，我穿个这都没事，你娃穿个这还一直摸我的手。没事，快身体不快烫死的湿了，兄弟，我今天没喝枸杞原谅。
在那些和你分开的时间里，我骗过我自己，以为能忘了你。圆圆的脑袋，大大耳朵，粉色又笨拙，跑步像陀螺。你都想牢记，总是出错。想要做好事，弹中炮火。但是我找一下屁股的位置，我找到一个红叶。
敌人
来了，躲树上的，可能躲在洞里面。走吧，先假装走，先假装走，别再守了。我想进洞看一眼，你看，龙还有20秒。洞里面躲了，就在洞里。OK， 我手势你们跟。就是躲落日寺里面了，我估计。我想消费一下。
我也想消费。
我这儿有撕药的声音，我这儿。我这儿撕药的声音就在我周围，我去，但是我不知道在哪儿。我真听见人打药了。再找一下，我是下面。我在逼你，救他！炸死你！我炸死你！给我下吧！炸死你！给我下！滚！
可以。这波你
关键，
你的鼻子像狗一样。
关键。吃药了，只找了3分钟。走。
走了，来直接下来拉。
走了。
血药1个没有。
这边拉我。
不是吧？哈哈。
GG 把我们杀了，我们用GG的方法在原地这样。
谢谢。
我只能说，来吧。
我说怎么不手势呢？他故意的，血药空手全部点光。GG 高兴。
怎么敢跟我跨越鬼子打的？快出！给他拉了，给他拉。
他100%互拉的，这个100%互拉的，这个我们杀的人我们知道的。该他们玩这
偷东西喽！
他还在拉，给他拉吧，上演我们的东西。
everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl. We're getting ready to go into our final game of the day here at the Solos lower bracket. It really comes down to the middle of the table right now. We said this before the break, but the middle of the table is the most important part of the game. Is Ego going to make it into the top 8, or has these previous 2 games just bit him a little bit too hard and knocked him out of contention? That is the real question right now. Jin able to surpass Zhang as well in the previous game and get himself into the top 8. It is just this constant scramble of teams and players climbing over each other to try and make it into the top end of the table.
You know, we've talked a lot about a ton of players today. I want to talk about DAY3 for just a second. DAY3 has maintained his 7th place position today, even off the back of Zhang having an insane game, then Jin having an insane game, off pure consistency. He played consistently all 6 games in day 1, and he's played consistently all 5 of his games today. We talk about it all the time during the regular season, how important consistency is, but I think this is really the best possible example to show people at home and other players looking to get into competitive Naraka just how important that consistency really is, right? DAY3 hasn't been able to find his pop-off game yet here in Repechage, but just off the back of playing the game and putting points up on the board every single game instead of washing out in some games, has been able to maintain him that 7th place position and almost guaranteeing him a spot going into our grand finals for the entirety of the season. And that's why we have spent so much time harping on consistency, is because it is that important here for players like DAY3.
Yeah, absolutely. It came in really, really big here. DAY3 has been able to hold on to 7th. A bad game here, though, will knock him out. I think that's the big thing to note, is if he doesn't make it, it's going to be so painful. I mean, there's so many players right now, and it's really sad, because there's lots of players I'd like to see in the finals, but we only have so many spaces. There's only 8 spaces left. And, the guys at the top, they've earned it. They had an amazing day 1. They've had a decent day 2 as well. We haven't really seen too many, other than X-Jin, kind of show us why they were big. But here we go. How many Z-Pings have won today so far? 2, 3, 4, or 6? Be first to answer in that. Make sure you check your whispers. You will get yourself a legendary weapon skin.
I'm gonna give you all.
I hope we get 0 in the next game.
I absolutely hope we get 0 as well. But I'm gonna give everybody in chat just a little bit of hint there. We're going into game 6, so I hope that helps. I hope that helps you figure out where we are. And by the way, taking a look at this little graph here, Chuli here is 9.4 points away from taking 8th place from Jin, or tying with Jin for 8th place. Ego exactly 7, and Zhang 4.6. This is still anybody's game. Nobody gets to rest on their laurels right now at all. That positions we're talking about, all the way from 7th down to 10th, is huge. Literally one decent game separates all of these players from just being able to move up and take a slot in that 8th place position, and it guarantee themselves moving forward into grand finals. And here we go. We're going to get ready to lock in for our 6th game of the day, the 12th and final game of this season's Repechage. As we move forward, let's see what heroes these players are going to lock in, because game 6, game 12 promises to be quite wacky. I hope. You know what? I'm hoping we get to see some craziness coming through. I think everybody has done double hero picks, so it's gonna lock down into a fact where nobody can play a hero a second time now. I think everybody has played the same hero, has played their same hero twice here. As we're gonna come through, there's one Z-Ping coming through. We're gonna see a Tumult come through from Wang Wang, a Valda, and a Justina. At least it's consistently different across our first.
It's very. We're not going to see. Oh my word! Another monk. Okay, crazy.
Moo still has a Tarka pick available as well.
Interesting.
Blue Rang with the Z-Ping as well.
Oh, What? They still have Z-pings left?
There's no way.
How do they have this? I swear this is crazy. There is no way there's that many Z-pings left, right?
There absolutely no way. Somebody needs to go check, because there's no way.
That doesn't add up.
No, there's no way we have that many Z-pings available here in the final game. Absolutely not. I refuse.
That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy, actually. Well, here we go. We are getting ready to go into our last game of the day. Let's see how this is going to go down for all of these players. Everybody dropping in that northeastern part of the map. Game 12. Do or die. This is the difference between making it into that top 8 and making it to the grand finals, or going home and watching it at home.
Yeah, all eyes right now on Ace's Jin, AOW's Zhang, 17 Jail's Ego, and NAD's Dao Yihui, as we turn immediately to Ego, going head-to-head here with Alliance's Jux, putting in the work off the back of this dagger. Jux goes very low. Ego trying to have a repeat performances they've had today. There it is. The F2 comes out. They turn it around and pick up their first elimination of the game. And wait, does LXY have 2 eliminations already? What just happened? LXY, our only Volta player here, has 2 eliminations already.
How? That is crazy. Let's go, Volta.
Yeah,
I'm here
right.
for it.
Oh, Chu-Li coming in with the charged F3. Oh, come on, let it rip, Chu-Li. Let it go.
He's going for it. No. Oh, there we go. Panda Man.
Literally 1 HP. Anything. There it is. Chu-Li.
He got him. That was super, super close. Dewey now trying to see if he can beat out Wang Liang here in this fight. Sweeping him up. Got himself 1 already. Almost going to finish up Wang Liang. Wang Liang puts the Sandstorm down to buy himself a little bit of space, but there he goes. Gonna swoop him up and make easy work of him. Ego already with 1 kill under his belt. Fighting versus XJin, the top player in the lobby. As Ego goes for the charge click, unable to actually make it fully connect. He gets himself kicked up, knocked back, and Ego is low HP. Quickly heals himself back up using that F ability. Ego needs to make this work for himself, or it is all donezo for him. Only got that 1 kill at the moment. Armor swaps out. Still winning the fight versus XJin. The charge click goes off. Ego popping himself the evolution as he's going to transform, de-transform, just to get some health back. And now Ego pounces and jumps towards XJin. Gonna catch him out as XJin pops the F once again. The bell gets used as Ego healing up for the moment, as XJin's gonna take this opportunity to heal as well, as Reki is in the area. Over the wall, Reki goes and spots out all of the action. Maybe he wants to join in. XJin jumps forwards. Ego's armor is down. His health is low. But Ego holding fast for the moment as a grapple does connect here from Reki. Ego gets the clang off, gets himself countered, and he's down. XJin finds himself the kill onto Ego, as now he's looking for Reki, but Reki with the charge click gets himself the damage off onto XJin in response, as XJin's low HP. Reki loses his armor. XJin pinned in place, pops the bell, maybe a little bit too early there, and Reki should just get him 1 more tap, and he has got himself the kill.
Yeah, Reki gonna come in here, pick himself up. An elimination onto J-Team's XJin. Both XJin and Ego getting sent back to the Soul Altar. Not quite the lobby now. Fun plus Phoenix's move coming in. He's gonna immediately, here we go. The Tarka Infinite is gonna not, no, he doesn't drop it. He lets him hit the ground and follows it up with the last hit. Fun plus Phoenix's move. Coming through, ends the ultimate immediately, holds on to that 24% ultimate charge. Literally just playing that textbook there for himself. Don Queen turning around onto Q9's LXY. LXY with 2 eliminations under his belt already. Catches a massive parry onto Don Queen with the follow-up. Doesn't quite guarantee the follow-up. For those of you who are uninitiated, they're off the back of a riposte from a greatsword. As soon as that riposte touches the opponent, the damage goes through. So you can jump cancel into a right click and guarantee the follow-up. The thing is you have to instantly do it as soon as the riposte damage is guaranteed. Otherwise, you do leave them a big enough window to tap dodge away there, so he's a little slow on it, but does follow it up and is able to pick up the elimination there. JJH's RD Chu-Li actually going to get blitzed down here by the likes of KZ's Pandaman, as Pandaman picks up his first elimination of the game to tie things up with Fun plus Phoenix's.
Yeah, Mu able to stay himself in this one now. Is actually Dongjin getting jumped onto, throws out LXY, so throws out the bubble, trying to connect it. LXY finds a kill. It's a bit depressing for LXY because he had an amazing start to the day and then a pretty horrible middle, and now he's having a pop-off end to the day, and it's like, oh, I mean, mathematically, it's possible. Statistically, probably very unlikely that he's going to be able to get himself into top 8. If he somehow gets a 20-pointer in here, but that's even not enough because everyone else has to score lower. Yeah, I mean, LXY has to have the best game we've ever seen. As Zhang's caught by the tidal wave, is going to get himself dodged out. I think someone popped that for him as they get the freeze off onto everybody within the zone. Zhang goes down and he is out of the runnings. No way for him to make it to the grand finals. Zhang is eliminated. Ego's opportunity to pounce has arose.
Yeah, Ego needs to come forward here and make some big noise here, but he's got a lot of work to put together to dethrone Ace's Jin. Q9's LXY and Dubai here need to find their way back into the zone. Both of them been out here for so long. That heel cut coming into effect and the zone tick starting to do much more damage onto both of them. But Alliance's Jux waiting in the wings here for NBG's Dubai, which is going to give our boy LXY the opportunity to pull in off the side here. But we do see Ventus's Reki waiting in the wings. Jux goes over top of him. Unfortunately, we're going to see Wang Liang also eliminated here from the lobby, and that's going to be it for Wang Liang. Not sure who picked up those kills because can't quite see kill feed at the moment. 17JL's Ego turning back. Here we go. We're going to run this fight back between Ego and J-Team's Action. You know, it looked like Ego might have been able to pick up this fight until we saw, I wasn't sure, I think it was Reki who came over the top side there into that fight and bought some extra damage there for Action to pick up the elimination onto Ego. So nice to see the fight running it back here. Maybe Ego can come out on top this time, but we're going to find out. Action does go low. Ego's going to get flipped up, take quite a significant amount of damage. The F2 comes out and the third party come through again, and it's Ace's Jin. Jin wants to pick up this elimination onto Ego, because if they eliminate Ego here, there's nobody really super close into contention except for Chu-Li, and Chu-Li has not had a good day whatsoever. So Ego really the biggest threat here to Ace's Jin. Even if they just help J-Team's Action knock Ego out, it is to their advantage. It will help them maintain that 8th place position potentially. But 17JL's Ego gonna find an armor swap, gonna find some space here. Action going to go low here, gonna have their armor shredded, but everybody gonna keep focusing down Ego here, and it makes sense, right? If you're Ace's Jin, you want Ego to go away. Fun plus Phoenix's Mu also shows up, looking for the opportunity to eliminate Ego to get another potential customer gone. LXY picking up another kill in the kill feed, going to 5 already, and Alliance's Jux going to be eliminated here and sent back to, I would say sent back to the lobby, but there's no lobby to go back to after this. This is the last chance to make something happen. Ego still holding on for dear life here. And it seems as if Ego has become the punching bag once more, as 3 players give chase to Ego and don't even take an attempt to fight each other.
Wait, Jin's happy.
Yeah, Jin's very happy.
Unless Chewy has a pop-off game, it's done.
Yeah, I was
that
gonna
is
say,
top 8 pretty much decided.
Chu-Li still has an opportunity to come through here and make something happen from Full Phoenix's Mu, though, turning things on to Ace's Jin, and Jin very quickly going to be unhappy if he gets eliminated here. You know, I feel bad for 17JL's Ego here. All 3 of these players dogged him down and didn't even turn on each other once.
No, they knew what they were doing. They ran him down. They made sure that he was going to get himself taken out. They didn't want, well, they just didn't want him to have that comeback, and he has been denied. Jin now being juggled up as it looks like Miyu and ex-Jin just fighting to take out Jin here. Jin very low HP. All it takes is one stray pistol shot, and Miyu's taken him down. And that uppercut does connect in. Mew already got that 1 kill. Can he make it that second? I don't think he can because the transformations come out. Jin's low HP and down he goes. Moo's able to find the kills. He can dodge away on XJin and avoid all of these grabs. Behind the rock he goes. And XJin on the Monk. Not really going to be able to find this as Mew should just be able to avoid him. It's pretty easy when you haven't got other people setting up the Monk. Oh! He got him! Gets the slam. Does he get the re-grab? No, he doesn't. We're going to cut over to Chewy now, who's obviously the only real player I could see coming in. Actually, I guess Mew could also potentially overtake Jin, depending on how everything goes. If Lu Renking takes out Chewy here, though, that is going to be huge for Mew. Could you imagine if Mu has the comeback here? Somehow makes the turnaround work? Like, what? And I mean, Lu Renking's taking him out. All right, so Mu's got 3 kills. He needs to get probably about 3-4 more and first. And I think he can take 8th.
Yeah, there's a potential here. LXY, though, with 5 eliminations under his belt. Still trading blows with Daoiwei here.
How many kills does LXY need? Probably like 11 in a first, I reckon. 11 or 12 in first.
I think 12 and first. If I'm not mistaken, if my math's not wrong.
Multiplies 1.6, right? I'm getting my calculator.
Yeah. Well, while you get your calculator out, we're gonna take a look at the action here. LXY backing away from this fight with Daoiwei. Looks to find Ace Jin. This is the kill that LXY wants if they want to have any chance to take that place, because Jin doesn't need any more points. The longer Jin stays alive, the harder it gets for LXY to potentially take that 8th place position here. Mu looking to find something here, doing a little bit of shopping with 3 eliminations under their belt. Mu could potentially move up and take that 8th place position as well. But it's kind of a little sad here at the start of the game as we watch all 3 of the potential contenders to be able to take that 8th place position eliminated one after another. Zhang goes first, 17JL Ego goes next, and then it's Chu Li right after that. It's just like 1, 2, 3, and now the middle of the pack is much smaller. It's 12th place trying to get into 8th place at this point. Q9's LXY going head to head here with NAD's Daoiwei again. Daoiwei trying to make it happen. The bubble comes down, followed up by the full meter. Daoiwei doesn't have the F to follow up either.
No way.
Already. The wave comes.
Oh, no way.
6th elimination for Q9's LXY. Not only is it the 6th elimination, but it's on the back of Balda.
Okay, here's the numbers right now. If LXY gets 4 more kills, he can do it. He needs 4 more kills, and he needs to win this game, and he's done it. I've done the maths. That's the 1.6 multiplier plus the placement points will actually tie him up with Dalhui. Sorry, no, tie him up. No, he ties him up with Jin. So he surpasses Dalhui. That's what he needs to do. That would be an unbelievable comeback as Jin going very low here as well. If Jin's taken out by Lu Renking, again, just more opportunities, more possibilities for this amazing comeback from LXY. It would be it would just be monumental for Mu to start the day in 8th, absolutely suck all day, and then come back in the final moments and make it count as Jin is pinned against the wall by Lu Renking. Health bars are low on both sides. Who's gonna win this? The counter's there, and Lu Renking secures himself the kill. Easy elimination. Only the top dogs and the small dogs stand. But the problem is there's only 6 people left in this lobby. LXY's low! Panda Man! He's done it! He's denied LXY any hope of making it! It was so close! Now it's down to Mu. Maybe there's a world where Mu or Panda Man can do it. I haven't done the maths on that. But oh my god, this game is so tight. There's 5 players left and there's 10 minutes left. and everybody, you can see each other. They just want to scrap. They just want to be done with this lobby and know who's making it into the top 8. What an unbelievable game we've got on our hands. Moo is looking for Reki, but Reki is avoiding him. He's giving him the slip as he's trying to jump around, but he jumps into Panda Man's waiting hands as Reki is taking a couple of these pistol shots here from Moo. Moo's not letting him heal, but he needs to get himself a reload and a refresh.
Oh my goodness. You know, there's going to be some hurt feelings after this game. There's a lot of camaraderie between these players. We see it all the time in the cameras and stuff and the way they talk about each other. But there's going to be some hurt feelings after this game. I know right now, if I'm Q9's LXY, I'm looking at Panda Man and I'm just like, bro, next season, you are a dead man. Because this is getting personal. You can feel it coming out from some of these players, especially like Ego, right? Ego got hunted down by 3 players who never even bothered to look each other's direction. There's some rivalries being born before our eyes right now. We're talking about World Cup, we're talking about the qualifying for grand finals, but there are some storylines developing here that I think are going to affect next year's seasons pretty drastically for some of these players who make a return, because there are definitely some things being born here and some hatred forming between some of these players in the best possible competitive way, to be fair. As we turn to Moo, who's catching some huge damage on the NPG's Dubai right now. Looking to lock him down here, Moo, trying to make that move into that top 8 position. Dubai looking to come through. The F comes in, Moo comes up, but Dubai gonna go out the window here. Moo continuing to give chase. Dubai already with a position securely locked away here in the top 8. Moo says, you need to get out of the way. You've already got yours. I'm coming to get mine.
Yeah, he's really making it stick in, actually. Moo, maybe there's that hero play. He is 35 points. 8th is 44.6 points. It is going to have to be a big win from Moo. And I don't actually know if there's enough points in the lobby for him to do this, unfortunately. This could just be pretty set as Reki gets himself sent back into the zone. Maybe if Moo steals this one, he's able to get it. Now he's caught onto Panda Man. Moo is making the hero play happen. He's looking for the damage. Can he let it slip into Panda Man? Panda Man gets a charge click off onto him. The ultimate has been popped by Moo. He catches on with the grapple. Panda Man, low HP, looking for that little bit of additional damage off onto Panda. Panda getting a whole bunch more damage off as he's looking for the counter. The freeze comes in. Here's Lou ranking to try and take away the kill. He's looking for Moo as well, as Moo's getting himself the reset off. Moo needs to win, and he needs to take everybody out of this lobby. If he can do it, it would be such a hero play from him. It looks like he's going to be able to reset and move away as he's grappling up onto the high ground, but he does get himself caught out. Everybody's jumping in onto Moo. Moo's the target. Can he survive? He's been juggled up and knocked on his backside as Dubai is looking to try and finish him up. Moo's lost all of his armor. He's in danger of the entire lobby. The rest of the players running him down. He's trying to find that infinite. He's trying to find that charge clip, but he can't do so. The health bar is bleeding out. Dubai's keeping him grappled, making sure he can't get back in the zone to keep himself alive. Moo's been pulled back again into the zone. He's low HP. His options are running thin. His time is running out, and Dubai, he just needs one last hit to get him as he's caught him up in the air. Moo gets a little bit of health back thanks to the katana sap to keep himself a little bit more healthy. He's back up the edge of the cliff as Dubai is chasing him down, looking for it. Moo needs to get the healing off from this katana sap, but I don't think he can do so as Dubai catches out with a grapple. Moo is getting a whole bunch of damage off Panda Man. In the meanwhile, has taken down Liu Ranking, and that's it. Dubai is able to find himself the kill. We have 5 minutes left and 2 players left in this lobby.
Oh my goodness. It's like the curse, man. Everybody who's in the potential position, look at how close Moo is. He climbed all the way back up to 9th place, but it's like the curse. Every single one of these players who have had the range, the possibility to climb back and take that 8th position, ends up getting hunted down by the rest of the lobby. And right now it's Casey's Pandaman versus Dubai. Pandaman just playing for bragging rights at this point, as he doesn't want to go down. He wants to take an MVP here from somebody, wants to lock any bit of respect down for himself onto Dubai. Dubai gonna take some big hits. Pandaman trying to make it happen. I don't think it's gonna be enough. Pandaman gonna go for the reset here. Justina into Zpang. We're gonna see the Flame Breath come out. Dubai with the F2. Pandaman just gonna opt for the full reset. Comes back in with the Flame Breath. There's so much zone left. Dubai can run for ages. It's only zone 5 that's now collapsing down onto zone 6 with 2 players left alive. It's a 1v1 scenario here in our final game of the day. Pandaman trying to keep it alive here on the
freeze.
Dubai.
He's got the freeze.
Down in the zone.
He's got the freeze.
Lockdown in the zone. Dubai though able to come back up top. Pandaman going for the reset here.
This is so unbelievably close, actually. But it's the Zpang heals. They're too powerful. The ult has now been used by the Justina. I don't know if Pandaman has what it takes to win this fight, but he's still looking for Dubai here, seeing if he can win this fight. Ultimates are on cooldown. Dubai loses a whole bunch of shields. He needs to get him in the zone. If he can corral Dubai into the zone, the healing gets cut. The effectiveness gets cut. Pandaman gonna freeze himself up and just get himself the armor back. A bit of a recovery coming in as he's chasing on to Dubai. Dubai gets himself on top of that high ground away from Pandaman. Pandaman gets the full reset off. In comes Dubai onto Pandaman. He opens up immediately into this fight. They're inside the building and they are pinned against the walls here as Dubai gets knocked back. Pandaman tries to get the Clang off, but he is able to... Sorry, the charge clear off, but gets the Clang off instead. Pandaman going low on the armor front. Dubai's looking for him. The freeze comes in. The 2 stooliest heroes in the game are fighting it out with a massive zone behind them. So there's no way that's going to be a threat for any time soon. Again, just burning through those resources, burning through those heals. Pandaman switches out to the Flame Breath to try and get a bit of chunk healing, chunk damage, sorry, done to Dubai. There's just so much stalling here. The Flamer comes down. Dubai gets opened up onto. Pandaman gets the charge click off. There's Dubai running very, very low. Another charge click doesn't quite hit. Looking for the counter. Not going to be able to quite get it. They knock each other in the air. The armor's got on both of these heroes. They've got their F abilities. The freeze is back. Can he make it connect onto Dubai? Dubai uses the F ability. Pandaman does it. Dashing into the air. A first place for Pandaman.
Let's go, Pandaman. You know what? Not quite into the top 8, unfortunately, but Pandaman does get to walk away with his MVP here today. You can see the look on his face. He's ecstatic that he gets to walk away with the win, but he knows he's not going to be walking into top 8. He's not going to be going to play in the grand finals for season 2. And I hate to say it, for him to go play in World Cup, for the fan favorite Pandaman to make it, he needed to qualify today for grand finals. And unfortunately, he just doesn't make it. And you can see the look of disappointment on his face as we take a look now. Q9's LXY, who had his run ended by Pandaman, Moo, all these players, literally this game, it came down to this and they were so close. Moo even had a great run going on Tarka. He needed 1, maybe 2 more kills in a first place finish and he could have taken it away. It's a somber victory here for Pandaman in our final game of the day. So many of these players that have been with us since the very beginning, they've been here for season 1, they've been here for all of season 2, and to see 8 players in an instant eliminated here, they're not going to be competing in our grand finals, and they will not be competing in the World Cup. It is both an exciting moment and a very, very somber moment, because a lot of names down there that we have come to grow and love. I mean, Pandaman, absolutely a fan favorite. I don't think there's anybody who doesn't like our boy Pandaman. Moo was being cheered on in chat by everybody. Everybody wanted to see Moo come out on top. I think even LXY everybody wanted to see that comeback from him, and he set himself up for it. He had 6 eliminations. He was absolutely going bonkers. Yeah, he was so close.
4 kills in a first off. It was so close for him.
17 jails to Ego, also very, very close, unfortunately, getting eliminated. And, you know, a player who today proved that he deserves to be in the Naraka Blade Point Pro League, in my opinion. You know, Ego kind of has been the punching bag all season for many of these players, as he gets eliminated here in Season 2, almost off the rip for every single one of those games. And maybe some fans losing faith in Ego, coming back and watching today, clearly have got to have earned some respect in their hearts today. I know he's earned some respect in our hearts. You and me cheering him on all day today, watching his performance and trying to come for a comeback and just not quite able to make it. He still has to be very happy with his overall performance today, but it's a very, very somber moment. We're excited. You know, this means we know who's moving forward into our grand finals for solos. Tomorrow is going to be the last day of the regular season. Repechage will be over, and we'll know all the teams going on to grand finals and almost all the teams who are going to be going to World Cup. It's been a very interesting experience across the board here for many of these players. And, you know, I just want to personally extend my love for all the players who aren't going to go to grand finals this season, who don't get to go play in World Cup. I want to tell you guys, don't be disheartened. You guys played your hearts out, especially in this final game. Everybody came in and just played out of their minds, trying to make it happen here. And you know what? This might be the end of the road for you this year, but Naraka's not going anywhere, and I don't think anybody in the community wants to see you guys go anywhere either, because you have put on some incredible shows for everybody here, including us, the casters, who have had the absolute privilege to cast these games for you guys.
I mean, at the end of the day, only 8 people could go through, and let's be real, the people who earned it were people who played well on the first day as well as the second day. You know, it was amazing watching the potential LXY come back, watching Ego jump up and then slide down. Like, we had a lot of fun. There was a really great storylines on that, but the reason it was tight and a hard fought day for them was because they had a bad day one. And I think you can't dismiss that. You have to go, okay, the key problem was, I mean, Ego is a good example. He had like 7 points on the first day. He had 20 points in like his first 2 games. So like, you see the difference, but here we go. The overall points at the end of the day, it wasn't enough for Panda Man, wasn't enough for LXY. You can see he went out so early. 4 more kills. It could have easily been LXY up there. Moo as well, another player who you know will be heartbroken, because he actually did have an okay start to day 1. It was day 2 where the tail end, well, the beginning was just horrendous. He just fell apart and he really struggled. You know, Zhang also probably a little bit infuriated, because he was one of those middling players the whole way through, but unfortunately just fell apart when he needed to hold on to his spot at the top. But you know, J-Team's Xshin, doesn't matter, he got 1.2 points. He's still very comfortably at the top of the tables. He's still very comfortably going to be representing himself in the grand finals. And the big name in there is obviously DAY. He is a player who obviously is the defending champion of the solos. He will be returning to grand finals to try and defend his title, but you can't ever really let him forget the fact that he did go through the losers bracket, so he had some work to do. But here we are, Panda Man earning his MVP for that game. 29,000 damage, 20k healing. He did 26k of his damage with melee weapons, 25 of that, 25,000 of that with the katana. Like, this guy was on fire with that katana.
Yeah, Panda Man coming in strong. Look, he's got to be proud about this game. I don't care what anybody says. Panda Man, the MVP this game, the MVP of our hearts, his 3rd MVP of the season. He's so close. I know he's feeling defeated right now, but man, what a game coming out from him. 25,000 damage with katana. Look at this. Nothing else even remotely close to that. Flamebringer only 1.8k, pistol 956, just not even relatively coming close to the amount of damage he does with Katana. And you know, a lot of that coming over from him being a Tarka player and wanting those infinites. He's got so much practice in the 3-band format, I'm absolutely sure. And then of course, so much practice with the infinites with the Katana. Panaman really putting in work here. He had a great set of Soul Jades lined up for himself as well. He even comes out victorious in a fight against Zping in the end. He's got to feel pretty good about the performance he had here in the last game at the very least. And you know what? If you're gonna go out in a season, at least you go out on a high note. We're gonna come back here in just a minute, but we've got a quick interview, so we're gonna throw things over to Jaeger before we round out today's final day of Repechage solos.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And thank you our two caster. And now I'm standing with Xin from the team, J team, and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 对，你可以直接跟大家打一下招呼。
我是 J team 的小新神。
好的，欢迎你来到我们这个赛后采访，也恭喜你在我们这一次的复活赛的单排中拿下了第1名啊。So first, we would like to say congratulations because Xin got the top 1 in the Repechage solo game. And to I think after the Repechage, I think you really have a lot of confidence in the final week, right? And so could you please set up a goal and share your ambition in the final week? And also maybe after the final week, will you cast the character and celebrate it? 那首先我们要说，因为今天其实拿到了这个复活赛的积分第1，我相信给小星神自己一定是带来了非常多的自信。就特别想问一下小星神，这一次总决赛的目标自己是什么？然后对于总决赛之后，或者说这次复活赛之后啊，就已经有没有想好庆祝，然后要去 cos 一个怎么样的角色和大家一起庆祝一下呢？
这次决赛的话，就是这次决赛我是带着脑子来的，上个赛季决赛没带脑子，就是导致当时积分排第14，正刀排第1，
已经也很厉害了。
这一次再加上前段时间不是打了3排嘛，
对，
然后沉淀一下，我感觉现在我带着我的新的 CPU 我来打 Nbpl 了。
变得更强了。那我们在这边今天因为是要庆祝一个万圣节，我们这里有一个糖果，然后刚才看小星神已经口水要流出来，来挑一挑，看看能不能拿到幸运的甜还是酸呢 ？OK， 好 ，So actually because小星神 think he didn't have too much brain. It's too much brain in the last season in final week. So this season he is stronger now and he want to have very good score in this final week. And 小星神，你还没有告诉这是什么表情？被酸到。So the sweet because we have the sweet sugar and also has soil sugar. Actually, before the interview, Xin told me he didn't afraid of soil. So I don't know what he feels like right now. 你现在自己什么感觉？
酸的一逼。
实在是还是被酸到，是不是？但你之前说你不怕酸啊？
确实啊，我小时候家里吃饺子，那个剩下的醋我都给喝了的。
没有想到这么酸，是不是 ？So he's didn't imagine that it's so soil, and actually Xin is really like soil sauces. When we eat dumpling, he like to put a lot of soil sauces. And 我们之前其实问了一下小星神啊，如果这次拿到了在总决赛打出一个好成绩之后，会去 cos 一个角色，那自己决定去 cos 一个怎么样的角色呢？
顾清寒的赵灵儿。
可以给我们摆个 pose 吗？ So after the final week, he will cos Justina good, and if he can have very good score, and now he just give us the pose of the Justina, and thank you， 谢谢小星神今天这非常有趣的一个采访，希望接下来决赛会有个很好的发挥。好的 ，Thank you Xin for today's interview, and we will get back to the casters.
Thank you, Jaeger and J Team Section, for a wonderful interview to wrap things out today. It has been quite literally a roller coaster hit brain full of ups and downs as we take a look at the final score. Panda Man, so close. He can taste it in the 9th place position at a 40.5. I know we're all feeling it right now. Yeah, I mean, the look on his face at the end of that game said it all, right?
He knew. He was 1 or 2 kills off. Well, we'll see when we get to 8 what 8th looks like. But man, that was close. Ego and Zhang, unfortunately, they just got knocked out. It wasn't that close in the end. It felt like it was going to be Ego holding on all day, but in those last 2 games, it just slipped. And poor Ego did drop down. Zhang, who took his place and took that from him, was dragged down with him. It's just, you're coming with me, and pulled him down. I want to see the top of the table though. Let's see and celebrate our top 8 teams, players.
Absolutely.
Sorry, who did make it. So hopefully we can go up to that any second now and talk about the guys who did make it to the top. I mean, oh man, LXY as well. He's only in 9th, 11th, 16th, whatever, 15th at the end. There we go. Right, so J-Team, Zexjin is the overall winner for today. Then Lu Renking stepping up. Dubai in 3rd. Dongqing, Wang Liang, Reki, Jin, and Dao Hui. Jin actually made a real miracle comeback, and he put himself in 7th at the end of the day. Like, he jumped up from, I think, 10th to 7th in the last 2 games. Really big stuff coming in from Jin.
Yeah, Jin doing very, very well. I mean, congratulations to everybody here in the top 8. Honestly, Xshin, Lu Renking, Dubai, all of you guys moving forward. Here we are. All 16 players qualified to go to grand finals here for season 2. WBG Spider, GBL Zin, JDG's Chu Zhang, OC Zhang Yu, GG Sha, EWGG Ron Baodas, Wang Fly, and Wolves Kai Bao, who qualified off of the regular season. And then, of course, our 8 players who struggled for the last 2 days here to come together and to climb the leaderboard here in the Repechage. Exin, Lu Renking, Dubai, Dongqing, Wang Liang, Reki, Jin, and Dao Yihui, who were able to survive the gauntlet that is Repechage, aka losers bracket, and qualify to go play in this season's grand finals. These are going to be the 16 competitors going head to head. No points getting carried over from the earlier seasons. All 16 of these players on a completely equal playing field heading in to your grand finals. And man, it is going to be one heck of a grand finals. As we take a look tomorrow, you can join me, and I do believe Dobby will be coming back as well for our last 6 games of trios, which will determine which 6 teams make it through Repechage and qualify for the grand finals as well. There was just as much online today as there will be on the line tomorrow. So make sure you set those alarms. Make sure you hit that follow button here on twitch.tv/Naraka Bladepoint so that you can make sure you're here for all the action, because man, it is going to be an intense day tomorrow, just like it has been an intense day here today, Jake.
I'm very excited to see what trios is going to look like in the losers bracket. I think there are some teams you definitely want to keep your eyes on going into it. When we look at the last kind of bi-weekly and all the action went down there were some teams who were typically at the bottom who stepped up a bit, like today actually. So I'm very excited to see how the trios go down. I think again we're in for a tight one. I think Naraka always delivers on that front though. Like we always get very tight finals or like key matches. Like it always is really explosive. And yes, today wasn't really we didn't really sing the praises of Xjin at all today. We weren't really focused on him until the end of the day when it turned out he won the whole thing, because he was so comfortably in first all day that it didn't really matter. We were more focused obviously on the middle of the table, because that's where the exciting stuff is happening. Because like you said, Rune, those points don't carry over. Any points you earn here doesn't carry into grand finals. It's a completely clean slate. Everyone starts at absolutely no points, and you have to earn your position on that table over those grand finals. And you know that's going to make for some really exciting games, because you know I think you look at some of these players who are now in the top 16 of solos, and you think they're typically used to starting on a bit of a back foot in the bi-weeklies. This time, they don't have that. How are they going to handle it? I'm very excited for the grand finals, but obviously we still have those trios that will be coming up tomorrow. But that is going to do it for us here at the Nbpl for tonight. We will be back tomorrow for the trios action. So thank you very much for joining us. And until then, we'll see you later. Good night.
是。